now we go public. And boom. And now I'll press that Tweetenheimers button. I mean, posting a thing, whatever they call it. No one cares. Let's see. AWOL already lurk in the chat as always. Hello, hello.
Hey, well.
And now we wait for things to happen, I guess. Is YouTube doing the thing? Are we live?
Hello?
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 Are we there yet?
I can see the stream.
Okay. Sometimes it's just weird. Like sometimes people just get in here immediately, and then sometimes like, there you go. Hello. It's finally here. The big Talkenheimers. Also, the stream browser thing doesn't work because for reasons that doesn't work sometimes. And the fix to this is just have a second thing that does the same thing, put the link in there, and then it works. Why? I don't know. It's all the same. But if you do it in there, it's fine. And then when it happens again, you do the same thing. And yeah, I don't know.
Incredible.
IT. It just works, I guess. Oh, boy. Oh, way. Here we are. Hello, everybody. People are coming in really hard.
Oh, this is the exciting one.
This is the one. Like this is basically all Mark's fault. I'm gonna say it right away.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish my homework. I'm trying to fight Radon right now.
You made me play the game. You said you need 2 weeks. And
You're
now
better at Souls games than I am. You know where this ends.
It's kind of funny because I didn't even intend to play this, and then I was like, we should talk about this on the Forge. And it's like,
all right, I got
damn
some
it,
time.
you're right.
Phase 2 cinematic.
I knew it was coming, and I knew I was gonna hate it. Not that I wasn't gonna give it a fair shake, just that I knew that it probably was gonna be more of what I hated about Elden Ring.
Right.
And it was.
Yeah. Oh, up by quite a bit. But yeah, Chad, we have some new blood here. New blood. That's actually quite fitting because it's KhornesChampion, huh? Warhammer.
Indeed.
Yeah, you messaged me like a week ago, and I just didn't see it. And then you said it on stream. It's like, oh shit, I missed that. And then I said, yes, come over, do it.
Oh yes.
But yeah, it's just kind of. I think you found this channel when I randomly played Warhammer. Actually, do I remember that correctly?
I started following back on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
right. Because I
Yeah,
mean, I'm
no,
up
you're
to,
right,
like,
yeah.
17 months on my sub for YouTube, and I know I had Twitch before that. It's been a while.
For some reason, because I did like random Warhammer streams, like 2 or 3. For some reason, I thought you showed up there. I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, now we're finally in a call and talking and do the flames. Very exciting.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
All
Fortia
right,
is
killed me.
not around. I meant to. I thought it would be fun to have Fortia here as like a bit more positive balance, but he's out on a trip, unfortunately. And Professor Mallard wanted to come in here, who works on like mods for things, but he can't make it either. So we chose like a really bad week actually. So that would be interesting because he actually fucked around with some stuff that actually just pulls back the camera on the line fight, and I need to go and find that footage in a second because it looks so much better. It's legit just a camera, a little bit
That's
back,
pretty funny.
and then you can see it.
Just,
And it's made with
widen the
in-game
field-
mechanics.
Field of view
They
a
didn't.
little bit, and it totally changes the fight.
Yeah, they didn't add anything. It's just in-game
so that you can
stuff. They just
see.
put it back, so they can do it. They just refuse to do so.
That applies to all of Elden Ring. So much of the base game would have been made better with the camera pulling back just a little bit.
That's actually.
Well, I mean, it's a massive bosses thing, right? Like you don't want and massive bosses in small areas. Like
With unlimited
you really don't
particles.
want to put.
That also
Yeah.
move
Oh.
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like every boss is moving constantly in this game,
Well,
Let's see. Let me put
regardless of
my-
size.
That's not footage. That's just a black screen. What's going on there? Oh, is it because it's in the background, so it doesn't like it? Okay. Did this work? Ah, there you go. Wait, it has to be. That's no, it doesn't. What? I hate Windows. Or rather, OBS. Wait, now the thing is down there. This is. I'm a professional. I promise. Just keep talking. I'm just gonna fix this real quick. Not everyone at once. I fixed it already. Anyway,
Sorry, I was muted and mid battle.
I guess this needs to be in the foreground, so I'm just gonna put this here. There you go. Apparently, OBS doesn't like the YouTube feed being in the background, and it has to run somewhere for OBS to realize it's happening. I don't know. This is just some random footage of my streams. I don't have any clear footage, unfortunately. Not for this. I have some random boss battles and stuff that I recorded offline. I was just flaming around. Anyway, I think we just start. So maybe for some, I guess, like background, because I have a feeling there's inadvertently going to be people's like, you just need to get good. Okay. I'm not amazing at the game, but I think I got good a while ago because I've played basically all of those games. Like, the first one I played was Dark Souls 2, which, like, yeah, sorry. That's just the one I played for. Actually, that's not true. The very, very first I played casually was Demon's Souls because I randomly picked it up on the PlayStation. I just randomly bought it. And I never finished it, but I got to the last boss somehow. I don't know how I pulled it off because when I went back to the game, I have no idea what was happening. So that was fun. And then I played Dark Souls 2 and was like, oh yeah, this is Dark Souls, this is how it's supposed to be. And then people's like, no, play the other ones, like the first one. It's like, oh, this is way better. Dark Souls 2 isn't that good, actually. And that's like a whole thing. But yeah, I played all of them. I played a shit ton of Dark Souls 1 and 3. Bloodborne, I have 300 hours in Elden Ring now as well. So I've done all the things. I did my due diligence. I beat all the bosses in the DLC solo as well. I almost didn't, but I kind of went through it. But yeah, that's it for me. I know all the other ones have played plenty of the Dark Souls experience. I obviously know Theo played it like even more than I have. I'm pretty sure.
I summoned Egon for the Bale fight, but that was my chat who cyberbullied me into it. And I used Mimic for the 3-person fight because fuck that fight.
Oh yeah, that one I got the NPC summon just to get a little bit of distraction because that.
Wait, there's an NPC summon for that fight?
They give you because
fuck.
it's supposed to be this big climactic battle between you and all of your buddies. And all of your buddies who end up on your team you can summon, and all of your buddies who aren't on your team come and fight you.
Maybe I just didn't finish up enough quests.
Well, if you don't do any quest lines, they just throw a random guy in there, some sanguine noble guy.
Yeah, I think that's the guy I had.
I was wondering about that. Of course, okay. I've done that fight 3 times. Solo.
I'll give them credit. They made one fight where summoning actually does seem to be integrated into it. I guess Radon would have been the one.
It just makes it less shit.
Well, and again,
like, it was really shit when I was doing it solo. I was like, wow, this is like barely functional. Like, this isn't even a little good.
Well, I wish same with Radon. I wish they had just made it where it's like, okay, the people that you have available, they spawn in with you. They're just there.
Yes, I completely agree. Like, if you want to do this big moment, first off, why am I having to, like, summon them? And second off, why am I, like, getting summoned to Leda's world to do all of this shit?
Yeah.
That's...
And then you come back from it and their corpses are there.
Yeah. Thank you, come again.
She was in my world. I saw her.
World. I didn't quite get that.
Then she vanished because she turned the PvP zone off, so I couldn't hit her.
Isn't she just in the next room?
Yeah, she's just
a corpse.
Room.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I was saying. I don't understand it.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I could just summon her myself. I have the Ashen summon for her. Don't worry.
For now. Yeah, that was the only fight I've summoned for in any of the games? ?
Well, and Chad told me to get Igon as well for the memes, and that was quite funny. And then I just died.
Egon's a blast.
I summoned Egon. I summoned Egon on my second playthrough because I was curious as to how it would affect things, and then I killed Bale on my first try. So
yeah, I assume you used
it on my first summon try.
You used your previous build for that, right? So you probably had like big effects and stuff going on, and poise break and shit.
Me?
Yeah.
My first playthrough, I used Godslayer Greatsword and a bunch of Faith stuff that I'd swapped between Blasphemous Blade when I decided I didn't want to play anymore.
Right.
Second playthrough, I was using mostly int weapons, and I ended up using a cold great katana for most of it.
Okay.
Well, read Wolf's comment.
Oh yeah. Do you think this DLC has more proof of cancer than Boogie does? Probably, yeah.
I wish.
I think most do.
Oh man. But yeah, so yeah, we all have a bunch of experience in those games. So yeah, I do quite like them. I've been playing them for, well, pretty much since I started streaming. I think like I've played those a ton, and I always enjoy playing them. I played the other ones. Lies of P was awesome. I played the other one before that I didn't finish because I was bored out of my mind. I forgot the name already again. Shit.
Lord of the Fallen?
Yes.
Lords of the Fallen?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the one that you told me to not get. So I was like,
yeah,
okay,
it's
stay away from Lords of the Fallen.
Dude, I have 3 or 4 completions of Lords of the Fallen. And
really?
The new
outside
one or
of the
older one?
Outside the new one, the remake, the reboot, whatever. Outside of the terrible performance, I actually think it's one of the better Souls-likes.
Really?
Really?
It has some of the more fair telegraphing, and like it's respectful in a way that I think Elden Ring isn't, where like it understands what it is. Oh, God, how's best to put it? You don't have a lot of the issues with Elden Ring, right? Like the camera backs out when it needs to. Enemies don't just spasm all over your face all the time. Like it's to the point where it's definitely easy. Or at least it was on launch. They've done stuff like adding animations and attacks to bosses and things like that. The game was very much not finished, but as a foundation for making a good Souls game, I think it's a lot closer to Dark Souls 1 or 3 than a lot of other Souls-likes.
It's definitely unfinished. There was like this whole thing where apparently they made the devs be like, oh, good job with the Unreal Engine 4. We want 5 now, though.
Yes. Yeah, they had to swap engines some percentage of the way through development.
That's such a crazy thing to do unless you're Epic. And even then, I'm not a Fortnite player at all. But I do hear that a lot of Fortnite players are not super happy with the UE5 version of Fortnite because it runs a lot worse. But can't confirm nor deny. I'm not an Epic Store user.
I'm not saying that Lords of the Fallen is good by any means. I do think there are some good things in it, but yeah, I think as a foundation for making a good Souls game, it's definitely there.
Yeah, that one needed like another year in the oven, I feel like, especially after they had to switch to UE5 because they probably had to deal with tons of not mechanical, like software issues, because you can't just switch from a major release to another one. That's insane. But there's probably just some high up who was like, it's just an update, right? Just do a little update and then we have better graphics. Like, no, that's not how this works.
It is a base game, makes me far more excited for a sequel than anything FromSoft has made recently.
Yeah.
Like
Sekiro was pretty recent.
Metal Commander loved Alan Wake 2. His opinions don't matter. I fucking hate Alan Wake 2.
You're right. Sekiro is recent.
Chapter 3. I'm working on Alan Wake 2, but I've not enjoyed it yet, even a little. So I don't know when it's going to start getting incredible to the people who love it. But I've not seen it yet.
I'm getting really tilted watching you fight this guy. Just quickly.
Like, I can't wait to while they're on screen. Fuck those enemies.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't have like a thing I want to go through. We can just jump back and forth. Because the thing is, we already did like a stream on like Elden Ring in general. A lot of things will be repeated here, I think. It's kind of fun because I've went out of my way to collect a couple of things, and I was just reminded how annoying it is to just get a build going in this game, because it's such a huge world, and then you need to do all these things to just get a single talisman or something. It's kind of
I guess if you're trying to hunt down a specific build, I mean, I guess that's sort of a different conversation as far as. Oh, I mean, I guess it's not. Though I guess the way I played this, I don't really have a good idea on how build crafting in the Shadow Realm is good or bad, because I wanted to use my own build from like my Elden Ring playthroughs that I wanted to see if I could get through these bosses.
I actually think
it's new bosses for my guy to fight, as far as I'm concerned.
I think talking about the open world for the DLC is probably the best place to start. And it'll tie really easily into the Erdtree blessing mechanic, or whatever, the Scadutree skibbity blessing. Yeah, we'll call it that.
It's funnily enough probably the part of the game I'm least negative about, part of the DLC at least, because it feels like they may have made some actual progress in terms of how the world is put together, rather than everything being this giant open space. I'm not entirely sold on that mindset, but you know, it's certainly not the combat where things have pretty much just got worse.
I really like the look of the world.
Oh yeah, the FromSoft is still really great with the visuals and to present things.
Yes,
like just walking around looking at things like, oh, this looks pretty, this looks awesome, and then you have things like little camps everywhere, and it's like, wow, look, there's all this lore here that I don't know anything about, but it's there.
Well, so then getting into like the build crafting and stuff, one of the things that I found with the DLC, because my first playthrough kind of broke me, like I was already just kind of like, as soon as I understood the Scadutree mechanic, I was like, all right, I'm done. Looked up the map, and so using a map to go and just find everything, all the blessings at least, you get to really kind of understand the world. It's connected in a way where you just kind of go and get the things you want with minimal interaction with the actual bosses. Like you can get to in the DLC. Yeah, you can get to blessing, I think 14 without killing a single remembrance boss.
Yeah, I think if you just put up a guide and then just go through a couple of things, you can get to you can get most of them, because you can skip.
I guess the only ones that are required are, there's like 5 behind Gaius and then the hippos. Like they're the
hippo has 2, and Gaius has 2, and then
there's one of the churches an NPC too, and it's one of the churches that has 2. But
and you have to go through the dungeon
behind boss fights.
Well, you have to go through the dungeon to get to the frenzy area.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a boss that you have to fight, but that's a side boss technically. The Inquisitor.
That's the Inquisitor. Shit, I forgot which one it was. But I do remember having to go through that tunnel, and I remember the boss fight at the end of it being like stupid easy. I don't know if I had too many skibbity blessings at that point or something, but I remember killing the thing in like 3 hits.
Yeah, he's not particularly tough. He just teleports and summons ads because of
really
course
annoying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. I remember.
Yeah. But along with that, a lot of the build stuff is also just kind of in the open world. Like you just go get things. Like all of the new tier 3 talismans.
Mm-hmm.
You just walk up to them. They're just there.
Yeah.
And like they're not really locked behind anything. So I actually think updating builds is probably the easiest it's ever been in a DLC, or at least it's very simple to be like, okay, I need, X, Y, and Z trinkets. They're just in these places. I go and get them. And they're not really locked behind much.
The only thing that's going to be a pain in the ass is getting the physic tiers you might want, particularly, I know everyone's going to be talking about it, the deflecting tier, so that you can play bootlegged Sekiro for 5 minutes.
I tried that, and then I ditched it because I didn't really understand how it exactly works. Maybe someone can explain it to me. It's like a full defense thing you can do with a perfect block or something. I'm not sure. I don't get it.
I don't perfectly understand it, but I used it a bit
what's it
in
called?
my second
I'll see if
playthrough.
I have it. I did do a lot of exploring.
Essentially what it does is it gives you Sekiro's deflect mechanic, where if you time your guard right, you get a huge boost to your stability, so you lose less stamina and you don't take any chip.
Okay.
Unless it does like elemental damage types. So you get to play Sekiro without posture for a little bit.
Interesting.
It's alright. It makes some things pretty fun. I don't mind it.
Okay.
I've already seen
it could probably just be a base mechanic in the game, and the game would be better.
Oh, people!
I
know
people are using it
to. What I was going to bring up.
You use it to no damage Radon. I've seen the video of it
because of a particular attack.
But yeah, you can get a lot of things in the DLC without doing anything really, by just running around and picking a lot of shit up.
It's just a time investment,
which is like, on the one hand kind of cool, but on the other hand pretty worrisome,
I am torn on what to feel about it, because I just like the boss rushes of previous games DLCs. Like I just like fighting the bosses. And so for this one, when 40% of your stats are locked behind a consumable or a collectible, I kind of just want to go fight the cool bosses that I like, if there were any.
That's
I mean,
that's
yeah,
the thing with... Go ahead.
Sorry, no, you can go ahead, Theo. You're a guest.
I was just going to say, that's the thing with this DLC, is it feels like it's got sort of a split identity where so much of the time and attention and maybe money, I don't know exactly how that would have worked out, seems to have gone into the bosses and their presentation, making them like really cool and difficult and like all that sort of stuff. But then the open world stuff, in terms of, you know, player freedom and exploration and whatnot, runs a pretty heavy risk of ruining the experience with them one way or the other. Like, either you don't explore enough and you don't end up with enough Scadutree fragments, and suddenly you're taking unbelievable amounts of damage and you're hitting for peanuts, so like you're wondering what's going on, and maybe if you're unwilling to then go and explore after that point, you know, you don't really have any reprieve other than bashing your head against the wall. And then in the other direction, maybe you do go and like maybe you do what was said, where you end up with 14 of these things before you've even fought a boss, and then you just run them over. And maybe you were expecting like difficult and challenging and interesting boss fights, but you're just stomping them statistically because you happen to run around in the right places.
Especially when you also when you're a player that uses just uses summons all the time, which is obviously a thing you can do.
Oh, yes.
But that makes it quite a lot easier. It's kind of funny because I went back and tried the ashes. It's I forgot how broken they are, honestly. I've been saying it, but I forgot how broken they actually are. So the run I've been trying offline with the ashes is actually my first playthrough that I did 2 years ago. I switched it back to just being pure magic, just throwing shit at enemies, and then just use some ash to basically tank for me, and then take the aggro, and then just throw shit. In the base game, everything is a joke. Like, everything. Like, I dodge the first couple attacks, then the ash gets the summon, then I just spam rock fling until they die, because that staggers them every couple of hits, and that's GG. Funny enough, in the DLC, I feel like that combination is not viable anymore. Not as much as in the base game. Not even remotely. The scaling of the damage of your spells is kind of shit. I don't know.
Well, it is until you get your Skibbity blessings, because I was using no damage upgrades, just the basic Lusat Glintstone staff, the one that increases your damage. No talismans. And against Radahn with Blessing 20, I was still hitting like 2.3k with Comet and I think Comet Stone. Well, I mean, he has like 50,000 health or whatever. So
Comet is it? Yeah. That's the one I've only got for this playthrough, actually, because I only used Rock Fling most of the time. The thing is, Rock Fling is super unreliable in the DLC because the enemies just move too quickly, or move in general. Like, even the fucking flower in the basement of the Shadow Keep. It's like, let me do this attack, and then it just moves the head up real quick because it's doing its attacks. Like, oh, that missed. Oh, I'm out of mana. It's like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, my mage was my third playthrough, and it's one of those things where it's less the reliability of hitting with the regular glintstone sorceries. It's finding the time, because Comet's Comet Shard and Comet, they have such a long windup, even with the like increased spellcasting trinket. And enemies input punish you hard for that.
Yeah. Because
not so much the world enemies, but the bosses for sure.
It does depend on the enemies, though. So I think I got that playthrough to like 14 blessings, and I think 8 on the Ash, I think. And that's when the damage was like, this is actually alright damage, that's fine. And I have both the talismans, so I get 12% more damage on top of that.
Speaking of open world stuff, don't you love fighting ulcerated tree spirits?
Oh, it's my favorite. I was so happy.
Don't you love fighting like 4 of them in the open world again?
Does anybody?
No, I don't think so.
A friend of mine came to a really funny realization just yesterday. So there's 6 of the regular dragon chassis in the base game, and how many are there in the DLC? There's another 6. They have just as many, and they're even less varied, because of those 6, we can charitably say that they were different, you know? But the dragons in this DLC, there's 3 of the same guy, Jagged Peak Drake. Like, you fight a Jagged Peak Drake, then you fight a Jagged Peak Drake and a Jagged Peak Drake. And then there's the Ghost Flame Dragons, where you fight Ghost Flame Dragon, and then you fight Ghost Flame Dragon, but he summons ads, and then you fight Ghost Flame Dragon, but he's fighting an army, and it's terrible.
Oh, I tried to just run in, and it's like, oh, maybe I can just help them, you know, just getting the bigger threat out of the way. And all of them immediately like, oh, look, it's the Tarnished over there.
Fuck this dragon.
Let's
guy. Take out this Tarnished.
Yo, is that the player character? Get him.
He's the real threat.
Because I was actually kind of excited. I was like, oh, this looks actually kind of cool. We have like all these small ads, and then we can just maybe temporarily team up, and then they probably fuck me after, obviously. But no, they just all turn towards you. It's like, you're done.
They completely spoiled their own set piece. Like, I don't know what they expected was going to happen there if the player tries to get involved. Is the expectation that you won't? Because there is a boss health bar and the boss music starts playing. What do
the fact that all of those
want from you?
All of those dragons have the same dragon music. I'm so sick of and then the dragon, the ancient dragon man, he has the dragon music. I was so sick of it.
I hate that track so much. It's like if you put all of Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring's soundtrack into like an algorithm and asked it to generate a track, it would generate the dragon track.
Well, and it just slams into your ears. It's just awful.
It's kind of funny. I think I turned down most of the music to like super low because I mostly stream these games, so I don't want it to be blasting my ears. So I mostly don't even hear the music anymore. It's kind of funny.
It's funny because whenever I'm fighting, I'm like, okay, I don't want to be talking, so enjoy the tracks. Hopefully they're good.
Yeah, there's some music in here that I like. The Mesmer fight I think had pretty good music.
Mesmer and Bale. I really like Bale's music.
Yeah.
I barely heard Bale's music over the explosions.
that is fair. It is one of those tracks that I think is better outside of the game.
I find the fight for the music for the NPC gank so funny because it's got this like grandiose like sense of tragedy and spectacle about it. Where it's like I haven't spoken to these people.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Like, my interactions with Leda are so funny. The first time I spoke to her, it was outside of the DLC. She was like, yeah, touch the thing, go in. And I was like, yeah, cool, you're the person I talked to get into here, or whatever, sure. And then I went and spoke to someone else, and it's like, you must be the Tarnished that Leda spoke of. I was like, when? When the fuck did she... I just got here.
Yes. It's so funny because I didn't...
Just quickly...
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
The third time I speak to her, she's like, hey, should I kill Hornsent? I'm like, I don't know. Why would you want to do that?
All right, Verdom just killed me with something new. He charged up for a second, and then instead of swinging the sword that it looked like he was about to swing, he just sent a bunch of spiritual clones of himself directly into my face and killed me.
Oh, I forgot. I have seen that attack a grand total of one time.
I've never seen it before. Just now.
I think that's I think that's his like long range dash. He sometimes just does that next to you.
In front of him.
Oh yeah, he does it all the time.
Sorry.
So he was maybe about 3 meters away from me, so like pretty close. I wasn't in striking range, but like, you know, close enough that I could run in, but he was charging up for something, so I was trying to keep my distance to see what he was going to do. And instead of swinging the sword, he just holds the sword in the wind-up position and then sends a bunch of just spirit clones.
Oh, that move.
Like Millennia did, and just kills me immediately. I was like, oh,
so
okay.
I have...
I'm dead now.
That
was a
move's
pretty good
really easy to dodge point blank, but I have no idea what you're supposed to do if he starts it up from range.
Oh, interesting.
Wait, which one? Sorry, I was just...
Because I just got... point blank. Like I said, I was medium range, I suppose.
Oh,
definitely not far.
The after image dash.
Oh, I mostly just dodged to the right, and then I hoped for the best, which mostly worked. I think he only does, like, damage with the dash, and it's longer to the left because he has his sword out a little bit or something, and then if you do... I don't know. I kind of went through it. It's kind of hard for me to tell you what exactly I did most of the time. I just went completely by memory at some point. It's like, oh, he starts this one up, so now I need to do this and this and this and this and this and hope that he gives me a chance to poke him once after.
That's where I'm at.
I have another fun fact for you about that move,
this
Mark.
combo, I'm going to do the thing. Yeah, sure.
The dash one, his hitbox vanishes while he's winding it up.
I'm so glad somebody noticed.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can't,
he is not the only one either.
Really?
Oh.
Gaius, when Gaius does the like head down charge, like the one that he opens the fight with, his hitbox vanishes for that. You can't hit him with magic or anything while he's doing it.
Really now?
Which is like the time, because I did on my mage playthrough just a couple nights ago, and so in my brain I was like, I've got space, I've got time, he's coming right at me. Comet, 0 damage, just goes right through him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's.
I think Mesma when he jumps.
That's such bullshit.
When Mesma
like
jumps up, I think he also
he's
doesn't
in his intro animation.
I think you're right on Mesmer as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I now that you mention it, I didn't notice that too when I was trying with him. I was like, oh, he's up there. He has like a second, so I can at least get one quick one in. It's like just went straight through. It's like, huh.
That is such a clear indication to me that they do not give a fuck about the player and balancing. They're just like, oh, our players are gonna try and be good. Well, no, they don't get to.
There's a lot of there's a lot of things in general. It's like, oh, he does like an attack where he jumps towards you. It's like, oh, if I time it right, I can just hit him in midair. Surely that's gonna stagger him, right? No.
No.
But when I do that, you get like double damage, don't you? No, wait, that was Sekiro, right? Sekiro has like the double damage thing when you're vulnerable. Does this game have this? I don't remember. Someone help me out.
I don't think so. Maybe you take more damage after you get like guard broken, but
I'm not 100%.
I imagine it has counter hits to some extent.
I think the counter hitting exists. Gaius is the one that is most prevalent to me when I talk about that, because sometimes when he hits me with the boar rush, it does like 20% of my health, but sometimes it does like 60, and I don't understand if it's hitboxes overlapping too fast, but
I think I understand what happens there. So basically, sometimes when Gaius does that charge, you get pulled underneath the rhino or hog or hippo, whatever he's on. It's got tusks, but it looks like a rhino. But I've heard people call it a hog.
It's a boar.
It's a boar, yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay, so it is just a big boar. Okay, cool. Looks like a rhino to me. But anyways, so sometimes you'll get pulled underneath it, kind of, and the model will be pushing you. So you're following his damage hitbox, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The problem, the difficulty I find with that is like you take the 2 hits essentially instantly, because it does appear that there are things in the DLC that just double hit you. Like, I can't recall any other examples off the top of my head, but Gaius is definitely the most notable, where his charge sometimes just double hits you and does twice its usual damage for little discernible reason in terms of what's changed. That's a big problem when you can't, in terms of combat clarity, when you can't actually tell why something is happening, because in Souls, all you really have to defend yourself with is the roll button, and you need to press the roll button at the right time.
Sometimes jumping too in Elden Ring. I guess you iframes too, right?
You can play with the shields. Some people play with shields and some, and you just gotta get
we released our best video game ever, and part of it was, oh, if they're gonna do an attack you can't block, it makes a symbol and a sound. If they're gonna do an attack you have to jump over, it makes a symbol and a sound. And then we released the next game, and there's things you have to jump, but we're not going to tell you.
And they're like still pretending that Elden Ring is the kind of game where like non-diegetic stuff in its combat like that would be a bad thing, which they've got to stop coping about that. Elden Ring's just an action game. There's no like experiential like adventure immersive quality to it at all. It's
I don't know.
It's
I guess
game where you fight a boss.
I would say there is, but to say that this game is about anything more primarily than fighting difficult bosses is crazy talk. Like to say that it's not their primary goal and that you're just supposed to explore this world and learn, I'd be like, yeah, then they would put an easy mode in. They would make everything a lot easier for people to get through if all they wanted to do was have people walk around the lands of between and talk about the lore. Clearly, the bosses are a critical part of the experience, right? So
well,
the idea
in
that
the base
like,
game,
we don't have to really do anything to make these better is it's kind of a silly.
They definitely wanted the world to be more experiential, because they added the NPC icons to the map. They were like, we want you to go find these, but they really that's it. They just
I think Liza P actually did a great job with its quest tracking, where you don't get like a quest log and it doesn't tell you everything that you need to do and give you waypoints and everything. It's just if someone has something that you could talk to them about in a location, when you're in your fast travel menu, you'll just see a portrait of that person's like profile. So just like that, you need to go talk to this guy and he will be found here.
He's got something
somewhere.
to say. Yeah.
So go find him and talk to him, and that might progress a quest. So you're never really unsure as to whether or not you need to do anything more in a given quest line. And there was a bit of that in this. I thought Ymir was just a sorceries guy. Like I thought he was a sorceries vendor, and I missed a good chunk of that quest line until I was getting towards the end, wrapping things up, and was like, "What are some bosses I haven't killed yet?" And what was the one for that? I think it was the Lord of Fingers. Yeah, it's like, oh, you have to do Ymir's quest, and I'm like, Ymir? It was like, what the fuck? Who's Ymir? And then I looked at it, I was like, oh, it's the sorcery guy vendor that I didn't need anything from because I'm playing a melee build.
To be clear on what I mean, I guess, like, these games aren't really grounded anymore in the way that like Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 were.
Trying to be,
like, especially in terms of combat, you have all of these flashy moves that make these huge, you know, kind of sound effects. You have like crazy anime bullshit. All the bosses are flippy dippying around. And in terms of the stuff going on in the world, that's much more prevalent as well. The game is extremely combat focused, and it's not focused on doing much outside of like presenting you a combat arena with an enemy. Like, it doesn't leverage level design very much to create a different sort of encounter that each individual part of that encounter might not be capable of. So, essentially, all we're getting here is combat, and I think in terms of immersive quality of an open world, we're losing to just about every better open world game out there, other than just for the fact that the game looks pretty, because I think things like its ambient music harm its immersive quality, because it's essentially just telling you how to feel. And you're left with, again, a game that is pulling in two directions, but that isn't really accomplishing either very well, and it's coping about those directions, because we could put perilous attack indicators in this game, and it would be fine. It would be fine.
It would be fine.
It would. It definitely would.
And it would also help, because a lot of times you can't see what the boss is doing when they're a certain height.
Yep. Dude, watching you fight the sunflower right now is just...
I think that's the very first attempt right now as well.
Yeah. This thing does some like kind of vaguely interesting shit, and then it just has a cancer moveset. It's so annoying.
Until when I started to realize that I have to roll into the huge thorns, the way they come from, to dodge them properly, I was like, why would that be the solution? I want to get away from them, not dodge into them, because they're still there.
Yep.
It's kind of weird because the visual is still all the way there, which he can, by the way, he can.
But they don't do damage.
That flower can shoot across the whole map. Like, he sniped me from across the map while I was trying to fuck around with summons with that boss.
Yes, his thorn attacks are never ending.
Yeah, it's just fun because the visuals of thorns stay, but the hitbox is just the first one that reaches you. So you just dodge into it and then it's gone. It's just kind of weird.
We have a really easy comparison with a recent game. I don't know if you guys played Remnant 2, but there's a fight in Remnant 2 where the guy who summons thorns like that, but they become physical objects, and you roll into them to dodge them, but rolling into them breaks them. Like, you get a visual representation of, hey, these are a thing that you have to break to not take damage, but you do it with your iframe animation thingy. Yeah, that makes sense to me, and then we just get the worst version in Elden Ring. Although, fuck that fight. Anybody who's fought Cancer knows that the name of that boss is Cancer, and
Visual readability like that can really help in informing a player that they're doing what they're supposed to, or that, things are working as they should be. Whereas in a game like Elden Ring, like, frankly, in all of the Souls games, just because of how crazy powerful your role is, a lot of the time when there's lots of stuff going on the screen, it's really hard to tell, like, exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Like, you know how they demand you have to roll in a certain direction for a lot of attacks in Elden Ring and in Elden Ring's DLCs. It's really hard to actually divine that in a lot of cases, because your camera's spinning around. There's just like a guy swinging at you and you're phasing through his sword. So why can't, you phase through this part of his sword as well? I don't know.
I was
the base game had that with directional dodging. Yeah.
I would find, especially in this DLC, like, parts of the enemy's body that wouldn't be damaging to me will do damage to me, even though I'm nowhere near the weapon that the person's actually attacking with. And that was happening a lot more often here than it was in the base game.
Like, the skeleton horse.
Like, hey, I am not anywhere near the weapon that you just thrust at me. I'm beside your chest stabbing you, and somehow I took full damage on that. What's going on?
No.
You know Redan's meteor attack where he goes and pulls up the rocks? Yeah.
Yes.
He can hit you by, like, putting his arms on you.
Yeah, the shoulder, it just turns into a damage box. I've complained about that many times during that fight.
Yes.
Yep.
Because, like, I'm out of range, and then it's like, no, this is a box now that damages you. And then he does the attack after. It's like, why don't you... The attack, that's the thing I'm dodging, not him moving his shoulder.
Yeah.
I don't really need to dodge a man moving his shoulder,
No, I've bumped into people by accident. It's not that bad, actually. Maybe it's just really strong shoulders.
Never taken a bus?
Have you ever bumped into a man with a twink on his shoulder? Like, maybe that's what it is.
That's probably the difference. Yeah.
I mean...
Don't see that often on the street anyway. Someone just
I have been to a Toronto gay pride parade, so probably.
Oh, man. Wait, are you just exploring in general?
Yeah. The stealth section, absolutely.
I was about to say something more general, actually, and I don't know. This might be subjective. I don't know how other people feel about this, but I think so. I didn't really explore super effectively in this one because the thing is, I wasn't super invested from the main game already. Because the very first time I played for Elden Ring, it's like, oh, look at all these places I can see. And like doing everything. I think my first playthrough was like 100 hours long or something because I just went every fucking where. It's like, there's a cave over here, this. And then second playthrough is like, okay, what do I actually need? It's like, oh, these 2 caves because those have the bear bells, the bells that have the thing. And then maybe something very specific that I need for this build, maybe. There's a lot of things you will probably never ever go back to. You explore for the first time, and it's like, okay, that's fun, and then you just go to the. That's how you mostly do it with Souls games, right? So you go through it the first time, try to find everything. So it's like, oh, this is here, this is here, this is here, and then you go and grab it if you need it. Which gets to be the thing is the effect is the same than in like the other Souls games. The weird part in this one is, though, you have like a huge open world, so every time you want to build something, it takes you for fucking ever, even like with a guide or if you know the game, just by the virtue of having to go there and pick it up. It's like it just takes forever. Well, like I reminded myself of that yesterday because I was like, okay, my build is not very effective in the DLC with this mage stuff anymore. I actually need like all the damage things and get some blessings, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, what do I need to get? And the playthrough I was on, I haven't like finished the main game yet because I just went straight to the DLC. It was a completely fresh new game plus, and I didn't pick up most of the a lot of the talismans I needed because it was my first playthrough, so it wasn't an optimized build, of course. And then I just started looking. It's like, okay, what do I need? It's like, oh, you have these talismans of Mass Grave or whatever they are, where you get like, if you get both, you get like 12% more magic damage. I was like, okay, cool. What do I need to do? Oh, I need to do the full Ranni's quest to get one of those things because it's on Ranni's Rise. I was like, oh, great. So I'm in the middle of the game. I beat Radahn. And I was like, okay, how do I start this quest? Oh, go to Ranni, talk to her. I go there. She's silent. Oh, I guess I did the part already where you talk to her and she says, I don't know, I can't talk to you for a while or whatever it was. It's like, okay. So I need now I need to talk to Blade. Okay, he's in Sivora River now. I go there, nowhere. Underground, nowhere. Oh, well, I already beat Radahn, so the entrance to Nokron is already there. Go there, he's not there. It's like, what is happening? Where is he? And it's like, oh, right, Radahn's festival, so he's probably still chilling out there. So you need to go there, talk to him, and then he ports to somewhere. And it's like, okay, now I'm going to check these other things again. And I'm already having a guide open, so I just need to go to the places. I was like, wait, he's still nowhere to be seen. Where the fuck is he? And then at some point on Reddit, like not even in one of the big articles from anyone, like Polygon and stuff, they actually have like pretty good guides most of the time that you can follow. I figured I learned.
Yeah, funny enough, yes, that is true.
I learned yesterday.
Their game guides are not bad.
Somewhere in between there, Blade gets captured by the other wizard man of Ranni and gets fucking put in one of these Ever jails. So you need to go to this one specific Ever jail to free him, and then I get there. And it's like, oh, okay, what's up? Where is he? Nowhere. It's like, oh, you also need to beat the Ever jail, which isn't a problem, but he wasn't there yet. And then I did the thing, went back, and then do the stuff, and then I could finish up his stuff, so I can get to the thing. So now, after I've done all this, I was like, did I even actually need to do this? Like, all I wanted is to go to Ranni's Rise and get the thing. So but the guides basically told me, oh, you need to do these and then advance this there, and then you can get this. So yeah, I don't know. So it was so confusing.
Unironically funny listening to all that.
You ever wonder if a game encouraging player freedom and like non-linear exploration of this kind shouldn't have quests in the way that Dark Souls had quests? You know,
Oh,
Dark Souls, the
100%.
non-open world game.
Dude, if you miss like any dialogue or
yeah.
something that gives you a hint, and you're just lost forever, just need to, okay, let me just check every NPC, I guess.
That's why I've always had the perspective of I'm gonna like interact with NPCs in passing for the most part. Like whenever I find them, I'll have a chat and see what their deal is, and if they say anything that I can like understand, maybe I'll try and do that. But in this DLC especially, I was being given incomprehensible nonsense by everyone. Like,
Yes.
I had no fucking idea what any of these people wanted from anything other than the fact that like they had like one defining characteristic maybe that they would just talk about constantly. Like Ansbach only talks about Moog. Freya just talks about the Redmanes. I don't really know who they are beyond those things. Hornsent just talks about how much he hates me. There was that one NPC. I don't remember where they are. They're next to a Miquella's Cross near the poison area, I think. And they just start babbling and trauma dumping on me, and then offer to sell me poison. It's like...
So, yeah. That's funny. That's one of the one guys I talked to. He's like, well, I did this. By the way, do you want to buy some poison? It's like, I guess. By the way, there's
I'm not very good at anything.
There's a poison
people.
There's a poison thing down there. Was that you? Like, did you poison this whole fucking water place down there? Did you just throw some poison down the cliff? Is this your poison waste disposal?
Well, Charlie, this guy seems like he's in a real bad mood. I just think it would be nice if we bought some of his poison for him. It might cheer him up.
Look, Pim.
I did that my first playthrough. I bought everything and I was like, oh, maybe that did something? No. All right.
And then he ends up doing something horrible with it, and Pim's like, oh. That would be how it would go if it were Smiley.
Have you guys seen the, I guess, quote-unquote, quest progression with, like, Leda and the knights and stuff? Because I did a bit of it out of morbid curiosity.
Oh, with lore stuff, I'm completely out. I didn't engage in any of it, like even less than in Elden Ring. I just wanted to do the whole bosses and stuff. I don't know.
Yep.
But that's just me with
a bit of it,
with the soul skins
I wouldn't...
in general. I don't know.
okay.
I just rather play the bosses. I talk to them. It's like, okay, that's kind of what's going on. But then I just watch lore videos if I'm interested.
I mean, I generally do as well. And that like my lore deep dives will generally be, I'll read through a bunch of item descriptions, remembrances in particular, because those tend to give you the most story for bosses at least. And then see if VaatiVidya is posting. If not, go down the list of different lore categories for this DLC and try to figure out what I can learn. So I tried to do some research on Midra. Didn't really get too much, although I've heard a lot of good things about the Lord of Frenzied Flame stuff, but I still don't understand it properly, so I don't really want to talk about it yet. I
just hear Theo's noises.
I don't in the background.
Well,
like,
I mean, like
there's this guy called Midra now, I guess, and he was the Lord of Frenzied Flame, and yeah.
So what I gather is that the Shadow Realm, at least you guys I mean, I guess I could be wrong about this at the same time. The Shadow Realm is basically like the afterlife, right? Like it's the realm of the dead.
Kinda, but not really. And also
seems to be a lot of alive people in there.
Yeah.
I mean, but are those people alive, or are they different dead people who, or I mean, I guess, well, I mean, we're alive, right? Like in the sense that we're tarnished and we're I don't know, as alive as we can be.
I have a question for you, Mark.
Yeah, sure.
How'd we get here?
Oh, get to the... Yeah. I mean, you mean at the beginning of the thing where, like, we touch the Miquella thing and then they just decide we're here now?
How's that work?
I have no idea. That I can't explain. No answer.
And my favorite part is, from talking to Ansbach a little bit, apparently this was somehow facilitated by Moog. I'd love to know what the fuck he did that made this possible.
That I can't explain. So, basically, I was even skeptical of this when people started saying it, but the allegations against Moog have been proved false.
Oh, I understand that. No, what I want to know is like, how did he get us? How is he responsible for getting us to the Land of Shadow?
I don't know, not getting us there necessarily, but he apparently his like sex rituals that he was doing on Miquella were apparently Miquella's plan, because he needed that to happen in order for him to die in a manner that would send him to this realm in a form that he could become a god. Like
Miquella's dead?
Miquella?
Yeah.
Well, kind of, yeah, because like we see the body line coming out of the egg.
Yeah, but then he's also discarding his body all across the land of shadow.
Yeah, and that honestly I'm not sure about, but I'm not sure why they use the term body when they say like this one's an arm. When it's the emotions that okay,
it's his body and his emotions. Like,
I just realized how much more things I hate this
shit.
What I gathered is that is the means by which an Empyrean can become a god of this world, by like dedicating their body and their feelings, their emotions, and all the aspects of themselves to the land itself, and then they can like take a god form and actually rule, which they'll need a mortal consort for as well. So I think that's sort of the deal. And
okay,
Nicholas,
sure.
Except they can just be killed by some guy.
Walk in there with my rusty straight sword.
Yeah.
Hey, mine did also poison damage. Okay.
I guess I guess the lore there would be that the skibbity blessings are the thing that makes your weapons and body powerful enough to actually take on an Empyrean. Oh, well, I mean, he already killed an Empyrean though in Radagon, who's Marca really also. I mean, that's like. There's so much, it's kind of hard to explain succinctly.
No, I know, but it's so funny to hear you try.
I think the majority of it lacks satisfactory explanation. Like, I was so fucking confused going into this DLC about the very first principles of what the fuck is going on. I don't want to spend too long on lore because I think it's uninteresting for a lot of people, but like...
go nuts.
Well, it's funny because like Warhammer gets made fun of. It's the meme with the guy in the baseball stadium chair and he's got his hand around the girl's neck and he's like, all right, so first there was the Emperor. Oh, wait, no, it was the Necron. Oh, wait, no, it was the old one. Like that. But that can make sense. This can't. It just can't.
Dude, it's like, funny you mentioned that because for some reason, I don't know why and how I got there on YouTube. I started listening to Warhammer 40k lore, like the channel called Westhammer. I think it's like a pretty big one out there.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, what is happening in this universe? This is insane.
It's like Dune meets Warcraft.
I just listened to it. It's like, next video, I guess. I don't know. It's funny.
Yeah, like the main weird thing to me is everyone I spoke to spoke about the Land of Shadow as if it's like ubiquitous common knowledge that I just really should understand. When I have like nothing in the base game indicated that this exists in any capacity.
Oh,
that was going to be my question.
Sorry, did you just see that? The way the boss fell, I couldn't actually do the thing. It was too far up.
That was really cool.
Hey, puppy.
So I think if you don't do this, he just spawns with full health instead of a little less, which is annoying.
Yep.
Yeah, if you don't
the repose takes health off the next phase, yeah.
Oh, that's really annoying.
Yeah, so now he has full health on this one, see? Yeah, I just saw that. So it's always fun when that happens.
The Sunflower, I think, would be such a better experience if the camera pulled out and they tightened up the hitboxes on his attacks. Like it's so close. So much of this DLC is so close. It feels like
the thing is also when you lock onto the head, which you deal the most damage to, when he starts flinging around, your camera is like, I don't what.
This is the thing that like really tilts me about FromSoft at this point is they've been working with this same camera pretty much unaltered for like 6 or 7 games. 7 games, right?
2-3 decades almost. Yes,
nearly 2 decades. And they know now how it works, or they should know how it works. They've been using it for this long. They should know it inside and out. But here they are, like, constantly designing encounters that bring out its worst aspects. Like, the camera's fairly low to the ground in Souls games because it's trying to, like, position itself right behind you to be more immersive in that way, I guess. That's not very good when the lock-on point on enemies will sometimes, quite frequently, in fact, be up in the air.
Or the chest
something
on a big monster, where it locks on in like the
camera down into the floor, where the camera can't go through the floor, and often it won't even go through your character model, so you just end up with a face full of character model and enemy textures, and no real capacity to see what's going on. Same thing happens with walls. And again, they know all of this. They know if they put a lock-on point somewhere on the boss, like really high up on it that flails around a lot, it's going to pull the camera around all over the place, and it's going to make it extremely difficult to see and tell what's going on and actually pass what your response should be. But they just keep doing it, and in fact, they keep doing it even worse. Things like the dancing lion and even the sunflower here, they're like custom designed to bring out the worst behaviors in the camera. All they're missing is some more walls in the arena.
Well, the lion has enough walls in his arena for it. He just...
Oh, yes. And a random staircase that they decided to add just to, you know, make the camera even worse.
Let me see if I can find Professor Mallard's video here where they just pull back the camera a bit. Just keep going. I'll just try to find it because it's quite fun because you can actually see what's going on.
Watching your sunflower fight. Oh no, go ahead.
I was just going to briefly compare to Monster Hunter, as was mentioned, I think, a bit before stream. But like, the thing with Monster Hunter is the immediate thing you notice is the camera angle is a bit further out, but much higher. The camera is higher up in the air behind your character, which means it doesn't get like trapped in the floor or against surfaces as easily. And you're left with full manual control over it because there's a lock-on feature that most people don't elect to use, because the camera being a bit higher up in the air in that way gives you much more flexibility in terms of where you can point it, even to see things like radial damage effects on the ground that bosses like to leave, which in something like Elden Ring...
In this expansion in particular, holy shit.
Yes.
Take something like the dancing lion. He's constantly leaving lightning on the floor and then like rearing up for, I don't know, either the grab or the head slam or whatever, which then pulls my camera up and I can't see the floor anymore. So like, how am I supposed to know where the lightning is?
No, I learned very quickly that his lightning phase is that you don't do damage phase. You just ignore that. You run around and then the lightning goes away and then you can fight him again.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And then the frost phase is the phase where you just take free damage sometimes by getting swept around by his geometry into the frost effects on his sweep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Lots of jumping involved in that phase too. You pretty much need to jump every single attack in the frost phase.
Metal's death there to the sunflower. He does in his third phase. He does the big explosions, which is an explosion and then the projectiles that come out of it. But when you get him low enough, he does it back to back, and that's what killed Metal there. Like, God,
I was getting secondhand tilted watching that.
Yes. Well, my first attempt for Rellana, where like I was finally getting her and I was feeling really good, and then she gets to 20% health and she just instantly goes into the moon animation, and I'm like, oh, okay, I've seen the moon attacks before. They come at me. That's what they do. They fly at me like the moon. No.
Yep.
They smash into the ground at lightning speed and you die.
Okay, so I got this thing here. So this is like a
gotta jump that one too.
Camera with the dancing lion is just further out. Look at this. It's just a bit further out.
Oh, like I can already tell. Well, you know what? I booted up Dark Souls 3 today. The Convergence mod, and the first fight in the Convergence mod is the Watchdog. It's like a modification of the Watchdog, and it pulls the camera out.
Yeah.
Bro, look how much nicer this is. Like, immediately, instantly, attacks that I have no idea what was really happening to me, I can tell what is being done.
Yeah. That's what I've been...
Look at that! Look at that!
You can see the move... Man.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like, if you just move the camera back, this is like a decent boss fight.
It's so fucking annoying because it would not be difficult for them to do. I'm convinced of it.
This is with in-game. This is with the in-game engine.
I was to say, the guy did it.
Wait, hold on. This view right now is the camera pulled back. Sorry, I was in the redundant. I'm in the between face cinematic right now. It's hardly even noticeable, but like you can see.
No, it's so noticeable.
No, but what I mean is like it wouldn't change the experience of the game.
No, not at all.
Like it's not like it's you're playing God of War with the Souls camera, which to be honest, I think I'd like to do.
See how he can precisely space around the exact area of the ground effect of the fucking vape trail because he has the ability to see the floor and where it ends.
Well, and him dodging it perfectly, like actually being able to jump it as well.
Rather than because if you're anywhere close to him, your camera just sort of ends up stuck under him, facing upward. So you're sort of having to just play guesswork as to when the next swing is going to come. Yeah. Or you just memorize it, which is everything in this game.
Yeah, because I've seen a bunch of his attacks from far away. It's like, oh, this is like pretty well telegraphed if I could see it. Like the animation is
he jumped. He jumped up there and your camera wasn't just in the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. You can just
see. That's gorgeous.
It just makes me so much. It just makes me so much angrier from.
As people in chat were pointing out, Sekiro did it and it wasn't a problem. So you just wonder why not here? What's
it has to be intentional as our players like difficulty, right? And it's
we'll give them difficulty seeing.
That's true. But yeah, that's like one of these things.
Right.
Like, man, that just already made it better.
The same thing happens with basically every large boss, especially because even the large bosses move around so much in this. Like, they love to swing their heads, which are usually their lock-on points, about in such a manner that really fucks with the camera sometimes, because sometimes the camera will just get caught on them and decide, okay, I need to just, like, essentially swing around 180 degrees to view the fight from the other direction. And you don't know it's going to do that until it's done that, and once it's done that, it's disoriented you to a point where, like, even if you know what's about to happen, it can fuck with your timing.
Yup.
But Metal, when you get annoyed with the camera and the boss, it's funny, Lamau Miyazaki.
I mean, like, there is an element of troll to Miyazaki. Like, he does like sometimes throwing things in there to just be like, yeah, fuck you, and like giggle. But I kind of feel like giving the camera aids intentionally is probably not one of those. Like,
I think I don't like to rule things out. Like, I want to say there is a way to have the camera be like a problem for you in a fight, and I think again Monster Hunter does it well in terms of, like, for the more agile ones, keeping them in view is like part of the deal. Like, for things like Nagakuga and Odogaron, the whole game is like trying to keep what they're doing within your sight range, because you have full manual control over the camera, and you're not expected to constantly be like twitch rolling everything, because a lot of the combat is positional. But in a game like Dark Souls, where I'm pressing the circle button to get over just about anything, maybe I'm pressing the jump button, but that's a maybe.
Also, unlike
it just
Souls
makes it harder to play with precision.
Monster Hunter is also kind of designed around multiple player characters or NPCs, like multiple targets for the enemies, and you using your other teammates as aggro to recover and things like that is built into the game. When people say that summon's built into this game, it does not work the same way that your Palico does in Monster Hunter. I'm sorry.
No.
It's a different kind of vibe.
The amount of damage that is needed to kill a boss in Souls is such that, like, every hit you get, even for bosses with health bars as frankly inflated as they are in the DLC, like, every hit is meaningful. Whereas in Monster Hunter, like, one swing from my switch axe maybe isn't the most meaningful thing in the universe. It doesn't make meaningful progression in the fight. But what summons do in that regard is, now I have this thing that lets me hit the boss for free, while it is also just hitting the boss for free because it has no regard for its own life or safety.
Yeah. Especially when you consider the big one, the Mimic tier, right? It's still the best one out there.
Man himself.
I wish I
found out. I found out the Mimic tier for me sucks because it doesn't know how to dual wield properly.
Oh, that's annoying.
Really?
I'm not kidding. My Mimic tier that I called during the like showdown with the Needle Knight and everything, it was doing single swings of either sword. It was never swinging them both together. I was like, oh, you just don't know how to use my build, Mimic. Like,
that's funny.
Sorry, I can't hear you over using Mimic Rivers of Blood. It's just,
that's basically where I was going going towards. Because the way I wish I would have had the time to actually get another build going to have like a Rivers of Blood or something going on, but my character was just not far enough into the game to actually get something different going. But I digress. Basically, if you there's like different things you can do with summons. So base game summon plus pure magic from far away is pretty much face roll already. I've just decimating everything, even New Game Plus, it's not a problem. Especially Rock Fling, you can hit things more than enough to just stagger them every couple of hits, and then have like an easy out to like heal or get like a mana potion, and if you need to. But obviously, if we get to using the Mimic tier with a build that has Rivers of Blood, or the Antspur Rapier that I've been using in the DLC, that is infused with Poison and Bleed or Poison and Rot, and then you double the amount of attacks you can do, and get just those procs going over and over again, like you just melt everything. Like that's no little damage. And as Theo already said, they have like no regard for their own life, which is also funny to see. It was funny to see for me during my tries with the mage build with Mesma or every other thing. They just stand there and they get like fucking bashed into bits. And it's kind of funny because which is kind of annoying, which makes the mage build a little bit annoying to use in the DLC because they get actually killed pretty quickly, even with their huge health bars, just because they never dodge anything. They just stand there and take everything in their face.
It's funny. My mage build was the build I didn't summon on in the DLC. Well, and my strength build. But yeah,
that must have been annoying. Ugh.
I mean, Moonveil's OP still. Like, I don't know.
Oh, you used the Moonveils. Okay,
of course I did.
Because I was just doing pure using magic.
I should tell my wife to switch back to Moonveil. She was trying a greatsword and it wasn't really working for her against Moog. She's trying to start the DLC, but I'm like, honey, you haven't played Elden Ring in 2 years and you've never really played Souls games.
Oh, except for my second playthrough of the DLC was just basic greatsword. Raw, and then the what are the Erdtree horse rider guys? Why am I blanking on their name? There's so many of them.
Sentinels?
The Sentinels. Yeah, the full tree sentinel armor and the greatsword, and then just no status effects, no summons. It is criminal how easy the DLC is when you have 75% physical and elemental resist, because that's what you get.
You don't get staggered as easily, if at all, with that.
Oh, no, you do, because
okay.
everything still hits like a truck, but. That's kind of the thing. Like, you have 75% damage resist, and you just win because you just chug your way through everything if you want to. Like the blessing mechanic and all the new talismans that are really good, like the +3s and whatnot. They're just like they make everything except Radahn a joke.
Right. Pure Mage was kind of a breeze for me thanks to Night Comet. I don't think I had the right items to make Night Comet like super powerful. The normal Comet was the best one for me in that build. I think I needed
Isn't Night Comet just a little faster?
I don't know. I think it's about the same. But I think you can
Aesir
probably
Comet one. The Aesir Comet's the laser beam one, but Night Comet's one I used with my prisoner, and I think it was just faster firing Comet.
It's invisible.
Oh, is it?
Maybe I'm thinking of another one. Maybe I haven't.
Enemies can't dodge Night Comet. I did not know that. That's interesting.
That sounds
perfect
maybe for the build I was trying.
I've not played that build.
They can't dodge well
at this point, though.
Night Comet and other night spells are invisible to AI. That's interesting. Because I know you because Grump, I know you posted a video in there and you used that, but I was like, oh, looks pretty cool. I wasn't aware. Maybe you brought up. I forgot it, to be honest. I don't know. I'm stupid. So, but yeah, that's interesting. I would say I'll try it after the stream, but I don't want to play Elden Ring.
No, I'm like you watching you because I did watch the whole Radahn fight that you did, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'll do it. I can do it because I beat him with summons the first time, and I was like, whatever, I don't care. But no, I did care, and so I beat him without summons with my mage build, and I did it with like a man with real Comet, not this Night Comet shit.
Nah.
I got input read like a champ.
Right.
I do have bleed though, because I'm lame like that.
I feel like Radahn has come up enough times that we need to talk about the fact that he has a more or less undodgeable attack.
Which one is it? Because I think I might have been hit by it several times now.
His 1/2 into 3 cross slash that sends out a shockwave.
Oh yeah, okay.
I always get hit by one of them. People in chat said you can go left and right, but I was never able to pull it off, to be honest. I realized too late. They did not
patch that attack, Kevin. I've played it. They did not patch that attack.
I mean, I'm getting to phase 2 right now, so maybe he'll kill me.
Well, if we talk about Radahn, let me get the footage, I guess. But yeah, go ahead.
There is a consistent way to dodge it, and that involves, I think you have to have light roll, and you have to like sprint for half a second left after every single thing he does, and be extremely frugal with what you punish, because there is an extremely tight window at which you can actually dodge it, positional and in terms of time.
Oh, fuck.
So you can dodge it. Most people aren't going to dodge it because it's not really possible most of the time. most people are gonna go and get out a shield, or they're going to deflecting tier it, or they're just gonna accept the fact that it's going to hit them.
There's so much of that with. Well, you know what? Metal's got the Radon footage up, so let's talk about Radon, right?
Yeah.
Just in general, he has so much that feels like I can't dodge this.
I'm sad about this
fight. It goes
fight
forever.
because if I'm being honest, I kind of love the first phase because I was able to really learn that one and see what was going on for the most part. He still has some attacks where just like I just know what it is. I don't really see what's going on, but I know how it is. But
yeah,
phase
I'm at
2,
the point that I'm enjoying the first phase now.
Phase 2, Jesus Christ,
yeah.
That was just me throwing corpses until I kind of memorized what the attacks were. And people were probably like, well, yeah, that's how you play the game, dumbass. It's like, yeah, but
no.
The thing...
Reading how to dodge some of these phase 2 attacks is wild. I don't even know what they want me to do a little bit.
Yeah, I just started
because I mean, it seems like he does the same combos as phase 1. Just after every one, fucking light beams shoot out of the ground.
Yes,
that do like
he has
damage. So I'm like, why?
He does have several new attacks,
happening?
But yes, his basic combos are the same.
But it's almost like you can't rely on the tactics from phase 1 nearly as much as you probably should be able to. It's not like they're tweaked a little bit. It's like now they're big AoE. So I'm like, can I even be close to him then? If I like, do I just have to get lucky with a dodge? Or jump at the right time, maybe? I guess I could try jumping them.
I think...
And that's another thing. Things coming from the ground in this fight don't seem to reliably be jumpable. Like the jagged rocks. You can't jump the jagged rocks.
Oh,
you
yeah,
land on
when
them,
he...
you still take damage.
That's the first thing I tried when I started realizing when that attack comes and he jumps. Like, no, you still get damage. You actually have to get behind him to...
Yeah, you have to start roll back 3 times, I find.
Or rather, I know when it comes, so it's like... Okay, he's starting to get his boot up. I wait half a second and then I dodge into it. So then I can punish a couple of times, which is like one of the only attacks where I actually get to do more than one hit with a fast weapon, at least.
I found when I killed him again on my second character the other day, I think they have patched something, but I can't be sure about this, of course. The thing I noticed was that he will do the stomp without following it up more frequently now.
Okay.
Than he did last time I killed him, which is actually really annoying because the stuff that comes from the stomp as like a starter of his combos is where your best punishes come from. And when a boss just can conditionally not follow up on a thing they do, it harms your ability to properly punish it because there is a chance they could do something that makes it unsafe.
Yes, Radon has that in spades of like, all right, are you going to continue something after this? He also has input reading canceling, and I don't know any better way to describe it, but like Metal actually had it happen to him where like he did the cross slash, Metal dodged correctly, and then he started charging up a heavy attack, and just the start of the heavy attack triggered Radon to where he just snapped around and hit him with the twin slash. Like Radon just does that.
Did not work.
I'm not sure that's an input read or like because I know what input reads are in this game, and I think they're only related to healing and like to dodging spellcasts from what I've seen. I'm not saying like you're lying or anything, but it is also just like a really obnoxious behavior because I found there was a bunch of moves Radon has that with any weapon heavier than like a dagger, you can't punish because he might do something next. Like
right.
A lot of his shorter strings, you can't punish them safely because he might turn and do the cross slash or the twin slash, or he might just he might do something like that, which makes it unsafe.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know a better way to describe it other than it just looks like they snap out of their recovery.
There is certainly a lot of recovery canceling going on.
Yes.
It's most noticeable when he does the Artorias slam thing, where sometimes he will just pick himself right up out of that and just do a move on you.
Yeah.
When it looks like he should have to stand all the way up. And often he does, but sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, it's a recovery canceling, and I don't know, it always just feels like it's tied to whenever it's like, okay, I'm charging up anything other than my basic light attack. But yeah, so I just do not like.
Someone mentions in chat, did any one of you trigger the Radon double fight bug? Because that was a thing
Two
that happens
Radons?
sometimes. Yeah, something.
Oh,
Like sometimes the spawns a second one. I saw a clip online.
in phase 1, or did we get 2 Miquellas also?
I don't know which phase it was, but I did see that clip rotating online. It was kind of funny. It's like 2 Radons. It's like, oh, good.
It must be even more good now because it's more difficult.
Yeah, that's how that works, right? There's no room for subtlety with.
I mean, it's my health bar and my
analysis.
when my bars go double as well, so I can dodge enough. No, it's no way. Even then,
I don't want to like fight you guys too hard on this. I just want to. I guess I'm not that big of a fan of first phase Radon because I find he's really formulaic. He doesn't have the complexity and modularity of something like Mesmer that I like, where their strings can branch in ways that mean I have to keep paying attention even after like they've started, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I found myself getting a bit bored by phase 1. But that's also because I'm very jaded, so
Yeah, phase 1 Radon is very much kind of like Gwyn in the in Dark Souls 1, where it's not exactly complex, but it's it's grounded for the experience.
Some moves that'll mess you up too. Like I mean, they're if you're not paying attention, you will get slammed. But Theo is right. Yeah. I've noticed now his combos are pretty straightforward. Like once you know what he's doing in phase 1, you pretty much know the things that are coming next. And your biggest worry is mistaking one sword wind for a different one.
Well, yeah, it's fair in a game that has a lot of unfairness.
Yeah,
and I guess
I could totally understand how that can create a negative reaction to it. So like I'm totally fine with that. But I would have rather they had just expanded phase 1, like they're just given him a little bit more and just made that the whole fight. It would have been way better, climax to the experience.
I think that's why I like this first phase so much, because it feels like a normal phase 1, right? It's like, oh, okay, he has like a little move here and there and there. Because I would have actually expected like a 3-tier fight with this guy, He does like this thing, then he goes a bit harder, as you do, and then he goes fucking nuts for like his last 15% of his health bar or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the way this fight works
for the final third.
You have a normal phase 1 that's kind of normal and, dare I say, generic, I guess, which makes it better than most of the things in the DLC, to be honest, in terms of fights.
Yeah.
And then you go to phase 2 and it's like, bend over.
It's like it's exactly as you said, Metal. You just start throwing corpses into phase 2, not even to like try and learn how to fight stuff happening in phase 2, just to see what it even is, because there's so much clutter on your fucking screen that it's extremely difficult to pick out the actual pertinent parts, or even just to see what is actually happening to you that's causing you to die. So you're just in this position of I'm just throwing bodies in there until I can actually see what's happening. Then I guess we'll start trying to fight. Not a fan.
Yeah,
no.
it's a bit annoying.
And then you get him to 20% HP, and he just does the insta kill move.
It's so funny. During all my attempts, if you've seen my stream, was like, there's no way he's not gonna do meteor attack. Like the whole time I was doing tries. Like,
I heard you.
This is gonna come. Then he jumps up. It's like, yep, here it comes. And it just started jumping. And I was like, maybe I'll dodge it. I don't know.
Oh my God. I'm gonna
he jumped off my screen.
It's gonna break my heart, isn't it?
Yeah, I was watching my VOD for the first time I saw that attack, and I'm not particularly great at the games, but like he jumped up and I was like, okay, cool, he's doing the thing, and I was spinning the camera around, and the star doesn't actually appear in the sky, instantly. So I missed it on my first set of rotations.
No.
And by the time I swung back to see it, he's
I know.
I
think I did the math on what he ends up doing.
I've said
is it a similar attack to one he has in the other fight against Radon?
Oh, I thought you mentioned earlier in tag that you didn't know. I thought that was the one you saw. Okay.
Oh no! It was the one where things start teleporting out. Like he sends clones.
Okay. Yeah, so he does a meteor attack at some point.
On something. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. That was the thing that killed everybody at least once when we first played Elden Ring.
Shit, what was I saying?
And it does it again. It's I don't know. It's there's so many terrible things with Radon.
Is there something I should be keeping in mind to dodge it this time? Like, do I have to jump or something weird, or can I just run and dodge and hope for the best?
You have to time it properly, basically.
Yeah, you roll it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure there's not some stupid bullshit that's going to make me have to get him down to 20% 30 times until I figure it out.
I actually think the meteor is one of his fairer attacks. It has an opening set of animations that let you know when you need to dodge it correctly. Just you can't quite know it the first time.
Yeah, which they like to do in the DLC.
They do.
It's fucking Rellana with the stupid moons. I was like, what is happening? He's like, boom, boom, boom. It's like, what? That move sucks when you use it yourself, by the way. It's fucking garbage.
Damn, that's
shocker.
Crazy. I've noticed every single like boss weapon in this DLC comes with the boss's big super anime move, and it always sucks. Like, when am I gonna use this?
Yeah, the range is way lower, of course. So you need the boss to stay still, so you actually get to hit all three of them, and then you probably do like 4,000-ish damage, I guess, which is not bad, but it's like a large wind up, of course, because it's as long as with Rellana. And
yeah, Moonveil's magic attacks are better than the Rellana ones, which is just like, I got this in a cave. I don't know, man.
Just in a cave. Just lying there.
Yeah. You know, I could do Messmer's big, anime combo thing. That's cool and all. Or I could just press Giant Hunt and do like 2,200 damage to Rellana.
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually funny because I was... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that honestly, they need to, if they're going to put the animated moves, all their moves are animated, anime moves in the game, you have to probably meter it somehow, like make it so that you, like almost like a Spartan Rage type deal, like you have to charge in order to be able to do it. And they do have to make it a lot more powerful. Otherwise, it has the Theo problem of just like, well, there's no point in using this. Like, you ever tried Millennia's waterfowl dance with her katana?
Only briefly.
It's not bad in the base game. Yeah.
I mean, it's not, but it's nothing like her attack.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
It's not
good
on
for
the
wave
same
clear
level at all. So it's like, well, I mean.
Well, and it's still worse than Rivers of Blood,
Rivers of Blood is still so.
Yeah, that's
I never used Rivers of Blood until the DLC. I was like, wow, this was more powerful before? That's insane.
Sekiro is the best From game. I think I'm more confident saying that.
Sekiro's
more people
awesome.
are agreeing with me on it.
Metal, that
Before,
attack.
I was like one of the only people who played Sekiro, so I felt like I was the one talking about the obscure one and trying to be a hipster. But I'm like, no, I just like ninjas.
With Radahn has so many attacks that you might not even see some of his combos for several hours. Like that, the jump attack that he did there, where he crosses his sword, slam, 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 and then comes down and then
look how much
AOE
I fucking dodge, and I still get fucked. Yeah. It's just so insane.
It wasn't until my third set of attempts on Radahn, like I'm like talking like 6+ hours, that I even saw that attack. Radahn's insane.
Yeah.
And good luck seeing half the things he does behind the mane of fucking golden hair obscuring everything.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just,
I believe on the Elden Ring EFAP, I do mention that Sekiro is my favorite one. So if anyone wants to fact check me on that, you have something from 2 years ago. That
it is their best work.
Sekiro is awesome. I just was reminded when Mauler played it, and then I went and played it as well. It's like, man, this shit is good, man. Why don't we have more of this?
I think Theo and I were the only ones who had
done.
played it on that EFAP episode. I think we were the only ones on the panel who'd played Sekiro.
Yeah, Mauler only played it this year, right?
Yep.
God, took him fucking long enough. Now I need to get him to play Outer Wilds, that flame.
Oh, does anyone want a copy of Outer Wilds? I actually bought it on a humble sale because I wanted to play it before watching Moriarty's video, because he was talking to me about it as he was making it. I'm like, I gotta get around to playing this game.
Yeah, this game is awesome.
In my Steam library. So.
Oh yeah, everyone go watch Moriarty's video on Outer Wilds. It's really fucking good.
Well, he said to play it first.
I know.
He's kind of spoiler-ish free.
He does good work though, so I can trust that a Moriarty video is good.
Yeah, this is a good video. Definitely go check that out. Yeah, that's the problem with the phase 2. It's just he can combo so many things in a row. I mean, you've seen it a couple of times here in those attempts I'm doing there. This stream was, by the way, I just titled that stream Pain.
Yeah,
that's all.
Appropriate.
And it's like 4 or 5 hours just trying Radahn. But yeah, he can just combo things over and over again. Like, I have like attempts where I almost no hit everything and get him down super quickly, and then he's like, okay, let me do all my light attacks, and then you maybe get another chance to do something. So there's a lot of times where you basically have to give up on attacking, which, I just don't want to do, because it's like, oh, this looks like a thing where you can punish, and it's like, no, actually not. And then you go back, you heal. It's like, okay, time to go back into the groove of getting the punishes. So you dodge the first couple of attacks. Okay, he's done. poke, and then you get hit again, and then blah blah blah, just over and over and over again. This is what people mean. You need luck with this boss fight as well, because in the attempt where I beat him, he does the attack with the ground pound like 3 times at the end. I was like, thank fuck he did that, because otherwise I would have fucked that attempt. Because that's the one where you're allowed to punish him properly, like this attack right now.
It's just the worst fucking feeling with basically all of his other like lighter, shorter strings, in that you are like 60% safe to hit him, but 40% of the time he can do something that will hit you. So you're not supposed to hit him there, but it's like he's just standing there, like, you know?
Yeah.
And there are so few other openings that you're just left in a position of, so what? Do I just stand around doing nothing? It's not exactly fulfilling in a game where the entire like combat loop with the bosses is find the punish windows and hit the boss during them while rolling through their stuff. Because you roll through so much stuff sometimes. If he just chooses to do all of his light stuff over and over again, if you're playing like fully quote unquote properly, you're just gonna sit there rolling for like ages before you get any hits. And that doesn't blend well with the stance system, because you can't actually apply any pressure to his stance because you're not allowed to hit him so frequently.
It's funny you mentioned that, because the people in my chat during the stream was like, wait, why are you not using your like your R1 attack, like your big skill attack? I was like, you know what, that's actually a good point. That does a good amount of damage. But then it's just too slow. Like, it has a little bit of a wind up, like with the attack that I have with the Spear Rapier. Because what it does, if you have poison and or rot attached, it just deals a big chunk of damage and takes away the poison and the rot, or only one of them, whatever is applied. I was like, well, it still does like 1,000 damage by itself, so I'm just gonna try it. And then I immediately realized, like, oh no, it's just too long. And sometimes you just dart past him because you can. The hitbox of the thing is kind of weird, because you can scrape past the enemy, but it doesn't count as a hit. So you don't actually deal any damage. And then in other parts, you get the damage on him, and then you land next to him and do like a little bit of extra damage, like 100 extra damage, because of the impact on the ground. It's a bit of a weird attack. Super powerful if you get to hit it, though. Like, it's really useful. The Spear Rapier is kind of broken, like, honestly. Because you can...
I have a build that I was set up for the DLC with it, and I was so turned off by 3 playthroughs. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that one.
Yeah. I think Ninja in chat recommended that to me, and then I checked it out, and it's like, what? You get rot by itself, and then you can just put something else on there? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Because there's an ice rapier as well, and those, like, so the ice rapier, the regular poison, and then the rot as a combo is kind of insane.
Yeah. At the exact opposite effect, I only used skill attacks. Well, when I was using River of Blood, I was using that constantly, because that's super quick and you can just proc the bleed. It's really good. But yeah, those status builds, as someone just chatted, so in general are busted. Yeah, you can do some crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to not go for the super nukes all the time. That's for me, that's like meme things. It's like, hey, let me see how much damage I can deal. Like, I think I did this in Bloodborne with like beast blood pellets and the big greatsword or something. What's the big spaghetti monster called in Bloodborne again?
Ebrietas.
Yes, I think there might actually still be a clip on my Twitch somewhere where I try that, and I think I kill her in like a couple of hits, because I dealt like a fuck ton of damage with all the level ups and with all the upgrades. And
there's a one shot for Radon. Like, full to 0, you just hit him and he dies.
Oh, is that the perfume thingy that they unfortunately nerfed? Because I wanted to try that actually at some point.
I don't know about that, but no, this is somebody who actually just one-shot Radon.
Huh. It's just the classic inner power, get low health, and then you need to hit him once because you deal like 100,000 damage with a hit or something. There's some insane scaling things you can do with all the
levels,
no,
it's insane.
All the mage faith things. I mean, just a million buffs and a Zweihänder charge attack. Classics.
Exactly
those never die. It's just that those seem to always work. I wonder if people do that on like their first playthrough. They just try to find all these spells that they know exist. They just charge themselves up and just nuke everything. Wait, I saw something in chat. Oh, that was the opposite thingy. Oh no, I read that already. Never mind. But yeah, Radahn, what an experience. I beat him once with this.
Oh.
Actually, let me get this. Let me watch that attempt here at the end. God, where is it?
I just got lucky for about 30 seconds of Radahn phase 2, and then got killed very quickly.
Classic.
He does that.
Oh yeah, that's the attempt on screen. That's the winning attempt. This is where I switched from rot poison to rot plus bleed because bleed was much more reliable than poison and rot in the second phase. I didn't get any rot on him in phase 2, which was a shame. So I didn't actually get to benefit from anything. At this point, I kind of just know phase 1 by heart. Like, I'm just dodging like a maniac.
Something has to have gone wrong when people are like so familiar with phase 1 that they're just getting through it like the back of their hand pretty much constantly and just getting walled out by phase 2.
Yep, that's been happening to me literally this whole stream.
Yep,
that's a progression than that.
Oh, absolutely.
Not to, I guess, chill, but I like the way Devil May Cry 5 handles it, because it's still doing the same thing with, like, one boss health bar, I guess. Like, the bosses don't have multiple bars, but there is a steady escalation. It's not like phase 1, phase 2. The boss will just gain new moves and capabilities as you go through the fight, such that by the end, it's much harder than it was at the beginning, but it's not just flicking a switch in the same way as this, you know?
It's not a second fight.
Yep. Well, this is the same fight, but it's the same fight, but we've added everything in the universe onto every swing so that you can't see.
Yes.
Oh my god, I dodged a full 5 combo. That made me hard just now. Sorry.
I never even really figured out what he was doing. I mean, in terms of like how he's swinging his swords in that, because I just stopped paying attention to it.
Oh, yeah, he just turns around at some point. I can't actually tell you what it is. I just memorized the timing. That's basically it.
That's my big problem with this DLC and with Souls, like going forward at this point, is you don't really do anything other than memorize the timings at this point. It's all a game of Simon Says now. I understand that's a part of like every game to an extent, and it should be, because that's like repetition in that way. It can be a strong way of like getting people to attain mastery. But with Souls, because I can't trust the fucking telegraphs I see, I just have to know what they're gonna do. Like pretty much all I'm doing is just trusting my memory.
Oh no,
it's not the most exciting, yeah.
Or as the internet states, we're all just bad at the game.
I think this one broke people actually.
People with this one, people are like, no summon actually.
Yeah.
Go for it.
yeah. Radahn kind of broke people. Not everybody. There's still the few, but this one was the one that even my chat was like, oh, this is shit. I feel bad for KC. Like,
a lot of it is narratively as well, funnily enough, because people honestly didn't expect them to do the, like, what if you fought Artorias in his prime meme, and then they just did it for the final boss of the DLC, and a lot of people found that very insulting. I also, regarding...
boss with
my god,
a Guts-like character being ridden by a Griffith-like.
I'm sorry. I'm watching this back for the first time.
The fact that this is your winning run is insane. You've been reduced to 1 HP twice.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I have an opinion that I want to demo on the note of like the internet saying we're bad at the game.
Okay.
Okay, so this is to do with boss fights in this game, and this is an idea a friend put me onto that I think is very, very apt. You can't actually improve at these games anymore. You improve at specific fights.
1 second.
Sure.
I'm right here at him, but after I do the thing, he's like, oh, I can punish. Like, no.
Nope.
It's like, wow, I positioned myself perfectly to get him, and he's just like, no, I'm just going to bash you again.
You're not allowed.
Yeah.
And just went into one of his quick moves.
I remember that that pissed me off. He was like, wow, that was the first time that happened. I was like, wow, they have to, like, let me do this, right? It's like, nope.
Yep.
But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. The idea is that you can't get good at Souls in general at this point. You get good at specific fights. Because every fight is just a game of memorizing their patterns, no boss's patterns have any real bearing on any other boss's patterns. So my getting good at Radahn doesn't mean anything for how good I am at the Dancing Lion, and my being good at the Dancing Lion doesn't mean anything for how good I am at Messmer. And my having beaten one doesn't really change probably how many attempts it would take me to beat the other than just statistical progression.
Well,
that's an interesting thought. Yeah,
people had those thoughts all the way back to Dark Souls 2, because like a lot of the added difficulty for Dark Souls 2 was just how can we, add things to kill the player. It wasn't like the acknowledgement was already there that people were as good as they were going to get. But no, I fully agree. I think that's very apparent with Elden Ring. It's okay, people are as good as they're gonna get. Well, what can we do? It's like, well, we can have attacks that you need to jump, but we're not going to tell you. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to have,
We're not going to tell you, quite importantly, how the jump is different, such that it's good for those attacks where a roll is not.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the big part that annoys me about the jump, is that the jump has... I know how it works now after fucking looking up what makes it different, and it gives you longer duration, lower body only invulnerability. So anything you can get to like phase it through your lower body only, a jump is really good against. But actually gauging when that's going to be possible or if that can happen is a fucking nightmare, and I'm just going to trust my roll for everything that isn't an attack that is really clearly jumpable.
Yeah, because if you go back to like the other Souls games, like 1 and 3, yes, I dodged 2, fuck that game. You get to a boss and... How do I put this? Like, it's always, I have like multiple thoughts right now. So you get to a boss and you see, okay, this is a wind-up, so I probably want to get behind them or something. Which, Taurus Demon, the first thing you probably fight when you play Dark Souls 1 for the first time, right?
Asylum Demon, but
after the Asylum Demon, but yes.
Oh, Asylum Demon. Yeah, sorry. The one you beat, I guess.
Well, I mean, both of them are good examples of, big, long wind-up attack. Let me get behind him.
Let me get behind him. And... that works because that makes sense. They are locked onto you in front of you. They have like a big AoE /down attack. And then you go behind them and it's like, okay, now you get to hit them a couple of times. While here, the amount of times I've seen them wind up an attack and it's like, okay, I'm going to walk past you. And they stand still, but their model just goes like with you. It's like, no, you can go wherever you want. You roll. You have to roll. It's like, yeah, but you're charging up the thing. Why it just follows you on, like they do like a 360 spin while you walk around them. It's just so annoying. It's like, oh, this means nothing to me. I just need to wait until the attack hits and then roll because the other things don't really work.
Well, and especially with grabs, like Mesmer's grab, he'll run at you. And then when he gets close to you, when you're like, he's gonna grab me. No, he kind of like hesitates.
Yeah,
he goes
a little shuffle.
He goes, and then I got you. And it's like, okay, thank you. Yeah, that,
Well, see, they baited you to roll, and then the attack hit you because you clearly panic rolled. I hope you understand this.
I did panic roll, but that's not...
I don't think it can even justifiably be called a panic roll, frankly.
No.
Because, like, you moved when the enemy... visually telegraphed that they were going to do a thing, and then they didn't because they decided to violate either principles of animation or sensible behavior in a fight.
Physics.
Or physics, or just straight up physics. So the thing I say with Rellana all the time, her swords change weight depending on the fucking string she's
I just want to point something out in chat, like, I would find boring just getting behind the boss on every attack window eventually. I prefer to dodge into attack. I'm not saying you should do this for every attack, but there's like certain attacks, like the big wind-up ones. We have like a big fuck-off enemy with a big stick that goes like, I am charging up my attack to beat you up down. It's like, okay, you're charging up, I'm gonna go around and punish you for this. Obviously, if it's like a bit like an agile attack, you can just they can just follow you around with that. That makes sense to me. But it's like one of the simplest examples to tell you what exactly I mean with this. It's like, oh, this is a big charge. This is what they tell me. He's charging up to go down in front of them. But in Elden Ring or this DLC specifically, they just follow you with the model because the lock-on is so crazy. So just as a clarification, I wouldn't want to just walk around everything, even though circle strafing is a bit of a meme in Dark Souls. That's true.
Yes.
Completely agree. I'd like to be able to walk around some things.
Yeah.
So that I'm thinking about what I can do with an attack other than just press the roll button. And also so that the way they animate has more of a bearing in terms of, like physics and animation. So that it looks like they're actually a real thing in the world that I'm taking part in, rather than just some bundle of code that's been put here for me to overcome eventually.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You're all just a bundle of code, Radon.
Oof. Oh, I don't
And your
even...
twink.
Now he's gonna kill you again.
He's gonna do the big combo now.
I died in service of that joke.
And it was worth it.
A valiant sacrifice.
Yeah, I guess the other one, could talk about Rellana. I mean, you already briefly talked about her. God, where did I fight her? That feels like
I mostly liked Rellana.
Oh, she's so nearly good, if you ask me.
Yes. I fully... Well, I said it already. I said it earlier. I think a lot of this is so nearly good, but Rellana, I think, is one of the closest ones, yes.
Because once you understand her really fucky, awkward sense of movement, because she's an Elden Ring boss and she's just going to delay and do weird shit instead of behaving like a regular being, you get a pretty fun fight out of it. So, like, once you've decoded, like, the bullshit by just throwing your body in there to die, the only problem is she's got some really annoying behavioral habits, like dashing away, then summoning summon swords that make it bad for you to approach, and then just standing there.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just waits. It's like I'd like to play the game a little bit. Can you? Because you can't challenge her in neutral. She's too quick for that. If you walk up and just hit her, you're like extremely likely to just get hit back in a way that's not favorable. Mm-hmm. So the correct play is to wait, and that's boring.
I had the...
It's supposed to be epic, Theo. You're supposed to feel like you're really squaring off with another swordsman.
Well, I mean, then that, like, they did that better in Sekiro, though. Like, that's the thing.
Oh, they definitely did.
If you want to make this a be toe-to-toe with the bosses all the time game, like, give us more intrinsic defensive options. Honestly, like, a parry would help this game huge. An intrinsic one, like, not one that you have to have a special item for. One that everyone can do regardless of build.
Right.
One that probably doesn't work the way that the normal Souls parry works as well, because I don't really like the normal Souls parry.
Well, Rellana is
more kind of
trivial if you parry her.
I've seen both Radahn and Rellana get just completely turbo fisted by parrying.
Yeah.
I'm so bad.
You're almost not playing the game if you parry Rellana.
I'm super bad at the parrying in Souls games. I've never learned them.
You've beaten Liza P in Sekiro.
I mean, I did it there, but just the parrying with the shield stuff that you can do here.
Oh, like actual Dark Souls and Elden
Ring.
Yeah,
just the Dark Souls games in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I just never bothered to learn it. I don't know. But
Elden Ring has stuff that makes it easier to parry.
There's guard countering too, but if you don't have a shield, you can't use it. So it's like, man, like, just make it so that the shield is particularly good at defense, but that I can defend with a sword that I'm holding, because you can, like, you can block a sword with another sword.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, make unparryable moves too. Make it sure that if you're fighting a dragon, it's like, yeah, you're not parrying a dragon stomping on you. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. So, but make it a thing that if I'm just getting hit by a combo string, make it so that I have a way to break that combo and then turn the attack around. Like, I hated not having that when I switched to like get over to this game to play the DLC, because I've just been playing so much Liza P. And I'm like, shit, I got to now remember that I need to be rolling all the time, no matter what. Like, even if I'm really thinking, hey, I could probably just block these attacks. It's like, oh yeah, my build isn't allowed to block ever.
Yeah, like, just some deeper combat systems would go a really long way if they plan on continually making the combat video game where you fight bosses.
Well, I mean, they already made the combat video game where you fight bosses with a deeper combat system. They did it. They did it.
It's really cool.
Didn't feel like bringing it over here, I guess.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the base mechanics are just better. They're just superior, so...
Yes.
I think open world Sekiro would be not a terrible idea. Like a similar structure to this, but like you have all the Sekiro powers and maybe a horse.
No.
You mean Ghost of Tsushima?
Yes,
well, no,
actually.
I mean, no, Ghost of Tsushima doesn't really play like Sekiro.
I don't know. I haven't played it.
It's got its own
just
sort
the
of
first thing I thought of just now when you said that.
Open world samurai,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I would assume that the world would be a little more crazy than Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It would be a From game and not like trying to be historical Japan.
But also,
and
as people in chat already said, I don't want open world. Just give me something not open world, please. I'm so over it.
Okay,
I really hate
for FromSoft, do you think that's actually happening? Do you think they're ever going to go back to making like linear dungeon Souls games now that Elden Ring has become the biggest thing that's ever happened for them?
They could go back. I think the next one is still going to be open world because this was so successful. It's not going to be bigger though. I think Miyazaki himself said this is like the largest they could do. And make it kind of work. His words, not mine. I don't know.
I guess
I know.
Not only the gameplay, but the locomotion in Sekiro, like having the grapple hook and being able to kind of jump around a little bit more effectively. I think that would work well in an area that you can freely explore. More so than being like, okay, how the hell do I get up or down this cliff in Elden Ring? Because the map seems to indicate that I can go here, but there's no entrance to it at all. So I got to just find some obscure tunnel. Whereas I think Sekiro, you could design things in a little bit more vertical thing than in a way with much more verticality than if you just said, okay, now instead of having to like find a cave always to get through to an area where you can't get off or find an elevator somewhere, maybe it could be an interesting way to use your grappling hook to get around an environment that doesn't look crossable, but it is, and you're given an indication by there being something on the other side. Like I think that Sekiro's gameplay system in general, I think would work better with this kind of structure than Dark Souls would. And I mean this is Dark Souls 4, let's face it.
Ghost of Tsushima does pretty good with its verticality. Like when you do your stealth stuff in that game, like you're on rooftops and you're jumping around, like it's just the combat that's grounded. So if you really wanted to make an open world Sekiro, like Ghost of Tsushima is not a bad starting point. You just add jumping to the combat.
With open worlds, I don't like to rule things out, but I just feel like the way the conventional open world sort of game structure is these days, it just creates bad or like game design practices I'm not interested in at the very least.
That is absolutely true. But I mean, at the same time though, I don't necessarily think that Elden Ring's a terrible example of a way to design one that's more interesting than say the Ubisoft checklist.
I don't.
I definitely. I think it's a downgrade. There have definitely been better open world games that aren't a checklist in the past.
Yeah. I don't think it even like exceeds the Ubisoft open world by that strong of a margin. Basically, the only thing it has on them is stronger core fundamental mechanics in the form of Souls mechanics. So it's basically just riding the coattails of the games that came before it, and also the fact that it doesn't have map markers in the same capacity. And I still think that's too many map markers.
I mean, I guess, like, I don't know if the last 3 Assassin's Creed games were somehow incredible, and I'm just not giving them enough credit, but I've not played anything since Origin, so I don't know. But I find there's a lot more, I guess, what would be the way to do this? Authored imagery in Elden Ring. Like, there's a lot of environmental storytelling that you can tell was probably intentional at the very least. It wasn't just a happy accident. Whereas all the Ubisoft open worlds to me just are generic whatever the hell it's supposed to be. Like Watch Dogs is generic city. Like there's Egypt. Okay, so we're going to definitely have a desert and some pyramids and then whatever. I don't know. We'll have a couple things and you can do naval combat. Okay, now Greece has a bunch of islands. Same with like every single island in Black Flag looks pretty similar to the last one.
Sorry, like
you were supposed to die is what you were supposed to do.
When you're so close and she does that one, it's just Jover, man. I don't know.
Especially because there was swords before you that fucking hit stunned you into it. What the fuck were you supposed to do?
Yeah, when she does a combo with the summoning swords and then starts attacking, it's just okay. I can only dodge one of those, and now I just have to wait until it's my turn again.
They sometimes just fire irregularly for reasons that I struggle to pass. So you just get fucked.
Yeah, no, it's totally there to interrupt your flow, like and make it to where she can punish you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I actually have footage of me fighting her with an ash that I can throw on there for a comparison, with way less skibbity as well.
Oh boy!
But it's just it's not the super face cave in. I think maybe I misremember, but it's definitely more easy. Way easier.
The footage of my strength build fight with Rellana is criminal. Like it is the most easy thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. By the way, Mark, you played a Rivers of Blood on your first playthrough, right, of Elden Ring?
Second.
Second. But like,
I didn't even
how
get
good
till
was
my
it?
second,
Because
so I
have a hard time
at the very end of the game.
I just have a hard time imagining how it's even better than what it is right now, because it's already incredibly insane.
I did launch patch Rivers of Blood.
Oh, okay.
It was nuts.
Is it just even more damage, or does it prog more often? I don't know.
It was all of it.
Oh.
Yeah, it was you press L2 and you win.
Nice.
I do have the Rivers of Blood special on my longsword, but I have to two-hand over to my left-hand weapon to use it, so I kind of just never use it.
I think it says a lot that nobody talks about, like, what I'd say is, like, the real broken weapon in this fucking video game, because most of its value comes from trivializing things that aren't bosses. I mean, the Blasphemous Blade.
What's that do?
That's Rykard's sword.
Okay.
It's a great sword. It's a faith great sword. You heal every time you kill an enemy, and its weapon art fires out like a really big flaming line that does pretty good damage and heals you for every enemy it hits.
Oh.
Is that Rykard's? Isn't that Red Briar guy?
You jumped a frame too early there and got hit by that.
All of it.
Fucking lingering hitbox.
That is the most broken weapon in any Souls game, I want to say. And I mean broken in like a very, not just overpowered, like it breaks the gameplay loop because you no longer have any resource troubles ever because you can just heal infinitely.
Oh, well, there's the talisman, like that heals over time as well.
Well,
so like
that takes
it's not
time.
Worthwhile. Like,
as opposed to just, I'm gonna walk into a room, I'm gonna press Blasphemous Blade weapon art on like 3 guys, and I'm full health.
Yeah, I mean, magic is the same, right?
For exploration, it's not that bad. But I mean, do you have to kill to get the health, or is it just damage?
If you hit with the weapon art, you heal. If you kill an enemy without the weapon art, you heal.
Oh.
You get both. That's insane.
And there are talismans you can find that give you FP on enemy kill.
Yes.
Oh, so you can constantly be regenerating both?
Yeah, it completely breaks the resource dynamic. Like, completely. But it doesn't get talked about as much because it doesn't break boss fights in the same way that something like Rivers of Blood can.
Right.
Well, I mean, a lot of the non-Dark Souls 1 games have had this problem. There's so many rest sites anyways. Like, you're barely engaging with the resource mechanic anyways.
And it's very easy to run around enemies in this game.
I would have brought up the rest site as well. There's so many in the DLC.
Fucking many. Like,
Mesmer's Keep has like 8, and it's not that big.
There are 4 checkpoints from the start of Bellarat to the end of Bellarat, like the last one being, the Dancing Lion Grace that you use to fight the boss.
Yes.
One of those checkpoints is reused, so I think there's in total 3 bonfires in there, but you go through 4 distinct like sequences of gameplay, and all of those sequences are tiny. There's like nothing in there that can actually meaningfully threaten you outside of getting one shot by a particular like mini boss enemy.
Mm-hmm.
The game is completely incapable of like running you out of resources at this point, and it seems like it doesn't even care to try. It just wants you to fight like a big enemy.
Rellana's area is the same way. It's just like, there's a couple soldier dudes, run past them.
Yeah, and it's quite funny because they have these fucking, I guess those are the legacy dungeons, what they call them, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They have so many enemies in there, but a lot of them you just can just walk past. They're even like positioned just on the side, like they're not even in your way. Except it's like the big red guys, because fuck those guys.
Firstly. It's when you get to Mesmer's Keep.
Fire Knights?
The Fire Knights. Yeah.
Yeah, they're rough.
I want to talk about those guys as well. These guys.
The delayed fireball. Fuck that thing.
But yeah, we can talk about those later. But yeah, there's a couple of gray sites I've noticed where I open the gray site, sit down, and then I walked over a bridge, and then there's another one. And I'm just like, why? What is there something here that I don't know about? Why is this like this? There was like not a singular enemy. There was no danger at all. All you could have done is fall off the bridge, unless there's like one of the bosses that I haven't fought down there, and you have to jump down the bridge and then you get to an area or whatever. But I don't know. That one is the one I remember mostly because like, why is this? There's not like legit nothing here that can hit me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm also I don't know. I didn't even pay attention to the legacy dungeons. I was just walking through them, killing everything on my first try. That's mostly how I do it when I go to a new place. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go for this, kill most of the things I can, until I run out of resources or whatever. And after that, I mostly just run through because I don't really have an incentive to kill them anyway, unless I really need some some resources or whatever.
Mesmer's Keep is the one legacy dungeon where you really do have to be kind of paying attention because the Fire Knights will fuck you up and then you have to jump. But like the Fissure, because I saw it brought up in chat, the Fissure area has a bunch of really short boss or like rest walks, and it's just like the little rockworms that shoot the lasers at you and a couple of the blood ogre guys, and you just kill them and then you walk like
I remember like the people I was talking to while I was playing the DLC the first time could probably attest. Like every single time in every legacy dungeon, I'd just be like, "Why is there another Grace here already, bro? Why is there another Grace?"
I had a few of those moments, yeah.
I wish I recalled more specific spans right now because I have loads of them on footage for the video I'm making. Of just I'll go from Bonfire, I'll kill like 2 enemies. I think in Shadowkeep there is a place where it's like literally 2 Fire Knights between you and the next bonfire, and the second one is even just like behind you and often doesn't end up in a fight with you. Some of them, there's more enemies around, but it's the weird shadow people who don't do anything and get one shot. So like the game's just not put anything meaningful in your way whatsoever.
Well, even the shadow guys as trash mobs, if you go in the I forget what the first castle is called with the divine dancing lion
Ballarat.
Yeah, Ballarat Castle. So there are shadow enemies in there that are like crazy tanky and like do damage. And
the big guys,
they're slightly bigger, and I was like, wait, hold on. So do I have to worry about these shadow guys or not? I thought the deal was these were just the shadow realm people who like are retarded essentially.
You've reminded me of the funniest bit of Ballarat. I don't know if any of you guys will remember this, but there's that one bit where like you go down. It's FromSoft running out of ideas completely. So there's the little bit like away into Ballarat where there's this narrow little hallway, little alleyway thing that you go down, and there's a guy hiding around the corner. And then you turn around a corner, and then you see a guy standing with his back turned to you. And as you approach him, there's a guy hiding around the corner. And then past that, you can see a guy hiding in standing in the corner, like slumped over, one of the bigger shadow guys. And if you approach him to fight him, would you believe it? There's a guy hiding around the corner, like 3 times, literally directly in a row. It was so fucking funny.
It's
I'm just pulling up. There you go.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the interactive map right now for the.
So this is me with my mage build. Let me see. Do I have my stats here somewhere? Wait, this is not it. No, I don't have them. Maybe I have them after. I don't know. This is just me trying her with just an Ash. I don't know which one I use here.
You had an Oleg equipped.
Oh, it's Oleg. Okay, because I switched to different ones. Oh, that was with Mesma though. Because I wanted to try like the other broken ones, because the broken ones are still the same even after the DLC. Yeah, Oleg is my boy. Well, first of all, he missed there. That was very cool. Oh, he finally did something. But yeah, just
the big hat. Like you back up against the wall and your big hat is just 90% of the screen.
So yeah, I stopped using rock fling here because I tried that before, and it's just not reliable. Like it goes everywhere except into her face. It's just really annoying. But yeah, now he has aggro, and now I'm just gonna do this until I have aggro again, and then I wait. And this is also where I realized, oh yeah, I'm a mage. I'm very squishy. I actually need to be careful. And this, I don't have a lot of skibbity, maybe like 7 or 8, so probably way too little for her fight normally.
Oh, yeah. Well, the skibbity blessings allow you to do some really silly stuff. Like my mage character, because all of my attack power is coming from the skibbity blessings, I just put heavy armor on, and like I just used the trinket that gave me extra equip weight. So I'm a mage with 75% damage reduction, and I'm still hitting for like 2-3k an attack.
Yeah,
it just doesn't matter.
As you can see, I'm already only using the Great Glintstone chart because I actually never picked up any of the Comet things with this build.
Yeah.
And
if you had Comet, she'd already be dead.
This certainly looks like how it was intended to be played. This is this is good
yeah,
gameplay right
we're
here.
doing it the wrong way by dodging and stabbing.
Yeah. And now imagine I would do the same thing with my Rivers of Blood and the Mimic tier. She would be dead like a minute ago.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
I'm sorry, fellas. The games can't handle it. They can't yet.
Yeah. She actually killed Oleg here though. Like the damage is good enough, but now I just need to be careful. Also, did you see that? She didn't get hit there.
Yep.
By the thing. I don't know. Maybe I was just out of range, but I don't think so. I think it should have been there. Yeah, this should have. Yeah, I didn't even try that.
Yeah, I think you just can't hit her during that.
Which is a shame because that should be possible. Because I got the timing done and everything.
Back-to-back moons. Fuck that.
Yeah, I think that's the first time I actually saw that.
Did I see that right? She can do the fast magic wave in response to you casting at her.
Possibly. I can roll it back. We have the technology.
Well, so that would add more because I like they do input read your your attacks. Yeah.
Yes, that is a fast magic wave. And that move is a specific input read, and I mentioned this on the EFAP. That specific move, she has a faster version of it to input read heal punish you, and I guess she can input read magic punish with it as well. So that's really cool.
I guess if I were more invested in it. Maybe Yola can do it, Theo. Maybe just try attacking randomly, like in the boss fights, like gain some distance and then just swing a sword and see how they react to it.
I think the input reading is mostly for ranged and heal. I don't know if she actually reacts that crazy to any normal attacks. I'm not sure though.
I know a lot of bosses in this game have like positional follow-ups where if you're still within a certain like area relative to them when they do a certain move, they have things that they can do to follow up. Like Margit's the most infamous example of that. But I've only ever seen input reading on healing and dodging / responding to magic. Like that's really consistent then. So that's what that move's for, because I was wondering why I hadn't seen it so much.
Oh wait,
because
I actually died in this attempt.
Punish.
Wait, hang on. I've lied to everyone. I thought this was the one where I killed her.
Wow.
That shit is an input read heal punish, but she does it once every like 16 attempts, straight up. Like she almost never does it.
So aggravating.
I don't know. It's a design decision I don't know why they've made, because the game's already difficult enough to heal in because of how quick the bosses are.
Oh, I should have used Tish here, because Tish is still pretty broken. That's the first time I tried Tish in the DLC, and just like I know what the attack is called, like the blood wave thingy, the Malekath attack basically.
Yeah.
That just takes away like 10% immediately and does like burn damage. It's really good. But also, funny thing, he tends to miss that a lot because these enemies just fucking jump around like maniacs.
Yes. Yeah. I tried using Tish against the ancient dragon before Bale, Senesax or whatever. And Tish is kind of squishy against super lightning all the time.
Oh yeah. That's the thing, like they don't, like if you have like an Oleg or something, he's like super tanky. I always found him funny to use because he just takes abuse all the time.
You just, when you have a mimic that's just you, but with 75% damage reduction, like the mimic's still broken, and it's even more so because it scales based off of your Erdtree blessing as well. Or no, it scales based off of the other one, the Revere Dash blessing.
Yeah,
like
I think this is on this is currently on 7 here, 5 or 7. I don't know. Maybe I open up the menu here after the fight. I did at some point.
Shit. Sorry.
But yeah, also, does anyone know, chat, maybe you can help us out here, does the magic stuff do stagger in general? Because I've been blasting her this whole fight while Oleg is fucking bashing her head in with his dual blades, and she fell down once there at the end.
Comet definitely does. Like, that one hits pretty good.
Okay, this is the glintstone shard, though, so I don't know. It does very little. Though it's based on the spell. Okay. So maybe the spell is not great for it. Well, I can't go back and test it because she's dead already.
Rellana and Mesmer were both pretty susceptible to my broadsword's weapon art, the square off.
Square off, yeah. I was using square off on the Guts greatsword. That shit is so broken.
I don't even know I guess, you can put them on anything, can't you?
Not square off, but the same one. It's like where you do the the stance and then an uppercut. Yeah, with the Guts Greatsword. That shit is so OP.
Yeah. I guess I was also more asking about like the glintstone thingies. I obviously know the rock fling does a lot, but it's really hard to hit things in the DLC with it. Because I've used it in the base game. People who watched my initial Elden Ring streams, I just fucking spammed that shit until they fell down and just kept going until they died. It was actually kind of funny how easy it was.
If I was to guess, I'd say it does like very minuscule stance damage, and then maybe some of the bigger ones do more, or gravity ones do more, or something.
Comet hits hard. I staggered Radon. I think it took like 5, maybe 6 in a row.
Okay.
The fact that I even got that was insane, but yeah, you can do it. Comet's good, by the way.
Yeah, I got Comet on different later in this. When I got to Mesmer, I saw that my scaling was like not there, so I had to actually. Like even with someone who tanks, like Oleg got fucking shredded by Mesmer. It's actually kind of insane. So I went and picked up some shit for that.
Radon finally got me with the grab. Miquella has put a.
You are a simp now. Simp.
Am I dead? Can I die? Or no? I'm still alive. Am I just
actually
going to die no matter what? Is it one of those?
In all 3 of my evenings of fighting Radon, I never got grabbed twice in a fight, so I didn't actually know what it did. It was actually on your stream, Metal, that I saw it. I was like, oh, okay.
Fuck, I actually wish I knew that 2 seconds earlier, because I'd fundamentally given up once I got that thing. I was like, oh, that's going to do something that's going to be terrible.
I think it happened to me twice overall, and on my second file, he didn't ever land a single grab.
Yeah, I started
that's
to
the first one he's landed on me since. It's not a very difficult grab to avoid, I find. He's got a really big wind up for it.
It just takes forever, which is why it's annoying. Like,
that's true.
If it does hit you, like,
I guess I'll put the controller down.
Yeah, we're gonna go for a piss. I don't know. Let's see, do something else. And you can't lock on immediately to him after you have control again, which is a little bit annoying.
Yes.
The footage you have up has reminded me of something.
Okay.
There's a cool thing you can do. One of the cool things about Shadowkeep, one of the few cool things. You know the specimen storehouse bit?
Yeah.
Are you aware that you can jump down from the like higher elevation bits you reach from the flooded area down to the main bit that you reach from this area? I don't know if I'm explaining that very well.
I'm not sure where exactly that would lead me.
You know the first bonfire in Specimen Storehouse?
Yeah, so like when you get into the maze bit of it, basically, right? Where you get all the staircases and stuff,
You can jump down to there from the higher levels that you reach from the other part of the level, you know, the flooded bit.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That makes sense. So, that's pretty neat. And then you can then play this bit of the level in reverse, and it makes one of the only spans of the level that's in any way lengthy or, like, challenging. Partially because that shortcut you're currently getting bullied in is locked, and you can't interact with it at all because there's still a hippo in there.
You asshole.
The really funny thing about that is that you can fight the hippo from that angle. Like if you walk through into here, the hippo will like aggro and you'll be doing the boss fight just from the, you've gone through the level in reverse.
Okay.
But you then can't do it again because the fog wall, once it appears, you can't interact with that one.
Oh, why?
I don't know.
That seems like a weird oversight.
That seems like an oversight,
it's so frustrating.
You went through all of this like, oh, this is cool, and then actually no.
I think being able to play a level in reverse and stuff like that, it's really neat, and I think it's cool that the two levels intersect in that way. And then my ability to, like, I know no one would ever even do this because you can just warp out and then approach the normal way, but the fact that I could was cool, and the fact that I now can't because I just can't get back into the hippo room, that really fucking sucks.
Yeah,
and
that's
it
really
seems like
annoying.
it should be really easy to fix.
Yeah,
how dare you use an open world to get some kind of interactivity?
Yeah.
Just stop that immediately. Ugh, Fire Knights.
They hit so hard as well. It's insane, and they have no stamina. And then you get this little fucker here as well, and it's like, just go away.
I've noticed with this game, or this DLC rather, that you just want to have a heavy weapon. Because heavy weapons stagger Fire Knights.
That's what I was thinking throughout my playthroughs, where I was like, man, I wish I would stagger enemies, because they just have all the poise. It's actually nuts.
When I got to Mesmer's Keep on my mage, I was like, okay, a lot flasks. 6 mana Estus. All right. Comet. Okay, they're dead. Comet. All right, it's dead.
Yeah.
Like, we are not dealing with you.
Because periodically on my first file, I'd try and use Milady, the like greatsword thingy, because I wanted to try out the moveset and stuff. And then I'd keep running into enemies that it wouldn't stagger, but that my Godslayer greatsword would. And I'd be like, yeah, I don't want to interact with these guys. They're annoying. I'm going to stun lock them to death now instead of like using this weapon that's just worse. So it makes it really frustrating to play any lighter weapons in this DLC.
Well, that's actually a staple of a lot of the FromSoft DLCs. Dark Souls 2 had that shit in spades, where it was just like, oh, the DLC enemies? No, they have infinite poise. Like Dark Souls 3, oh, you know the Super Knights in the area? Yeah, they have infinite poise. Yeah.
Oh yes.
But there's more fun enemies like the Fire Knights. When you go up to Radahn and oh god, I don't even know what they're called. Do I have this here? Is this on this stream?
The super like lion knights,
super horn
the
warriors.
lion fuck faces. Yeah. Oh, this is actually on this stream. Hang on, let me see if I can find
the
it.
knights, the horn knights, I don't find too bad, but the sorcerers, fuck those guys.
I just think they're annoying. Like, it was something I said to myself when I first ran into Radahn after a while of like these guys. I don't want to fight a Souls enemy with 2 swords ever again. I don't want to do it anymore.
So here's one of them, I think. Did I fight them already?
Yeah, here's the worst one, the Frosty guy.
Oh,
yeah, Frosty guy.
I think I already fought him because I'm just going to I'm picking something up. No, I'm just wondering if I'm bothering to fight him or if I already if I'm already over it. Look at this. Oh no, I already died there. Hang on, let me go back a bit. I want the actual fight.
Yeah.
I love that stupid shoulder slam where they disco slide along the ground.
That one that he just did right there.
Yeah.
Enir Ilim.
I hate this encounter so
They do
much.
the Gwyn/Soul Cinder attack. They're like, they make the big super sword and then they just go swing. Ugh.
It's kind of funny because this is like a normal enemy in the.
Yep,
in
no
this
health
area.
bar.
I didn't go
He
back.
respawns too.
Before you reach him, do you guys enjoy the fact that the first leg of any Ilim or whatever it's called is Grace, one enemy, next Grace?
Grace, yes. That's one of the most egregious ones.
Funny.
It's pretty
Literally
cool.
one guy.
Like, I just make them one-time fights and then just have the person do it and then walk back to the Grace and then carry on. Like,
This is what I expected from these guys. Now there's the fight. Look at all this fucking AoE.
Yep. Big delayed stomp.
I didn't even get to. The fight is already over. I
bet you thought that when he lifted his foot off the ground, he was going to bring it back down and not like wait a second and then bring it back down.
Yeah.
You fool.
Oh man.
So this is like one of these enemies that have a boss moveset, boss HP, boss stagger, boss everything, but they respawn. You can kill them.
Yes, they do. No, it was the same thing for my mage. It was like, oh, I'm in near a limb. Okay, 8 mana flask. Comet. Okay, he's dead.
And you can't even nuke them down super quickly, even with like a Rivers of Blood, because they have like 12,000 HP. It's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
It's very, very magic specific. But yeah, even on my greatsword build, it's just like jump slam.
Yeah, and then you have these birds that get staggered if you fucking cough at them.
but deal 8.
I was to say, but
damage.
If you don't kill them, they kill you. That is what they do.
Dude, even that just reminds me. Have you guys ever been to the Fly Village or Fly People Village or whatever it's called?
Fuck those guys.
Because I went there today because I was grabbing some ash blessings. I've never been there before. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna ride here, pick all this thing up. I turned around, there's like 20 of them behind me. I'm like, I attack them, they all heal. Oh great, there's a fucker that heals all of them at once. Where's my wave spell? Pew 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 pew, and I barely made it out. I was like, Jesus.
And then they just spam the grab attack.
Oh god.
So regarding Mr. Lion Man here, you know his big combo with the Ice Aura, probably the worst part of his moveset. I want to put this as like an open question to chat. Has anyone found a way to get through that where you don't take damage?
Well, I don't know if I ever went and fought him because I was annoyed, and he followed me actually.
I mean, I guess like, can you just get far enough away from him? I know the attack you're talking about, the kind of like ice tornado thing.
He
right?
chases you too hard. You have to roll, which allows him to catch up, which means the ice aura catches up and takes all your HP.
Oh shit.
Oh, that ice aura? Nah, my melee characters, I ran past them. My mage character, I just nuked from
I just cheesed him on top of the tower with arrows. Nice.
The second time around, I just fought all 3 of them and won quite easily each time because Great Katana's broken. It's probably the most powerful weapon in the DLC.
The way I just died there.
Oh no!
It's like, I made the jump.
The regular Great Katana or the dragon one?
Just the regular ass Great Katana.
I really like them.
I was playing an int character, and I just put cold on it, and it has a fucking bajillion AR and cold and bleed, and a really good moveset for boss killing because it has loads of pokes.
Nice. Also, keep talking. I'll be right back.
Can you put 2 elements on a weapon? I feel like I've just been avoiding that the whole game.
If they have an intrinsic element.
Oh, okay.
And then you can put another element on sometimes.
Oh, really?
The non-boss weapons, so like the Uchigatana, it has bleed built in, but then you can also put cold, faith, whatever,
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
and so on and so forth.
I could do some stuff.
Status build stacking is really broken. Yes.
Yep. And considering all of the statuses essentially do the same thing, where like the reward for all of them is
big damage.
I think I'll take the 2 statuses that give me damage now over the 1 status that gives me damage over an extremely long period of time. So long that it probably only procs once.
The Deathbirds killing metal there on stream is what I was saying. You either kill them or they kill you, because the moment you take them off your screen, you're just going to get hit by 80 projectiles and die.
There's so many things in this DLC that do so much damage, and just from the animation and like the style of the thing that's hitting you, I wonder what business they have doing so much damage. Like the Fire Knights are the perfect example. They hit you with these tiny little knife dagger things and take all of your HP.
Have you considered just getting more Skibidi Blessing? No.
I'm kidding,
well, I guess I could consider that. I mean, the most I have ever had is 15, so...
Yeah, no, he's better than us.
But I don't want to, man. Like I'm very stingy about spending time in an open world I hate. If it's a choice between grinding out attempts on a boss and like running around on a scavenger hunt in an open world I don't like, I'm just gonna grind out the attempts.
I have done 2, my second and third playthrough. I got Skibidi 20 on both, and like it's just like, okay, spawn into DLC, open map. All right, run, grab all that you need to get to 14, kill 2 bosses. Now you're at 17. Kill 2 more bosses. Now you're at 20, and you're like, okay,
great.
Yeah, it's such a and it is 40% of your stats.
Yeah. The first 10 levels are the most important because that's when the max scaling is still happening.
Yeah,
the last half is a little less. They changed that apparently after some point.
It's 3-ish% per level for the first 10, and then 1% per level for the last 10. But even still, they scaled this shit 40% instead of just letting people play the game at soul level 150 or whatever. Like, fucking hell.
I think when I was fighting Rellana, was soul level 191, I think.
Okay. Like,
the Scadutree fragment thing, like, it exists for the sake of they don't know how the fuck progressed you're going to be going into the DLC, right?
Yeah.
Because it's an open world game. You could be in all sorts of levels of... So, like, yeah, let's try and also, conversely, let's try and minimize the effect that it will have on the main game, right? Because a lot of the power you get here is in the form of Scadutree fragments that you can't take back into the base game.
Yeah. Dude, it would be so funny if you could.
Oh my god, can you imagine what would happen to every, like, all
already
the bosses?
Already stomping everything when you have a decent build. And then
have you seen the memes of people using the Bale stab attack to kill Gideon? It's just like, you walk in, it's like, oh, I knew you'd come.
When you
start charging the attack, and it's like, oh, I see you've been to the DLC. gets insta-killed.
I found Gideon funny the second time I got to him. It's like, oh, I know you just talk some trash. Let me get behind you and backstab you and just fucking annihilate you completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, because the AR on my weapons hit really fucking stupid numbers with the help of Skibbity, and I didn't even have all of it. Like,
I don't know how you forced yourself through this with only 13 or something.
Yeah, I ended my first playthrough with 13 and second with 15. I forced myself through it because it's either that or forcing myself through fucking exploring to find them, and I could not be fucked.
Oh, when I got to Rodan and I realized I have like multiple areas left, I was like, Chad, it's fine if you tell me where I need to go, because I actually have no idea. I thought I searched everywhere. When you learn, it's like, you need to go this ladder. It's like, okay, fair enough. Then there is also an illusionary wall behind a waterfall, and then you get to this next area where you can beat a boss and get to the next thing. It was like, oh boy.
Cool. I just think it's a pretty bad system for actually accomplishing what it was made to do, because of the fact that they're all just lying around in the open world, and I now have to modulate my own difficulty. Like, I have to figure out, is this too hard for me? Do I need to go and find more Scadutree fragments? Are there even more that exist in the spaces that I've been? Like, fuck do I know, dude? I'm playing this game for the first time.
I think I talked about this on stream.
Really miserable.
Someone pointed it out. It's like, why don't we have like a thing where it just says, hey, in this area, you found X of 10 already. You know, like in God of War Ragnarok, for example, or God of War in general, where you can look at the maps like, okay, I don't tell you where everything is, but you did find this amount of things in this area. It's like, yeah, that's good. Thank you. So now I know I'm not wasting my time.
I do wonder. Oh, no, go ahead.
Part of what stopped me from exploring was precisely that knowledge of, like, I don't know which of these I've even found or where I've been to find them. So, like, I'm not just going to go and run around the world blindly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I looked up a map immediately.
Yeah. I didn't look up a map immediately. I did look it up for my last 9 fragments.
Sorry,
and,
when I say
sorry, go ahead.
No, when I say immediately, I meant like once I understood what the mechanic was, like once I understood how it was affecting my experience, and that it is just designed to fuck you over unless you engage with it. I was like, okay, I'll just engage with it then. So I did.
Yeah.
Well,
which is funny because then it fucks your experience in the other way, because it makes 9 out of the 10 remembrance bosses a joke.
Someone chat just because if the game tells you and and gives you good information, it wouldn't be a real gamer's game. Hard is good. True. Gamers with a Z, of course.
I mean, the game does, like, there's tutorials in this game, though. Like, they bring up a prompt on screen and tell you what the Skibbity fragments are and what they do.
Oh, funny story about that.
It's not like they're not giving you any
funny
information.
Story about that. I never got that because
really?
I picked up the wrong one first, and then it just didn't give me the information. I didn't even know what it was. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So funny.
I'm pretty sure. I have to... It's all on stream. Maybe I can go back and check, but I'm pretty sure I never got that thing. Maybe someone in chat
read the item
remembers.
descriptions and figure out what it does, scrub.
But I'm pretty sure I just never got this. So it's like, what is this the thing that people are talking about that I need? I don't know.
I'm reminded of that one spot in Abyssal Woods now, in terms of, like, the game, you know, being a real gamer's game that doesn't give you the answers. And then there's the stealth sections, but there's literally like 6 messages re-explaining the stealth system and telling you exactly what you have to do.
Now, were those like written messages on the ground?
Those were dev messages.
Yeah.
Yes. But like, I mean, they're in the form of like player messages, though, right?
No, they have a distinct look to them.
They're like an actual stone tablet thing.
Those things. Oh yeah. I guess because I didn't end up seeing those, and I thought what you were talking about was a pop-up coming up in the Abyssal Woods, and I had to figure out it was a stealth sequence because the madness-inducing things just kept on instantly killing me when they spotted me, and I was like, there's a lot of kind of waist-high brush in this area, so if I just crouch and...
I don't want to make myself out to be too much of like an epic gamer or whatever, but like I figured out the gimmick near instantly the moment I swung a sword at one of them and it didn't die, and because there's, you know, stealth stuff fucking everywhere. And then because I walked past the messages, I didn't see them because I took a different path. Then when I walked back and hit all the messages, I loudly exclaimed, "Fuck off, man!" Because, like, it's so easy to understand. It's such an intuitive thing.
Yeah.
Players are smart enough to figure this out. Come on,
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
Come on.
it's an area
Nobody's
where you
even
have
played a video game before.
That's true. Actually,
okay.
there's no such
I
thing
was
as
teasing
video
him.
games.
Elden Ring was the first video game.
Yeah, the DLC
Like-
specifically was the first video
Yes.
game.
Yes.
I understand not everyone's gonna figure it out, but like, it's not. We don't need all this.
Yeah.
I could maybe accept one message saying "Don't let them see you" or something to, or like
Yeah,
something to that effect.
Or maybe
Or like
just,
an NPC who's dying on the ground, and kind of like when you come across Aegon or Egon, whatever his name is, where he's screaming out in pain. Just have a guy who's in the area like, oh fuck, don't let him see you, man. Don't let him see you, or because that's a cliche that they do in video games. Like, I don't know. Or maybe just don't have a shitty fucking stealth section.
Yeah, like
I didn't think it was shitty. I don't know. I didn't mind.
I
Fuck you.
almost want to...
It was easy enough to not be annoying, and honestly, for stealth segments in games that aren't about stealth, like that don't have a developed stealth system, my two things that I like are make it very, very fun to control, and possibly a little bit challenging if you've got a good idea of how to do stealth design. But if you don't, just make it so that it's not going to bother me. Okay.
Okay, so
my argument at that point is just don't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
So here's the thing. I actually like Midra as a boss. I actually think he's one of the better-ish ones.
He's pretty unambiguously the second best in the DLC.
Yeah, because
I think so.
I find him
like,
funny because I thought he was gonna be like normal. They baited me in like the first phase, like, oh, this is like a normal boss again, and then like particles. It was like, oh god.
I wish his frenzy were a little less spammy, but I think a lot of his attacks are really well telegraphed. Actually, like I felt really natural, just like, oh, he's about to swing his sword, dodge, neat.
The thing with Midra is like he has a weird sense of motion, but it's consistent within himself. Like the way he swings his sword has an internal logic to it that he sticks to. So when you look at him like moving, you can then sort of understand what's going to happen next in an intuitive sense where you don't already know what's going to happen next. And that's fucking crazy in Elden Ring.
Yeah. So having done 3 playthroughs of the DLC and doing that stupid stealth section 3 times, no, fuck it. I just want to fight the cool boss.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take that long to get through, especially if you know where to go.
Oh god,
I found the trickiest part about it was trying to read the area and explore while maintaining stealth. Because I was like, well, I gotta kind of figure out.
I got our next topic when we're done with this.
Oh no, I do want to mention the bushes because I saw a sparkly thing and I was like, oh, a plant that I could pick up. Walked right into them. And then one teleported behind me and killed me, and I was like, oh, okay, those are bad.
I had the same thought. It's like, let me pick this up. Why can't I pick those up? And then you go like, it's like, oh no.
And you're like, whoop. That's funny. Go ahead with your next topic.
Oh, it's well, that's what's on screen right now. This NPC epic fight, because now we get to see some footage of it.
You have people to help you there? Oh wait, no, or is that the Sanguine Noble?
Well, there's this one. It's the one random guy,
fella.
but I don't think I'll use him here. I think the first attempt I just go in because I don't know exactly what's happening.
I wish I could express to you guys how miserable this fight is when you're 1v3 with a Godslayer Greatsword and 13 Scadutree fragments.
Yeah, because I actually got through this fight pretty quickly as soon as I got the guy.
I know how, because the difference between 13 and 17 is only 4%. So yes, I have done it solo 1v3, with a 4% difference. Yeah. It's unpleasant with the Guts Greatsword.
So it's funny because Swole told me there's a fight like this in here. So I thought it was like, oh, this is probably the fight. And I was like, well, let's check it out, I guess. And yeah, it starts pretty okay, normal. It's like, oh, it's just one. Are they just one after another? That's not too bad. And then they team up on you. And it's like, oh, that's what's going on.
And we did this in Dark Souls 2, and everybody hated it. Guys, come on.
There's so many NPC fights in this DLC, and I'm shocked by it because they're bad. We've known for a long time that NPC fights fucking suck.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the guy who spawns that has Mesmer's dialogue, like he's a joke. He doesn't do anything.
Oh, there's the monk. There is he.
Moonrathil, there's Dane, there's Ancient Dragon Man, there's Ancient Dragon Man again. There's Rakshasa and a bunch of there's the Black Jail Knight thingy. There's so many of them. Dane's such a fucking asshole because he never stops.
Oh yeah, this wasn't even the worst of it. That was just
he just goes.
I think you see it better when I get some distance between me and him, and he's fighting the NPC guy. It just keeps going. He's going to bam, 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 bam.
And he defies all physics. Like he slides through the air with some of his attacks. Just wee.
Oh yeah. It's just always
the NPC fights. Like they really need to start functioning as if they have stamina like we do. Because
stamina and poise, yes. Because the Black Jail Knight being like the first one you're gonna come across, he is such a filter for the DLC of like, we are gonna fuck you up, and it's like, well, why? And it's because, yeah, we have really easily telegraphed attacks, but if any of them touch you, they're gonna deal 80% of your health, and if you can't stagger him, just, unless super ultra great sword.
Yeah. You get kind of baited with this one because he's kind of easy. Like he has stagger actually, or she. I actually don't know who that is.
That doesn't matter. Everybody knows the girls aren't real.
No, that's true. Yeah, my bad.
The obnoxious thing about him is his infinite dash, roll catch, self combo thing, which is really annoying if you don't just slap him to death.
Yep.
Girls and birds, man, they're not real. They're just government drones.
Oh god,
These guys, they all do so much.
Oh, they also get all the full Estus every time. Like all the NPCs gets a full Estus. Like I always had him down, and it's like I'm gonna heal now. Oh, now there you go. Now they're teaming up. It's Jover.
It's just so obviously cancer. Like they have full heal Estus. They do so much damage. They have infinite stamina, built-in roll catches on a lot of their shit, and they never stop. And there's 3 of them. There can be up to 5 of them even.
Yeah, that's probably when you
have can be up to 5 enemies?
I guess when you have all the quest things done.
Oh.
I guess.
Like on my second playthrough, I fought 4 people because Freya was here as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I also had Anspark.
Look at my face. It's like I'm already done with this. It's like my second attempt. Look at them standing there judging me.
Is it required? Can you just walk past it?
No,
this fight?
No, you gotta do it.
Oh no, you did. You tried, and there was a wall. Yeah.
They spawn a fucking fog wall in your way.
Yes.
Like
you can see how much testing I do. I see enemy, I kill enemy, which is very appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I would have done it anyway. Oh, I'm still doing it on my own. I did this more often than I thought I would have. Okay.
I wish I could describe how fucking boring this was with the Godslayer Greatsword.
Well, you probably had to roll, poke. Roll.
You do, because I did it with the Guts Greatsword.
That wasn't even my game plan. My game plan was walk up to a guy, swing on him twice, back away, let him swing at air for a couple of seconds, and then hit him twice.
Yeah,
do the same, hit him twice, hit him twice, hit him twice. Literally, and I was not doing very appreciable damage, so it took ages. And if ever I got caught by one of them, I could just get insta stun lock combo killed by just 2 people hitting me.
Well, because if Letta does her weapon art and it hits you along with anybody else, it's pretty much
it's terrible. I think it's worse than Bed of Chaos, especially because it's balked on a narrative level as well. I think it's awful.
It's pretty
It is not worse than Bed of Chaos, but
I don't
it is shit.
Trust me when I say I don't use that lightly. I
know.
A lot of my online career reminding people you don't remember how bad Bed of Chaos is. I think this is worse than Bed of Chaos.
There's probably
remember how bad Bed of Chaos is.
There's probably that one guy who's like the acolyte's actually great type of Dark Souls. It's like actually Bed of Chaos is incredible because I like the platforming. It's amazing.
Yeah.
We don't take those people. They're not real. They're government plants.
they're just like birds and girls.
Yes, the paid actors.
Birds, girls,
They're
Disney
everywhere.
fans, and
and people that like Bed of Chaos.
Yeah.
No, I got the NPC guy. I think I beat it on immediately now. I think there's only one attempt after. I remember.
Whatever narrative they were attempting to do there, having the Sanguine Noble just be there is the fill-in where it's Why?
You don't appear to have any buddies. Have this guy.
It's funny because they realize there's it's absolute cancer on your own.
I had no friends and summoned a mimic tier.
Guy in here.
And that's the funny thing is he's only here if you don't have anyone else. Like on my second playthrough, I had Ansbach, and he wasn't there because I had Ansbach.
I just summoned my shitty mimic who doesn't know how to dual wield properly.
Do it.
That's another.
But
really
I mean, to be fair,
thing.
I guess I really just wanted him to pull aggro, so he did what he needed to do for me, and made it so that I still killed everybody.
Holy shit! Look at that combo.
Like, you get
insane.
People... Oh yeah, that was really cool.
Where's my guy?
Oh Jesus!
He takes a minute to. He should be here.
Oh, there he
is.
is.
Where the fuck is he?
In the back. He was just chilling.
You don't like losing 90% of your health,
dude. Have you ever been hit by those soul mass things that Hornsent summons?
I don't think so. No.
They just kill you. They do 1 billion damage. They
the God Flame kind of sword attack that he has, like the magic sword one where they're floating above them.
Just
I mean, it's not swords. They're God Flame though. But like, like getting is like Rellana's sword attack. I mean, where she has them procced. She has them equipped above her, and then when you get close enough, they go attack you. Like it's that, but it's God Flame. Yeah. So that. Yeah, that killed me a lot.
Yeah, it does the most damage. It does all of the damage.
If you get hit by like 3 of them, you're dead.
Did you guys see Metal get hit while he was behind Dane? Like Dane just has a rear facing hitbox for some reason. Like he's a guy with his fists and feet. What? Come on.
It's. I find it so.
He's glowing.
Lame.
It means he's on fire.
Because I'm actually kind of interested in trying like I would try like the fist build, but there's like I don't want to deal with getting it. Basically,
I used the fists for a bit, the dry leaf arts specifically.
Yeah.
I used them for Mesmer, and I used them for Midra, and I used them for some like assorted. I also used them for Romina and some assorted stuff outside of that.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of fun. They're just another Souls weapon, though. Like...
Yeah, I just like beating things with my fists in video games. I just find it fun. So I was like, I would like to do this, but I don't want to deal with getting a build together. It just takes so long.
It's kind of funny that you just mentioned Romina there, because I'd completely forgotten about the Saint of the Bud.
She's so funny to me. I can't help but laugh at that boss. She's such a clown. Like every time.
Look how I bully her now. By the way, sorry.
Yeah.
But
yes.
The same thing happens to the enemy.
Up on her.
Look at that. She has 20,000 ish HP or 18,000 ish HP. Like what the fuck?
What a good boss.
It's awesome. It's really great. It's also funny because I beat the monk to a pulp before she joined in. And then she staggered us both for a little bit and just healed all the way back up. It's like, okay, going back at it again.
We each have a full heal Estus for some reason. I wish I had a full heal Estus.
That would be poggy.
I mean, like
if you only have 30 vigor, then it's a full heal Estus.
No, I'm not going into this DLC with 30 vigor. You can't trick me like this.
Yeah.
I went into my first character with 45, and I was like, oh, that's death. Respect.
Elden Ring, because its RPG mechanics suck, quickly taught me that like every character I have is going in here with 60 vigor, because I can get 60 vigor without trading anything really, because most of my damage, especially early game, is coming from weapon upgrade level, not from stats.
Well, and in the DLC, it's the Skibbity blessings, so you can just spec full into defense or vigor or all of it, and you still deal more than normal damage if you have enough Skibbity blessing, which you only need 10. You only need 10 Skibbity blessings to hit what is essentially the correct amount of damage for the DLC. Anything past that is just bonus, because it's up to 10% extra.
Yeah. If you have Faith build and sword, you get from Manazi boss. Wait, which one is this?
The Mance.
Mance boss, I assume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's ridiculously OP against human enemies like these. Okay. Yeah, I heard that Faith is like pretty broken for the DLC. I haven't tried it.
Jojo, she's a Faith
build.
Not very.
To me. But part of that is just because, having a big weapon is just better than having a small weapon in the DLC. I don't think it's remotely advantageous to have a weapon below like greatsword size as compared to a weapon like above that size category, because you just get to stagger all the annoying things to death.
Yeah.
I mean, for the non-bosses, But I mean, Rivers of Blood does wonders. I mean, Metal's been showing it off.
Even for the bosses, excluding like specific.
You get to see something funny now. This is me entering the Radahn fight for the first time, I think.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Even just excluding cases like Rivers of Blood that are like, I'd say, exceptional. Like
Sure.
Compare Moonveil to a Great Katana, a Cold Great Katana. The Cold Great Katana is just better. It's just better in pretty much every context.
I did my Moonveil playthrough, so yeah, I'm kind of.
I had Moonveil on the character I just beat the DLC with, but I was always putting Moonveil down to pick up the Cold Great Katana or the Moonlight Greatsword because it staggers things, or because the hits I would get within the openings I had just did more damage from the larger weapons against bosses.
I'd have to. I'm not doing another playthrough, so I will acquiesce to that. I found that Moonveil was not really troubling me. It was rather beneficial. But yeah, if the Great Katana is even better, then like
as light weapons go, Moonveil's a good one. It's just it's a light weapon, so you don't stagger things, which sucks.
Well,
and
you do with the Sheath R2.
Sure, but then you're just burning FP to do things.
Oh yeah.
When you could just like mash R1 on them with a katana.
But it does a cool particle effect.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we need more particles in our fights.
Yes.
And to be clear to chat, because I keep seeing this get confused. When I say stagger, I mean hit stun, not like the stance break. When I say I mean stance break, when I mean stance break, I will say stance break.
Oh yeah, as far as like getting any kind of just like knocking enemies out of their attack animations, you absolutely need big weapon.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, they're just gonna go forever. The Fire Knights with the short swords, they have like a 10 or 12 hit combo. They just never stop.
Do you like the big combos from the weird like chakram dudes as well? Where they just spin at you constantly.
Oh, what are they called?
I read the name earlier today and I forgot. Cursed something.
Yes.
And they're everywhere, and they just they come flying at you and go like, and then you're dead.
Yes,
because they also
and then you're dead. Yeah,
it's funny. You just ride your horse somewhere, and you come flying, and you get unseated and die. Okay. This is my first time encountering him. I'm actually doing better than I remembered. I think I did a second attempt where he just nukes me instantly with his spinny attack. Do my damage like 500 per hit. It's like
I was giant hunting this dude with a great katana for 2,170 or so. Granted, you can't land giant hunt like all the time, but you can hit it a decent few times, and that's a fuckload of damage compared to anything I could get from any of my other weapons. And like I tried using fists against him, and they were too slow. Like their speed was not advantageous as compared to just having a great katana, because I wasn't getting any more punish windows, which is really annoying.
I didn't put enough time in using the Guts Greatsword against him, but the Guts Greatsword, like the roll attacks were hitting for like 1,700.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not bad. It's just I needed more time learning his second phase, but I gave up on that and switched to my mage. I have not been the most shining example of a FromSoft player this DLC.
Yeah, I've been chipping away at a dual regular sword with bleed build on for the entire thing with no summons, and I'll get it. Damn it!
My first Dark Souls playthrough, strength. My first Dark Souls 2, strength. Dark Souls 3, strength.
It's
like I did it right, and then Elden Ring broke me. I started the strength playthrough, and the Falling Star Beast on top of Mount Gelmir, like right before you get to the mansion. That was where my strength playthrough ended on launch, because I was just like, this something is broken with this game. And then they buffed the animations like 5 times. It was like, oh, something was broken with the game. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, my damage was actually not that bad. I thought like the Rivers of Blood is just doing so much here.
It does.
I almost got to phase 2 there. That actually surprised me. But I think this is where I decided I go somewhere else. And then people like, this is the final boss, by the way. I was like, oh, well, I have like 17 other areas to look at, so I'll be back later.
I think cucking Mesmer out of being the final boss was a mistake.
He was like the big poster man of the DLC.
I Because he's the big poster man, I expected him to not be the final boss, but I didn't expect them to just go like, yeah, this will be an easy crowd pleaser. Just fight Radahn again.
Yeah.
But like in his prime and unrotted and stuff.
Talking about big poster things, the fucking wait, will you have Vesper? Because go ahead, I'm switching to someone else.
Fine.
Okay, because the fucking furnace giant thingies.
Oh yes.
I was like, oh, there's the thing from the trailer. This is gonna be a boss, right? It's like, no, there's like 5 or 6, and they're really boring to fight.
They are the worst world enemies ever.
Until you figure out, or someone tells you, yeah, you have to throw furnace pots in his head. It's like, wait, I need to use more fire to kill the fire thing faster?
What?
Yes.
Are you kidding?
No.
I did not think of trying that, to be fair. Why would I?
Like the one that leads up to where Ymir is, the church and the magic castle. Like there's a thing on the ground that says like, yeah, you need to throw something into the fire, but who's gonna know that it's a pot? I don't know, man.
A specific kind of fire pot even is the funny
yes
part. From a cookbook that you have to have picked up in the DLC.
I have gotten a lot of cookbooks, and I've crafted.
How do you double down on that system?
So I fucking hate the crafting system, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I remember you talking about it on the Elden Ring EFAP way back when. Like, I don't know how you double down on it. It is both awful and useless at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not defending the crafting system.
No. I don't think anybody can.
It made me do an epic beating the bosses with items playthrough. That was kind of fun, actually. In a weird way.
The first furnace giant or whatever they're called that you fight, like you enter the DLC and you see him. He's there, and you're like, oh, I saw this in the trailers. This is gonna be good. He's there. No, you just jump over the fire and smack his feet until he falls down. How the fuck, guys?
I want to know what they were thinking, because it plays so bad. Like, it plays so obviously badly. You stand next to his ankle slapping it and jump every few seconds.
Yes!
And if he falls in a weird way and you don't get to his head fast enough, you just get to do another cycle, and it takes forever.
It is such obviously poor gameplay that I'm, like, shocked it made it in.
Did you see me fight him when I got there on my first stream? I think so. I know Mauler popped in that stream. He's like, "Wow, that looks really fun."
I haven't bothered to fight it.
Didn't you get one shot by the grab, because the grab's really funny?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
They have a grab attack.
Yeah, and then they throw you in their head part, and then you die in
you just die.
Fire.
I think it always kills you.
It wouldn't surprise me. It's a very modern FromSoft thing to do. Okay.
There's an infinite throwing dagger. Wait, really? Is that in the DLC? I'm not sure. I've heard about that.
I mean, I've always thought things like arrows for a bowl build being unlimited would make them a lot more viable, because they could actually start doing some more interesting things in them other than this arrow does this other thing. Like,
I tried doing a bow build in I think it was the Convergence mod, actually. That or the other one where they actually made bows viable and was kind of fun.
I mean, or just have them be limited by spawn, because I think like if I would never want to use a bow on a boss, because it's like, well, if I don't beat him with this run, then I just wasted all those arrows. I'm gonna have to like go farm for. So it like consumables in general. It's like, I don't want to base my strategy around those unless I mean.
If Elden Ring was a different kind of game that wasn't so focused on combat challenge, I think I'd be like more amenable to doing things like that. But with the way Elden Ring's put together, it doesn't feel like, I've figured out any neat trick if I use a fire pot at a particular point in a boss fight. It just feels like I'm doing something that is fundamentally limited, doesn't even really improve my chances of winning, and doesn't like feel very good to do either. I just lob a pot and it does some damage. Go me, I guess.
I think the most fun from the beating bosses with items only was figuring out if it's even possible to do.
Well, because the pots respawn.
Like but you need the resources to make certain pots.
Yes.
And one of the pots I always wanted as soon as I had them were the rod pots, because those deal so much damage over time. It's pretty nuts, actually. The thing is, those are the most annoying things to farm in the whole game. You can only farm them in the Rod Lake from these weird little frog guys, and they have a very, very low chance of spawning, dropping those thingies. So I just kept going in and out of there, beating all the enemies with all the fucking item find shit I can get, and just got a couple of them so I can do more attempts. And then I got my first streamer privilege in my life, where someone's like, hey, I can drop you items, and just drop me 999 of everything.
Nice.
So I just skipped all the farming things. We're just like, okay,
welcome to the big leagues.
It's not cheat engine when it's a gift, okay?
Yeah, so in that throw boy character, I still have like unlimited resources basically.
That's fun.
But it was nice because
that's
then I didn't need
probably...
to fucking farm the rot leg for like 2 hours to just get a couple of attempts again. And you could even the Snake Man I was able to beat with the items. It took a while, but goddamn, I think he has like overall like says 65,000 HP. And
only?
And it just worked out with the items. But you have to you need to be patient because it takes a while for everything to proc. So basically every time a boss is like, okay, let's see how many arrows, how many throwing darts do I need until he's poisoned? It's like, okay, it's that many. And then how many rod pots do I need? It's like bam 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 bam. But yeah, it worked. It's kind of fun. I didn't really learn Millennia though. I learned how to zip glitch, and I froze her AI because I just couldn't figure it out with her.
Yeah,
she kept fucking killing me. It was like, okay, isn't there a way to break her AI? And I legit learned the whole zip flash. So you can zip flash on top of the arena door, lock out back in, and then she's still in there, but her AI is offline.
That seems convenient.
Oh, it was a nightmare to learn, though. I learned it on stream. It was kind of fun.
I watched a lot of the item-only playthrough, but I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
More things to complain about for the DLC. The finger ruin areas, they can fuck off forever.
Oh, God, yeah.
Which ones were those? Remind me.
To do Ymir's quest
and then teleporting enemy ones.
Yes.
One of them stuns you, and the other one can just teleport wherever the fuck you are and then grab you.
Oh,
and it's a long, kind of unbreakable animation.
Well, those areas are just empty and boring.
They are empty.
Honestly,
they are empty, boring, and the enemies in it are specifically designed to just fuck you over. Yeah. And if you try riding through it on your horse, their little tracking magic, it accelerates to light speed and hits you on the horse. So you have to walk through it and fight everything.
Yeah. Oh,
or at least I resorted to that because I'm bad. But like,
I just did that because I was just exploring the area. I was like, oh, this is a huge area. There's probably some items here. It's like, oh, there's nothing.
The first time,
huh?
The first time, yeah. I mean, obviously, but like 3 times of doing it. Yes, it just follows more into that, like, could you guys have just put cool enemies in here? Like, you didn't have to do this. Yeah. No, the boss isn't worth it. The finger boss is not good.
I like it visually. I think it looks cool.
It's a completionist boss. I think, like, dude, if you want to beat all the bosses, but
there was almost something neat going on there, like visually and stuff.
Yeah, the fingers at the side are pretty
great.
Cool.
Actually, let me pull that boss up because that boss is just ridiculous in the way he behaves.
It's also a shame that the boss has an undodgeable attack.
Woohoo! We love those.
Like not like Radahn, where like it's conditionally dodgeable if you like can make an extremely tight like timing window and stay in the right position all the time. No, undodgeable. As far as I'm aware, nobody has yet found a way that it can be dodged using a roll or avoided by movement without using Raptor of the Mists or something like that.
Insane.
I'm just
big spinny laser.
Is that? Yeah, I was about to say, is it the spinny laser? Because it would always hit me at least once. I could never avoid both spins. It seemed to track me wherever I went.
As far as I'm aware, the only solution people have found is stuff like Raptor of the Mists and like things to either tank through it or iframe it in that way.
Man, that kind of breaks the rule of like FromSoft games that they should be following, at least. I mean, clearly.
Oh, I dodged that, says guy in chat. I don't believe you. Video work didn't happen.
Yeah,
like straight up. I've been combing the internet, looking at like all of the cool no-hit soul level 1 people, and none of them, like, all of them are saying, yeah, this isn't dodgeable, you have to find some kind of strat. Like Ongbal, if anyone's familiar with Ongbal, he used Raptor of the Mists to get around it.
See, like, again, visually, I like this area. It's like all these weird finger thingies. Even the message even say try finger, so that's always fun.
Try finger butthole.
That's a classic.
It is a classic.
But yeah, you have this guy. It's like, wow, I'm playing Bloodborne. They finally did it, guys. We got Bloodborne on 60 FPS. Isn't that epic? And then he shoots you with a laser instantly. I was like, oh god. Like,
is not entirely
it's fucking disgusting. Honestly, I love the design of this enemy. It's so gross. Like, it's just
the whole design of.
Go ahead.
The whole design of this encounter, I think, is really, really neat, and it's kind of memorable. And it really sucks that the boss sucks.
Because this is like a huge. Look how he fucking jumps around. Ever. He behaves like he's like a fucking cruiserweight. It's like,
yeah. What the fuck is that?
When he starts spinning and goes into the air, it's like he's like above you. Like, even if you locked on, you can barely see what's happening. It's like, is he coming down? Is he doing something? I'm confused. And then he has like these. You go to the side of him. It's like, okay, he's like attacking from the front as a side. And then he has like these small fingers on the side and go like. And
they can just hit you. Like, they just have hitboxes sometimes.
This reminds me of Dark Souls 3. These guys in the cages, where they just kind of skirt around with little fingers, and it damages you. And it's like, why does this damage me? Like, they barely touch me. It's like one of these things. Like, this is weird. Why did I throw a pot at him? I was probably memeing.
I'm behind on the stream. Hey, look at that.
Wait, he just shot behind. Yeah, there you go. Look how much damage that dealt. It's insane.
Oh.
And I'm dead. My face is like, fuck.
It's another boss that would be so much better if the camera pulled back.
Yeah, for sure.
Just like the same camera pullback that you showed for the modded dancing lion. If you had that here, it'd be excellent. At least more excellent than what it isn't.
It would just be so easy, and it would improve the game so much. I don't know how we're not doing it.
Well, it gets real weird.
I don't know who asked for more hands enemies. I don't know who it was. Yeah. God.
Well, at least, I mean, that stuff has lore reasons. So, like, I mean, I know that everyone's kind of down on the lore other than me, it seems, but, like, they... You know, like, I think deriving different enemy types because they're things in the lore that you want to use and pay off, that I think is a fair reason to bring back even enemies that people didn't like in a DLC. It's like, well, they're the enemies that are this thing. So unless you're going to totally redesign it, it would make sense that the Mother of Fingers is being protected by some of the fingers, right?
I'm more... I don't even understand the mechanic of how you create this thing. Like, it's...
I mean, that's supposed to be...
You just have to believe in yourself.
You know? Well, I can't say I've ever done that, so...
the Mother of Fingers, it's not... No, wait, the Mother, right, is a person that gets...
Oh my god, I got a stagger there? How did that happen? Sorry,
what's the guy's name?
Ymir?
There's the guy that you fight afterwards. Yeah, Ymir. The guy you fight afterwards is trying to become the new Mother of Fingers, so I'm not sure that that's a title or anything, but I know that the fingers are like a very powerful force, and I haven't exactly sorted out if they are controlled by a specific Elder God that isn't the Elden Lord.
They're servants of the Greater
Elden
Will.
Ring.
That's what everyone says they are.
Yeah, so the Greater Will exists. It's not... the Greater Will doesn't... it is not directly under the purview of someone like Marika. The Greater Will is just sort of its own being.
Marika works for the Greater Will.
Well, and every single character is like that's a named character, at least that we see. It isn't the big plesiosaur like Elden Beast was. All of them are subservient to one of the Elden Lords that are essentially gods above the gods. So they're like the Eldritch gods that control the people here that are kind of more like Greek gods, you know, like humanoid gods. But the Greater Will is I gotta do some more research on it, but I do know some stuff about the Greater Will. I'm just forgetting the specifics, and I don't want to be terribly wrong.
It's the god that sent Elden Beast. It's the god that sent Meteor, and it's the foundation of the Greater Will, or at least, you know, that's where That's where the Golden Order comes from.
Whatever you guys said, I believe you.
Yeah, I find it pretty uninteresting, frankly, because Meteor's just sort of here, and this is the thing that spawns the fingers. Okay, what do I do with that?
Fight it and kill it,
I guess, yeah.
Well, yeah. So
I don't want to linger on this too long, but with Miquella and Radahn, like, because presumably a player who's interested in the lore is like trying to think about why on earth their character is pursuing Miquella.
What even happened?
They may
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. They may reach a conclusion of why they're after Miquella that is like means they're on Miquella's team, perhaps. But then you run into the DLC, get to the final boss, and you have no choice but to kill his ass. And or even with like Leda and the boys, they're like, "Yeah, you're gonna go and try and kill Miquella, aren't you?" And you're like, "No, I'm not."
No,
I'm not.
I don't even know what I want to do because like I have no narrative context for any of this shit.
Look at me complaining like a little bitch there on my stream. I was probably going just seeing my hand gestures. I was probably going through the thing. Hey, what happened to the thing when you have like a big enemy that deals a lot of damage? It's a slow enemy and not as also fast.
Okay,
that's a thing in this DLC that just doesn't exist. I feel like, because you know how it normally works in video games in general, and we probably talked about this like 7,000 times because it keeps happening. It's just like, okay, you have a big enemy with a lot of HP that hits really hard, but he doesn't move very fast. So you can dodge him, and then he does like a big attack, and then you can punish him for a couple of hits, and then you go through the next phase or whatever. Or you have a smaller enemy that's very quick and hits you really fast for a lot of damage, but he doesn't have a lot of HP. So you need to find your punishment windows and do the fights that way. The way it works here is, here's a big enemy that can fly and spin and shoot lasers and has a lot of HP and also kills you in 2 hits.
It's funny because I like three fights on the Mother of Fingers, and I had like the easiest time. Rivers of Blood chunked her, Great Sword just staggered, and then the mage character Shard Spiral is an incredibly slept on spell. It just keeps ticking damage as it moves through their hitbox, and then builds stagger.
That's nice.
Yeah, Shard Spiral is insane. I used it to kill Bale as well. It's kind of silly, but like, yeah, just I don't know. I'm watching this and I'm like, oh, I've not seen most of this because I actually just didn't engage with this fight at all.
I think this boss is much easier if you had like a ranged build, because you could see the attacks coming and everything, and then you just fucking shoot them. Like, there's just water in my face right now. It's like, oh, he's pointing.
Oh no, for sure.
And then he does this, like, okay, I guess he comes down after 2.5 seconds. I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah, this is just there's a lot of times where this feels like Lamau, look how hard it is. Because they all just kill everything very hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mother of Fingers is bad. Let's go talk about Bale.
Oh boy,
we haven't pulled him up on stream to watch it. I'm gonna be right back for that, but I want to talk about Bale. So
curse you, Bale.
Curse you, Bale. Igon is based. He's a mega Chad.
Egon.
He just refuses to die.
Igon?
What was that?
I was reading it as Egon. I thought it was like the Ghostbuster.
Oh, Egon. I don't know. I forgot. I just went with my brain juices. But yeah, let me put it out because I have a whole stream that's just titled "Fighting Bale and Radahn."
Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. Sorry, I just died in a very depressing way.
I know that feeling.
And entirely
the worst deaths is
when I was doing quite well.
The worst deaths happen when you know it's your fault. It's the worst. Okay, let's see.
But I mean, they're also, in a way, they're also the satisfying ones because it's like, well, okay, that was me.
It's kind of fun. It's something it's fun because if you watch my streams, a lot of time you hear me say it's like, oh, that was my fault, yeah, and then you have like other fights like, I don't know what I was supposed to do there.
Yeah, I mean that's different information. It's like. I think that if people just think you look at this game as like, oh well, like I mean, it's going to be hard, get good, like that's all there is to it. It's like, well, no, because not all the deaths are you really. Like sometimes it's just bad luck and positioning, and a lot of the time, especially God in this Radahn phase 2, it seems to just be like, do I luck out that he gives me enough attacks that I can functionally dodge and get away from, and then get a couple punishment windows in. Or not. Or like, am I just getting a bad dice roll where he's just going to do the big AoEs that just kill me right away? Where like,
yeah, Radahn's a big toss-up.
It's not a great feeling for like this type of game, right? Whereas like, I guess with something like the the Nameless Puppet fight, Master of Puppets is a Metallica song. The Nameless Puppet in Liza P. I never felt frustrated fighting him because I always just kept on feeling like, well, I mean, I know where I'm going wrong. I know which attacks are hitting me, and I feel like I've got enough tools in this game that one of my defensive actions will work. And once I figure it out, I can actually participate in this fight again. Or it wasn't like Nameless Puppet doesn't have like a whole bunch of big AoEs that are hitting you from behind, right? Like, and I'm getting killed by those a lot in this fight. I'll tell you that much. Do you have any idea how many times I've rolled away from a place that has like, I know it's going to be the territory denial of like the light coming up from the ground attacks, and I roll back to an area that's safe, and then it turned out there was another one that was just out of frame for me, but close enough that it could damage me.
Oh, that's...
So like just a transparent light beam just appears behind me as it's killing me, and I'm like, oh, great. And yeah, like I guess I should have thought of that. Like,
even better in that regard, did you know that the terrain in the arena can fuck with their placement?
Oh, for Radahn, yes.
Yeah.
Because of all the little like elevation changes.
Oh,
hills
I don't know when it happens, but one time during my stream when I was fighting Radahn, he did a spinny move, but then he just got stuck on something in the terrain, and he just stopped and just started walking towards me.
Yeah, I love that.
Like he kind of
it's incredible.
He just touched something. It's like, oh, whoops. Anyway, moving on.
These bosses still can't handle elevation, and we're still just putting loads of elevation or random dips in the terrain into our boss arenas. I don't know why.
They could have just had the Radahn fight be in this really ornate marble arena, just a big marble, grandiose structure, and it could have just been perfectly flat, and it would have been fine.
There goes phase 2 of Bale.
God, it's
Bale.
So gratuitous.
Just
I don't
watching
know if anyone else, like, just all of this bullshit,
it's
man.
So,
like,
so what's weird is we already have Placido Segs, which I actually quite enjoyed to fight because I was actually able to see what was going on. Here, there's just so many particles and wind and dust and fire, and I don't fucking know.
Well, you know what? In Monster Hunter, you have like the jet engine dragon. I forget the name all the time.
Valstrax.
Yes. Like he's kind of on this level at times, but this is excessive. Like again, the camera works in Monster Hunter for Valstrax, but like look at where you're standing. You're standing next to his knee. 90% of him is now off screen, and
yeah, that's a big problem with this guy. So the problem is I can lock onto his head and see his stuff, but then I'm not close enough to actually hit him in the face with the weapon I have.
Now, like that attack, if you tried to look at him and your camera hit the floor box, like just ugh.
Also, is it just me, or is this attack where he just spits on the floor, vomits on the floor? Is that too fast? I always feel like it's too fast.
I think a lot of his stuff is way too fast.
Like that, right there, he defies gravity. He is not moving.
He's missing a leg, by the way.
A giant, brutish, one-legged, tattered winged dragon he's a complete fucking mess, and it's a pretty neat visual design.
Oh, yeah.
And then everything about the fight just completely fucks it because he doesn't move with any semblance of that being the case. He's fucking disco sliding, dancing, and like acrobatically hopping, throwing himself hundreds of feet into the air.
Mm-hmm. He summons magic wings to make up for the fact that he doesn't have wings. Just give him wings then.
I like that he doesn't have wings, that's kind of neat. And that here's the move. Oh no, it's not this
Especially
one.
as you're hearing all the lore of him as you're climbing up, like from Egon and stuff. Like the idea that you get up there and this big dragon is grounded and is for the entire fight, but still incredibly deadly might have been pretty cool.
Also,
well, like he's got his broken wing on the left, or his right wing. Sorry, when you're looking at, whatever. It's just a spike. It's a bone spur.
Mm-hmm.
It's been ripped off, and he's supercharging it with magic. Like I'm sorry, come on, that's just silly.
Yeah, he uses it as like a fucking bone stake. And
yes,
he drives it into the fucking rocks underneath him, and then just sort of like slides it out to slap you with his other wing instantly. It's like that thing is buried in there. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Also got stuck between his chest and his foot there.
Yeah, that
so
was really neat.
couldn't get out.
Easy to get stuck on him. Yeah.
Also, I think the first couple of times when I fought him, I was like, oh, he has this fucked up leg that's like an open wound. So obviously, I'm gonna attack this because this is gonna deal more damage, right? Like,
Ableist.
No.
Nope, nothing. It's the same one. It's like, oh wow, I thought this might be like the thing because you can't really stay back and hit him in his head all the time because he moves too much. No, it's just normal damage, which just
well, I know what to
me
protect if metal ever fights me.
I'm gonna attack your stump.
Oh yeah, obviously. Well, but it's Calamite, right? Like how do you start the fight with Calamite? Well, you shoot one of his wings, and then he can't fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to take out one of Calamite's wings in order to even have a fight with Calamite. If you don't do that, he's just going to fly and burn you.
Exactly. So then you have this guy who's, like, yeah, the lore is whatever. Placidus X and him fought and they fucked each other up. So you have this guy and it's like, all right, he's a really angry, evil dragon. And he just uses magic to do things. I'm like, oh, okay.
I'm trying not to be too cynical, by the way, but he feels like a Balerion the Black Dread reference.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. Bale the Dread.
That's immediately what I got from it.
That was what I figured, which I think is lame.
I actually have no idea what you guys are talking about.
He's a big Game
Egg
of
on the
Thrones
Conqueror's dragon.
Oh, okay, I didn't watch Game
He
of
was
Thrones.
Viserys's when Viserys was a kid, but he died before he could ride him. Not Viserys. Balin. No, not Balin. Balerion. Yeah. Balerion.
This actually wasn't an attack where I was like, just now, it's like, why didn't this hit me?
George R. R. Martin stuff.
Right? Yeah. He has a few of those as well, which, I mean, you definitely want bosses to have those attacks where it's like they have a fixed animation, and if you position correctly on purpose or on accident, like they just miss
arm
you.
went through you.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Like visually, like this went just straight up from here. Boop. It's like, yeah, I'm fine. It's like, oh, okay. The thing is, I'll take those because there's so much shit going on. It's like, yeah, okay,
sure.
I'm happy to get that, but
like when
why?
the camera is phasing into his chest to where you can see that the model is hollow, I think you have a problem with the boss design.
Oh, that just makes me think, oh, why can't you do this with walls, please?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be cool?
Like, right, that's right. This is just code. It's just a,
Man, he has so much HP as well. I think I have 20 Skibidi at this point.
I just
like,
really,
I think I'm fully
really
powered.
wish more of his moveset did justice to the fact that he is like fucked up physically. Like he's injured as hell, and also just to the weight that is in his design, because he's like a big stocky dragon. Like,
yes,
he
is.
Lean.
Yeah, you expect him to be stomping around, even on his one leg.
The comparison point I use is Nergigante in Monster Hunter World, because Nergigante has a comparatively lean build, but Nergigante moves like he's built like a brick shit house. Like he throws his weight around like crazy. He's a living battering ram in a way that Bale, with a much like bulkier and heavier and more strength like coded design, just doesn't. This guy's like disco hopping and sliding. It's really weird and annoying.
When you said Nergigante and all of that, I got Master Rank flashbacks, but yes, not Master Rank flashbacks. Yes, but yeah, it's
his slide.
It's a shame. He's so cool, and his music is so good, and the presentation of getting to him outside of the 400 dragons that you fight, like you're climbing this lightning mountain, and there's corpses everywhere, and yeah, it's just a shame that this is what we got out of it. Also, I didn't know there were items there.
I'm gonna quibble because I hate fun, I guess, but I would have liked
we knew
to
that
climb...
already. That's fine.
I would have liked to climb up more without the spirit springs if I was just like walking my way up.
Oh, no, that's totally a fair point. Like yeah. But that they were like, well, we don't want players walking for too long. Like,
because that's a problem they had before. Oh, we don't want them to walk too much.
No, I totally agree. It definitely cuts out some of the climbing of Mount Doom fun out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm fine with that. Your quibble is acceptable.
Nice.
Let's go. We got another one in.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That goes
This guy's kind of pretty tough, but then you summon Egon and he dies.
Or you use Shard Spiral, or you just hit him with a great sword a bunch.
Oh, I only summoned Egon like once for the meme, and then I'm that stubborn. It's like I need to beat this without any summons whatsoever because that's how I've beat everything. And was it worth it? Probably not. Maybe for some bragging rights that no one gives a shit about except me.
This boss is where the thing I've been saying of dodging through abstract art first came from. Because in the second phase of this, like, I don't know, it's just yellow lightning, Bale's body, red stuff all over the floor. Well, I can't see what's happening, but I know all the timings, so I'm never taking damage.
Look at that string of particle effects that just happened on the stream. The like progressive lightning coming towards you, into him doing his, spike attack, into him breathing fire. Like the screen is just nothing but orange and yellow.
Yeah.
And the camera's fucking spinning around everywhere.
That's because it just happened again. I just can't get over his weird slidey thing. Like, what is he even doing there?
Yeah.
I don't understand this move.
One fucking leg? What is...
Like, he slides all the way back across the whole arena. And it's like, what did you do? Like, I just don't understand what is happening in general. Like,
it is insane.
I just know he's coming at me, but I don't know how he's doing it.
I want to rant about that headbutt very briefly. I hate that move because it's a follow-up that you have to just know exists, but that he very rarely does.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of the time, there's a punish window there, but sometimes he will follow up with an instant headbutt that you have to be ready for, so you actually can't realistically punish there. You have to wait to see if he does the headbutt, and by that time, you've often lost your opening. So, yeah, I really don't like these moves that a lot of bosses have in this DLC of, like, I might follow this up with something. I usually don't, but I might.
Yeah.
I think the perspective if you play a no-hit version of this boss, oh god. It's kind of funny because I feel like, especially with like Souls games, there's like tiers of players. Like you have like the players like us, I guess, who just have this stubbornness of wanting to do it without summons and just one-on-one. I mean, I guess that's only been a thing since this one. That's not true. You can summon like friends and stuff and NPCs.
Yeah, no, summoning.
Ones, that's true.
Yes. Not summoning players has been a stigma from the beginning.
Yeah, that's true. I just forgot about that.
Which is fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it. I just always argue it's like you miss a good chunk of the experience if you don't 1v1 the bosses. I feel like.
Yeah. No, for the other games, for sure. Yeah.
That's exactly my feeling. Is like it might feel like, it's more convenient to just get it out of the way sooner, but I think it is a better experience overall with the fight to do it by yourself because it's more rewarding in that way. And also, like, if then we want to go and talk about the fight, if you summoned, I don't really have much to talk about with you because we played different games.
Yeah, it's a very different experience.
Yeah. Like, I don't. If you want to do it for you, I don't really give a fuck. But those are the times that I actually care. I think you would have a better time if you didn't, and I'd like to talk to you about it. So if you do summon, that's not going to happen.
It's also just really hard to actually learn the boss patterns because they behave so erratically. The bosses when you summon shit in there. Especially in Elden Ring. I don't even have that.
The AI is not prepared for it. It doesn't know what to do. Like, and that makes it not only easier because it doesn't, and I mean not only meaning it does make it easier, but also does sometimes make it harder because you are leaving a lot up to chance that you can properly see what the game intends you to see to avoid the next attack. Because you're not locked on, you just might not see it.
Especially if they have like attacks that go like like an arc or something that goes like from left to right to front or something, and then you get hit even though you're behind them or something like that, and you can't really see it properly. So you have to learn a very different kind of move set that's going on. That's something I realized with Mesmer. I might throw up the footage I have with the summon here in a bit. Because he does some funny stuff when he switches aggro in mid-combo.
In mid-air, yes.
Like he's mid-flying down. It's like, actually, I'm going for you now. It's like, oh no.
One more thing I want to bring up with Bale is, you know, his big phase transition thing where he starts flying around? My favorite part about that is the fact that if he does that from specific locations in Arena, he can go behind the cliffs such that your lock-on to him breaks.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what's been happening. Good to know.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, like, surely we can, there's multiple issues like that in the DLC, and surely we can do better than this. Like, you know, Gaius?
I do.
He can, when he goes for his phase transition, sometimes he just runs around the corner and does his big pig Psycho Crusher into the wall. And then he just gets stuck there.
That's funny.
It's emergent storytelling, Theo. Emergent.
It's the lore.
I mean, I don't know.
Apparently,
I think a boss giving a big fancy animation off screen. I don't think there's a lore reason for that.
You think so?
Nah, surely.
It's all lore. It's all connected.
It's the greater will.
I guess for the next one of this, we got a bunch of shit for hating on Elden Ring too much. You just got to find a person that's better at defending it than me.
Right. The funny thing is, even if Fortier would have been here, he probably would agree with most of the things. He just still has fun with the game. And here's the thing: I still had fun playing through this on stream. But what I realized when I was playing it offline the last couple of days on my own, I was so fucking bored for a lot of things. I was like, man, I wish I could talk to someone while I'm trying to do some research. It's like,
Elden Ring is my weird comfort game right now, because like the Souls games have always been my comfort games after I beat Dark Souls 1. Like I just like, oh, well, I have a weekend, I guess I'll play Dark Souls 3 or something. Like that's fine. But I don't really enjoy Elden Ring the same way. It's kind of been the one that broke me. Well, actually, Armored Core 6 broke me, but I won't go into that here.
Oh, really?
Armored Core 6 is
clear about my feelings on Elden Ring, so, you know.
Yeah,
I know. It's kind of... It's annoying because there's a lot of builds I would be like, oh, this is kind of cool, I would kind of do this. It's like, but there's nothing I want to use it against, really, like except like a handful of bosses, and then I have to go through a lot of poopy bosses that I don't like to actually do that.
Yeah.
It was like, ugh.
Most of the worthwhile stuff that you could find in Elden Ring is like towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I still have this
open world fucking video game.
I still have this.
Still
have this unfinished shield playthrough, which was kind of fun to do. I think it used like double spike shields, which did bleed, which was actually pretty good. Like it worked really well. And then I stopped one stream, and then I was like, okay, when is the next stream? I was like, wait, what bosses are coming up? It's like, oh, we got the dual foreskin dudes, and the next one, and there's like, oh, it's like 3 or 4 bosses I really, really don't want to fight. And then I never played Elden Ring up until now.
I was very glad that I got the opportunity to come on here, because I was like, oh, this will be my catharsis. This will be my conclusion to, you know, maybe not all of FromSoft, but yeah, they're not getting any more like day one purchases out of me. So
I think I've cashed my check at this point, unless I hear like unambiguously fantastic things from people I trust.
Yeah, it's got to be. That's the caveat too, because I don't believe enough game journos beat this DLC, even with the max blessings, even with the summons. I just don't believe it. And they're all giving it 10 out of 10. It's just not.
Yeah, it even had like performance issues when that came out, which is so crazy. And like really weird micro stuttering and everything going on.
A lot of my Divine Beast footage is fucked by stutters, which is really annoying.
Yeah. It's lame. But yeah, I wish there would be a reason for me to do more of this. Funny part is, I'm probably going to play a bit more Elden Ring with Fortier, because he wanted to try the seamless co-op thingy. And was like, this is just going to be fun anyway. So I boot it up for shit like this, but I don't think you'll see me be like, oh man, I really want to play Elden Ring now. It's sort of like, no, I want to play Dark Souls 1 or 3 with a mod or whatever.
Bloodborne even. Like...
Bloodborne. And I complain about Bloodborne every time I play it, but I don't know, it's just I just love it.
Bloodborne, for all its faults, is still better than Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I'm not even close.
Yeah, so I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, I think Professor Mallard, they are working on an overhaul for this, including some of the fixes with the camera and stuff. So I'm actually kind of interested to check that out when they finish that at some point, but that's probably going to be a while, because that's no easy undertaking.
No.
Yeah.
I think I might even be interested to play that just because, to see what they have deprived us of.
Yeah.
What they could be doing that aren't.
I mean, he's been talking a bunch during the streams as well. It's like, yeah, this is the thing I want to switch. Like, apparently they want to change around a whole bunch of things with like mechanics in general as well. Just see how it goes. So yeah, that's definitely something I would be willing to check out, because he's pretty much on board with a lot of things we've been saying with the bosses and stuff. Yeah. So might be an interesting mod to keep an eye out. I actually don't know if it has a name yet or anything, so definitely want to check that out. But yeah, it's funny because I basically just had a YouTube video on the side and then just fucking collected things for hours on end. When I realized I had to like do whole quests to get a certain item for my mage, I was like, fuck me, this is going to take forever. And it did.
Yeah.
Again,
the telling of that story was entertaining.
I had this really visceral experience with the open world when I was, because on my second playthrough, because I'm like doing it for footage and stuff, I decided I'll try and be a little bit more thorough than I was before. Right? Like I'll go a little bit further out of my way to explore, and I just had this so strong sense of I'm bored, man. Like I am bored. All of this content is like bad. There's just enemies standing around, and I can hit them if I want, but if I don't, there's no way they can ever catch me. Yep. There's not much going on in terms of level design. The connections between like the open world spaces are kind of neat, I guess, but even then I just spend so long holding forward, not really doing anything else. And the atmosphere isn't strong enough to really buy me into that.
There are a lot of cool, like a lot of the way you get to like the Cerulean Coast and up and around to the cathedral where Ymir is. Like,
I think that's probably the most praiseworthy thing in the DLC is they did some kind of neat semi-experimental stuff with how the open world connects, and I'd like to see them try more of that. Maybe make it more interconnected, because that would be cool, and then take away warping. And
also maybe
Dark Souls 1.
Also maybe a little bit of a bit more than 2D map, because I found it a bit confusing at times. I don't know if that was by design though, but it's like, this is this area, let me check this out. It's like there's just a big wall. It's like, I guess not here.
And sometimes it's making you spend all sorts of time in an area that isn't even connected to the area you're trying to get to from a straight pathway standpoint, but you're trying to figure out like, well, I mean, this is the closest thing that I have unlocked basically at this point. I don't know how to get to the place underneath it, and the entrance is like in the middle of the map somewhere, and it's a tunnel that you gotta follow. And I'm like, sometimes things like that happen. I'm just like, man, like I guess I lucked out and found this area. Otherwise, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's again interesting somewhat in how the world connects, but then you start thinking about it like diegetically in terms of like, this is how this part of the world fits together, and it introduces a lot of questions. Shadowkeep is put together like fucking nonsense in a lot of ways. You remember that one like ladder, what is it, there's a way down that leads to an underground passage that leads down to an elevator that leads to a rope bridge over a bottomless chasm.
Yeah, that's when you get to the that's for the sunflower boss, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, what is this?
Well, no. What he's talking about is how you get down to the Frenzy Forest.
There's actually a few areas like that.
You go down
parts of the Cerulean Coast are just inaccessible from the Cerulean Coast. You have to like go to another way and find a cave to find it.
Yes, the massive geographical location that is the Cerulean Coast has one entrance.
If we could make the traversal more interesting, I think, like we're cooking here from Self.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about Sekiro. That was my point.
If we did a bit of maybe a bit closer to Sekiro, and maybe not exactly Death Stranding, because different kind of game, but like in that vein, right? There's a game here that could be really cool, but it's not here because we have a horse that jumps around and that's about it.
If the horse didn't take fall damage, I think there would also be a little bit more to it as well. But you know that you just get to some places and you're like, right, got to find the one specific way down there, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I found a fairly neat sort of connection. Like I got excited for a second only to have my hopes dashed, because I was in, the Dragon Communion place in Jagged Peak.
Yes.
The big dragon corpse. I ran out along the side of the dragon corpse, and I thought I could see a way to jump across over to another area. And then I thought I'd found a way down because it's just above the finger place, and one of the fingers is within jumping distance. Turns out you're not allowed in either of those cases. Like, there's two places where there could be a neat connection, and the game just disallows it, I guess, for progression reasons, which is frustrating in an open world.
You do have to go across the dragon corpse there to get to the red flower area. I forget, it's like somebody's gravesite.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, yeah, I did the same thing while I was up there, and I was like, oh, maybe I can do these other things, and then no, you can't.
No, not allowed.
It is definitely a better world design than the base game. But yeah, my thoughts kind of follow the same of like, I wish they had invested a little less time in this and a little more time in the combat not being shit.
If they're going to invest in the combat, they need to start making like structural changes. Like we can't keep adding stuff on top of this framework that has no depth, because there's no design space in Souls combat, which is how we got here in the first place.
Yeah, because they just keep piling shit on to fuck with you. Every time it happens in any kinds of Souls, like when they do a jump and have like half a second in the air, it's like, stop that. Stop it. It's the most unintuitive fucking thing ever. It's like, oh, his jump is at his peak, now I'm gonna dodge. Like, no, he's gonna be there for a second, look at you, or make like a ha ha ha, I'm evil, and then he comes down like a split second onto you. It's like, no, just why were you doing this way?
They're using like 3 or 4 different animation styles within the same enemy. Like, some attacks are spring-loaded, where like they will hold a stance and then snap into action, and there'll be like a single-digit number of active frames. Some attacks, they will do a huge, overly slow telegraph, and then they will bring the weapon down too slowly and deprive it of any weight. And then sometimes they just attack you extremely quickly. Like, Rellana, she has that one move that sets up the cross thing she does, where she just brings her arm up real quick and she's hit you now.
Yes, they do
already.
Yeah, the quick snap up swing. Who did that in the base game? There was an enemy that did that.
It was probably multiple, I think, but I don't know.
Might have been, but I feel like there was one that I should be distinctly remembering. Oh, it's heinous that she does it.
Because Radahn can do it as well. It was the thing, I don't remember if this was pre-stream, but he does the thing where like he starts up the cross slash, but he's facing away from you, so you have just enough time to see like one of his arms flinch a little bit, and then he's spun around and hit you already, and then that hit combos into the second hit sometimes. So it's like, oh, that's cool.
Oh god, I didn't even see where I was going there. Okay.
Subtlety in Souls boss design is not easy. And I think that part of the reason why I think a lot of people have the visceral reaction to be like, oh, like, just get good. There's nothing wrong with these bosses. They feel impossible now because you don't know them. It's like, there is an element of that is true, but also that doesn't mean that they can't be designed better in a way that's a more pleasant experience to fight. And I don't mean that they have less health and they're easier for me to kill.
My problem has never been difficulty.
No.
If you know anything about the way I approach bosses in these games especially, I really hate killing a boss on my first try. I don't like it when I spend a small number of tries on it, because if you kill a boss on your first try, you didn't really even interact with it, because you often don't really know what the boss does if you kill it on its first try. You saw some stuff, maybe you learned to roll like 1 or 2 attacks, figured out what one string is. But other than that, you just sort of, face fucked your way through.
Well, the funny bit is we're kind of retarded in that way. We kind of make it harder for us a lot of times. It's like, I could use like all these broken things, but you know what? I like my sword here that does nothing. I want to see how I can do it.
My stuff. Where's my player freedom,
Yeah.
Like, everyone talks about, like, the freedom to use, my mimic tier and my summons and this, that, and the other. It's like, okay, what about me? I want to just use my sword and hit things with it.
Yeah,
then the conversation doesn't work in both directions.
And then you
like it's supposed to.
Then you start using the action summons. Like, this is broken though. You did see me. I just first tried this boss I've never seen before.
and it's still boring. It's still boring.
Yeah.
Or like it's boring in an even worse way, arguably, because I'm just sort of like no thoughts, head empty, pressing R1 on the boss until it dies.
when you find the mimic tier for the first time and you're like, wait, he has the same shit that I do, but I'm already strong.
That flamethrower at the start of that attempt, by the way, for sure hit you.
Wait, I wasn't looking at the screen there.
Go straight back to the that.
I mean, I got damage there.
No, I just mean like the animation didn't touch you until it flicked out to the side to catch you, but you took damage before that.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, the hitbox on it is weird.
It's a bit.
I've noticed with that specifically, sometimes fire will randomly just sort of like slide off to the left or right, or he'll just randomly start it facing in a direction. Like he will like lead you left or right slightly, regardless of which direction you're moving in. I really don't understand how that move works.
Mm-hmm. Looked like the lightning hit, but it's
just
so random.
Dodge roll.
Yeah, press the circle button and then press either the R1 or the R2 button until you win.
Exactly. That's
maybe L2 if you're lucky.
Oh well. Who else do we have? I mean, Grumps just said, what about Gaia's boy?
Oh, we mentioned him a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, Pigman. Well, so we'll mention it again. When he does his head down charge move, the one that like he opens the fight with, he loses his hitbox. You can't hit him with magic in that.
Yep.
So the funny bit is, I had not a lot of trouble with this guy. Apparently, they patched him the day I got to him.
Interesting.
I don't know if they did anything other than just move his spawn position back, because before he would spawn like almost right on you. If you know what I mean.
Because
he comes in
when I was
far away now.
When I was fighting him, people were saying like, "Wait, this dodging looks way better." I guess they must have patched him, because I didn't have any problem with the dodging of his dash attack or whatever it was.
Yeah, his dash attack had a fucked up hitbox. I don't know if they've fixed it, but
when you say the dash, do you mean the charge or
the charge? Sorry, the charge. Yeah,
right. Because I fought him like a few days ago, and it felt the same as it did on my first playthrough.
Okay.
Maybe I'm crazy. That's possible. Because like it's one of those weird moves where to dodge it with a roll at long distance, you're incentivized to roll directly through him. Like the oncoming pig charging you, you have to roll directly forward through it, and you have to have very precise timing, or else you will get caught by the tail end of its body as it continues to run through you.
Yes.
I found I was dodging it pretty well by going kind of to the right a little and forward, like as if I'm trying to dodge just to its edge, as if I'm going to be like brushing past its body as I'm rolling, and I didn't seem to take damage from it too often. If ever. Like
that only worked for me at close range. At long, like if he started it up at close range, I could side roll it pretty happily. But if he started it up from long range, I had to roll directly through him, or I was getting clipped.
Interesting. Oh, fighting him on horse though is no.
It's just useless. The horse
I don't know if
useless.
Yeah,
you just
I don't
get
know if I didn't give it enough
attempts.
You do, you really do, and it's pretty miserable against him.
He's just, I don't know what there really is to say about this guy. He's just sort of an annoying guy on a pig with at least one move that's really aids, being the charge thing. And then he also has the big boar combo thing that looks really silly. You know, where
he jumps up in the air, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has the boar psycho crusher as well, which is
we'll probably see it soon enough, but like it defies all physics where you're like, I don't know if this thing's supposed to be moving like that.
I don't know why a boar knows how to roll catch me either.
It's a very smart boar.
Yeah.
Pretty smart boar.
Pretty smart boar, yeah.
I don't know the lore for that.
Everything's come into existence in the Elden Ring world knowing that there's this guy called the Tarnished and he likes to roll.
You're this weird Tarnished that just rolls around a lot? I was like, yeah, it works pretty well.
Yeah, that's him. Quick, use the roll catches. We were taught for this.
This combo, yeah. It's just, if you are close when he starts that, it is so hard to get into a rhythm of it.
Yeah, this is my first attempt here as well, so I don't fucking know the moves anyway.
Yeah.
I just fucking skill attacked into him and mine didn't count.
I saw that.
At least you should get a trade. Like, come on.
Yeah, man. And the speed on that charge, I don't know if it's supposed to, like, the acceleration on it is 0 to 60 in negative seconds. It's so fast.
It's
gap closing for enemies
into it.
He can. I was gonna bring that up afterwards. Yeah, he can cancel his moves into it, which is just weird.
Gap closing for bosses in this DLC is kind of cancer as well.
Yeah, a bit all over the place.
Yeah,
not all over the place. They just
fast.
can get you every time. It doesn't matter. It's like, oh, I need to heal. Let me run away. But he just fucking does attacks and still catches up to you.
I thought you meant like your dodges taking you out of striking range.
I'm convinced, and in fact I've seen it, they have a lot of what Matthew Matosis calls move assist, being the thing where they will like slide along the ground to make sure that their attack reaches striking range.
Oh, yes, they do.
And I hate that sort of shit in action games because it makes it really hard to... That was so funny, by the way, just running from him on horseback. Yeah. Sorry.
That huge rhino is faster than my horse. That's
of course.
Crazy.
Like, yeah, that sort of stuff where enemies will slide to reach you makes it really hard to play with precision and to trust what you're seeing. When you see a guy like start up a swing and he's out of range, it's like, this isn't going to reach me because I'm out of range. And then they just slip across the floor and hit you anyway. It's like, okay, so I'm probably just going to have to roll this no matter how far away they are now, or spend deaths or Estus learning how far away I need to be for them to not reach.
No. Someone chat out Mimic Tier never used it and then decided to randomly use it for Malakath just to try it out. I massacred Malakath and regretted it immediately. That's a really good boss fight too, so that's double sad.
He is either the best or the second best in the base game, I think.
God.
I think Fire Giant's the best in the base game.
Another Fire Giant enjoyer.
He just has his moveset is so fair in that you see it, you understand it, and the hitboxes, they don't linger. They're what you expect. And Fire Giant is excellent.
I think he's pretty neat from an experiential point of view as well, because of the way he stands out in his environment, and like, you know, he himself is a lot of environmental storytelling, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm a fan.
I would need to fight him again. I just remember my annoyance from my first playthrough, so I don't have any fresh memories of that fight.
I think
that's fair.
I think there is definitely plenty to be annoyed about in terms of the design of his fight. So,
Fire Giant's fight?
Yeah.
Jesus, he did not stop
I know a lot of people don't like him. So.
Oh, that's well.
He's one of the few that's viable on foot or on torrent. Whereas, like, there's no way you're fighting any of these bosses on torrent, even when you're given the option, because he always just gets instantly killed.
They finally added torrent to
the done every time.
They finally added torrent to the Elden Beast fight, by the way. After 2 years, they finally did it.
Oh man,
it is so unimaginably funny to me that they decided to wait this long to do that. They could have.
It's
they
a
were
fucking
releasing updates for the game.
I can tell you for a fact that's like one line of code where they change false to true, and then you can do it.
Plays it in Breath of the Wild and like, yeah, it is okay if the last fight is on horse.
It's so strange. I have no idea why they didn't. I don't know if the fight is even that much better on horseback, but that's mostly because
not
I think
having to cover that much
combat
ground
sucks.
would be nice.
I wonder it's probably better for you to dodge the death orb with it because you're faster.
Yeah. And you can probably use torrent just like taxi yourself back over to it.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a gap closing thing, and for anybody who's still doing Elden Beast at this point, I guess it's fine.
I mean, I just when I played it back then, I just used the tier physic that just eats the magic when it happens. So you have one of the orbs for free, basically. You just switch. I think it gives you health, right? Yeah, instead of damage, you just get health back. So that always worked, but yeah. The joke became forgot to add torrent to the final boss, so out of embarrassment, they pretended it was intentional. You know what? I wouldn't even
now
be
that you defeated Miquella, you can use torrent
I couldn't, like,
boss.
If a wizard showed up tomorrow and like cast a spell where everybody at FromSoft had to be completely honest about their intentions with designing Elden Ring, I genuinely have no idea what they would say. So much of it, especially in the DLC, so much of it boggles my mind.
With FromSoft, I don't mean to be too inflammatory here, but I guess it's going to be inflammatory no matter what, and I need to make peace with that. But like, there's a lot of fart huffing that goes on with FromSoft these days in terms of like, yes,
Dude.
Miyazaki's vision for like anything that happens. Like every decision has to be defended as because these are like these aren't just like people think these are more than Skyrim. You know, these are high art pieces in a sense. So people feel very compelled to defend every last thing and like respect the vision in that sense. Like sometimes the vision sucks, guys. The vision is quite often terrible, and they're doing a lot of things that could very easily be fixed.
And I don't believe that Miyazaki could beat the DLC. I don't believe he could beat the base game.
He used, from what I understand, he's an Ashes enjoyer when he plays through the game.
I can only imagine.
Wow. Cutting himself out of his experience.
I know, right?
That's kind of funny.
I think
no, it's real easy because for me, like, I've long past missed my chance to do, or I say past. I've long lost the passion to do a Armor Core 6 video, but Armor Core 6 is just not as good as people wanted it to be or said it was.
Oh, really? It was.
I think it was pretty fucking good. I enjoyed it a lot.
I wasn't like a huge Armored Core fan or anything, but I got really pulled into that game. Like, I was actually just gonna say before you mentioned that I think it might be possible that Miyazaki's just a good guy for. I mean, I guess you can argue with me on this if you want, but like lore's an idea for a setting and a general structure, whereas the guy who designed the combat for Sekiro and directed Armor Core 6 might be the one that's better at like making combat systems.
Yep, I think Miyazaki is an interesting fella, and if not for this DLC, I probably would still be in a position of saying I'm interested to see what he does next. But
no,
clearly,
I'm good.
Yeah, clearly there's a lot going on in terms of like his design practice, because apparently this is like him moving ever closer to the sort of game he wants to make, which is apparently a game that I think is bad. Yeah,
like, I don't know. I feel like we walked quite a while away from it.
Saying. Like apparently, like getting closer to the game he wants is a game that's getting further and further away from anything that I want or think is good. So
right, that's kind of
well, fuck me.
Okay.
Well, we got another boss here. We got good old Romina.
Yeah,
which
so weird.
Was pretty decent, but was just kind of there and died.
I think Romina is probably my favorite fight of the DLC. I think so. I don't know. I didn't really hate fighting her like I did everybody else.
Well, you're just horny when you were fighting her, be honest.
What? No.
Not I, sir. No, never.
Never.
I just found myself sort of like bemused because she just gets hit so much, and a lot of her moves aren't that threatening. She has a tendency to miss if you just stand near her. Like, even if she's trying to hit you, her attacks just miss you all the time, in my experience.
Yeah,
like, I don't think she's terrible, but you know,
I thought because she has like the rod thing going on, I thought she would be super mega cringe because of the rod, but actually it was alright.
Well,
it was alright.
Her butterfly AoE stuff isn't bullshit. Like, you dodge it as you expect to dodge it. You know, it glows and then it explodes, and you're like, oh, I dodge when it glows. Perfect. Like, she doesn't. You know, I think the only move of hers that is truly bullshit is her grab. Like, I've only seen it once, and I did not understand I
don't think she grabbed me ever. So.
Yeah, I have only seen it once in my 3 fights with her, and I did not understand the animation that played before it. Like, I was not processing, oh, you're about to grab me.
Yeah.
But, like, her spawning all the butterflies, like, I don't know, it works with my brain. I understand what's happening. A lot of her combos have good telegraphs. Like, I don't know. I think
they're very delayed and deceptive a lot of the time, but I don't disagree enormously. She's doing better than something like the Dancing Lion, where I can't see, or something like Radahn even.
Yeah, it's definitely in the context of Elden Ring. Like, obviously, if you wanted to compare it to more like Dancer of the Boreal Valley, obviously she's not as good in terms of telegraphing and movement. But
look at that menuing. For Elden Ring, such a pro gamer, dude.
Oh shit!
No.
Oh, Andy got away with it. Crazy.
I did get away with it, yeah.
Why does my thing keep getting delayed?
Keep getting away with it.
Curse you, Matter!
Yeah, she has this rolly attack, which I don't know. I guess I just find her moves silly.
It looks a bit weird for sure.
I mean,
yeah.
it's appropriate for what she is, I guess. But yeah, that's totally fair.
Scorpion centipede like curl up and roll at you? I don't know, but
I'm
not too invested in trying to tear down Romina.
She's fine.
Wait,
and fine. Oh, no. Like, I'll take fine in an overall not fine experience.
Yeah. My winning run against her on my second playthrough is so funny. I was playing it with my friends watching, and I was using the dry leaf arts, and I was essentially I just sort of jumped at her and did jumping attacks all the time, and it kind of just worked. I was really fumbling it, and I just got away with the kill anyway. It was so
nice.
Sometimes this happens like in Dark Souls, where you just kind of do things and then you win. It's like, I don't know why this worked, but it did.
Yep.
It's not even exclusively to Elden Ring. It's just like, I don't know why this worked, but it did. It's so funny. Like the runs you win, a lot of times the runs that kind of don't work your way that well.
Yeah.
Like, I can try a boss hundreds of times and have like 50 amazing runs where I use one healing item, but then he gets me like a wombo combo. And then the attempt where I'm like halfway was like, oh, this is it. This is fucking GG. He's just going to beat me to death at some point. And then you just kind of get by with the last fucking Estus and you do it. And it's like, wow, it's always these ones.
Yep.
Always the reason I like Liza P. Liza P, that the idea of giving yourself one extra health charge that you can fight your way to is incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Because that makes you never really want to give up. Like, you're never totally fucked.
I've always been a big fan of healing coming from something proactive you do in a fight. I like the Souls healing system because, you know, the fact that it's an animation commitment in this way, it works for what Souls doing, but I like things like Blood Rapture in Bloodborne, where you get health from viscerals and things like that.
Yeah,
and
the rally system
too,
as well.
Yeah,
and both of those are kind of have equivalents in Liza P as well. So I think they not only took one of the better health systems of FromSoft, but they removed the grinding out of, the farming out of it, because unlike Blood Vials. Unlike Blood Vials, they do respawn, and you have a much more limited amount of them. But you also kind of have an unlimited amount of them in any fight, because you're only a certain amount of damage away from recharging another one, and there is like perks you can do to make that make it charge on its own a little bit and much faster if you do damage with it. I just think it really does a great job of keeping the player from saying, okay, well, fuck this run, I guess no point, because it's like, well, I don't know.
Yeah, you can always survive long enough to get one more heal back. It's really cool. I do like it quite a bit. So I'm trying to find the fight with the horsey boy, Putrescent Flim.
Oh, I forgot that guy existed.
The skeleton knight. He was on my mind because he's the last remembrance boss that we haven't really talked about.
It was this. Have we talked much about Midra?
We only briefly, not really. We can
about him.
We can go to Midra after this, because the Putrescent Knight shouldn't be that long.
Didn't we already? I thought we talked about Midra.
Because of things like Blood Rapture, I was just reminded of Midra, because I noticed on one of my runs against him in my second playthrough that I almost accidentally killed him without using Estus. So I decided to let myself die on that run, and then like bang out of another few attempts and kill him without healing. Well, I can't say without healing, because I had I don't remember the name of the talisman, but the one that heals you when you do stance break viscerals. I had that on because I didn't really have anything else to run. And I got it after another couple of attempts because it wouldn't take me too long. Midra was kind of fun.
Midra's a good fight, just except for the frenzy spam sometimes. Just because it doesn't have a clear, like, you're not really sure where it's gonna go, and he can just sometimes open his face and spew frenzy, and it's like, well, you know.
Because I put Midra on screen. I can't find the other one right now.
I think found his frenzy simple.
Well, and is that coming from the Elden Ring perspective, or like a Dark Souls 1/3 comparisons perspective?
If he was in like a Dark Souls 1 kind of game, I think he would be just fine. But since he's in a game where, like, you know, doing a big fight is the main thing I'm here for, I guess. I like something with a bit more complexity, like Mesmer, personally.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
There is the depths of foolishness.
I think he fits into Dark Souls 3 really well.
Yeah, he would just be a guy in Dark Souls 3, which is kind of funny to say.
Yeah, but I mean, he'd definitely be up there in the fights. Like, I'd
Yeah.
put him alongside Dancer. Or at least, sort of, you know.
I need to think about Dark Souls 3 bosses, because a lot of it is annoying insofar as you have to weigh the fact that a lot of them have no fucking health.
Yeah.
Which weighs against... I run up against this problem a lot with Souls bosses, because like I said, my favorite one in Elden Ring is Morgott, and Morgott, most players' first experience of him is going to be completely trivializing him because they're over-leveled.
Yeah, Morgott has no health.
Yep.
I'm actually using the stinky build here in this stream. I fucked around with the poison perfumes a little bit. They're actually kind of fun. And interesting enough, did more stagger than my actual weapons, which is double funny.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the perfumes are actually really good.
Because they tick for multiple hits every time, and you can dual wield them when you power stance them.
Right.
So you have 2 perfume bottles, and you go like...
Yep. I love the cutscene for Midra. It's just cool.
It's just disgusting. It's like, did you really need to put your hand through this? Come on.
Why'd they cut away before his head came off? Did you not want to like disentangle that from the model?
No, they absolutely did not want to. They did not want to animate it at all. But it is great to imagine.
Oh, look at this. Oh, and gone. It's like, you cowards.
I gotta say, I did wonder. I was like, what? Like, when are we getting rid of the gory scenes in FromSoft cinematics? Like, when did this start? But that is a pretty good point.
And now he gets the head, like the tower in the base game.
I like the way his like tattered robes sort of look like wings a lot of the time with the way they billow behind him. I think that's a pretty neat visual.
You think he gets sunburned from that?
I wonder if he's kind of past caring.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, the Sauron boss. Yes. The Sauron boss.
I was waiting for the fight to start, so we can see.
Most annoying thing about this part of the fight is what happens right away, which is the 2 madness bolt waves, where you kind of just have to know that they're coming.
Oh yes. Well, and he can do it a few times. It doesn't have a great tell. He just kind of does it.
Yeah. The tell is he's looking at you.
Yes.
I'm still using the perfumes here. I think I switched to my Rivers of Blood bag pretty quickly. It was like, this is not working very well.
Yeah. It's a build that requires a bit more setup for sure than just equipping it.
Well, the spark perfume is the broken one. This one is just nice because you can you get like free poison on the guy.
Yeah.
But the poison you can't put an ash on these ones though, because they already have a special attack where you poison yourself and get like and leave a cloud of poison behind.
Interesting.
So you can't really strengthen those. While the other 2, the fire and the lightning one, they have a slot for an ash, and that's probably why you can break the game with them so much, because you can do multiple hits and then put an ash on there that does something.
You know, there's a madness perfume as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is surely going to be like completely unfair in PvP because of the way status build-up works in Souls games. Like, even if you dodge a move, the status effect still builds on you.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, you were just in an animation after doing that perfectly to where his little spin didn't hit you.
Yeah.
This was I said that Romina was my favorite. I think Midra is actually my favorite just because like his attacks are so well telegraphed and their hitboxes are good. Like,
it's so funny because he
flows.
He's the big creepy like frenzy man who's like all spooky, and like the main thing I have to say about him is like, oh man, he's so normal. Thank God, you know.
Well, I mean,
it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
When
just just quickly, just something from Metal's footage that we just saw. That's probably the biggest problem with the fight, is that sometimes he just doesn't go into the recovery animation of his phased transition nuke. He just decides he's going to do something else instead, and you can't really see what he's doing because of all the lights. It looks like a bug, like a very earnest bug, actually, that he's able to do that.
I could believe it.
I got annoyed that I have to beat this little fucker every time. Immediately.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow. Just get me to the fight immediately. I'm just gonna tilt at some point, then he's gonna hit me twice. I'm gonna be more annoyed. Just...
He did that to me. I wasn't taking him seriously on a reattempt, and he hit me twice. I was like, oh.
He has surprisingly, he has a lot of HP just for being like this little preamble of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He could just be one of those like one-hit things where you just walk in and smack him, but
yeah.
It's fine, FromSoft. He's cool. Midra's cool.
As soon as you
Midra and Romina are my thumbs ups.
You need to stay close to him because I tried to get my distance from him, and you get like punished all the time. But I think when I go back to my Rivers of Blood and actually figure out his moveset, and it's actually
like right there where you roll through the first attack, and then the second two they're
I don't even know what I was trying to do there. That was weird.
Fun fact about the big spinny move, you can crouch under it.
Oh, really?
I did not know that,
yeah,
but that
funny.
is excellent.
I've watched all of the Soul Level 1 no Scadutree blessing people doing that to avoid it. They just crouch under it.
God, I don't know how those no-hit runners have the patience. I mean, I have a lot of patience with normal plays, but trying to no-hit run the game, it's like, no thank you.
Yeah.
I can't. I just can't.
I've got to really like something before I will try to no damage it or anything. Like the only things in Souls I can recall that I've made the effort to kill without taking damage are Morgott in this game, and then the inner bosses in Sekiro, like the super bosses at the end of the gauntlets. Those are the only ones I've made the effort to try and kill without taking damage, because they're all really good.
Yeah.
But I've done some just accidental, like, oh, I didn't take damage in that fight on like replays and stuff, but I've never really pursued it.
Yeah, it's just funny. Sometimes you notice like, oh shit, I haven't taken any hits yet. I bet I don't say anything, so I jinx it, and then you get hit immediately. It's like, oh, damn it.
The moment the thought enters your brain, you're doomed.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I noticed, damn it.
Grump wants us to talk about Mesmer again.
Well,
we haven't really showed you fighting him.
We should probably talk about Mr. Putrescent at some point. I'm sure it won't take long. Like,
I think he's not as bad as I thought he would be, to be honest.
The only problem I have with him is that his horse has weird AoE hitboxes where you're just like, you'll dodge past his attacks and then you'll just get hit by the horse, but it's not like an animation or anything.
Was it on my second stream already? No,
he's weird. I'm not the hugest fan.
Hang on, I don't remember which stream that was because it didn't take me that many attempts, so it's not.
Did any of you talk to the plant girl down there, the plant waifu?
Yeah,
I may have killed myself a few times.
Yeah.
People told me to talk to her, so we get all the lore.
That was the only context I had. The only context I had, which is very funny.
Does it talk to her? It's like, do you want my juices? It's like, sure.
I mean,
then you die.
It's such a troll. It's like, here, have woman juices. No, you died. Well, that's relatable, I suppose.
It's like real life. So I'm just trying to fight that Putrescent's Flame fight. Must be in this stream here somewhere. Well, that's Gaius.
I wish they had done more with the fissure.
What's this?
What do they call it? It's the fissure something, coffin fissure, something like that. Like that area is so cool to look at, and then you just kind of run through it.
Oh, that's the finger boss. Am I crazy? I mean, I am, but you know. I'll find it eventually. Don't worry. Was it before I went to Midra? Well, that makes sense from a progression standpoint.
If you accidentally find your way down there before you've broken the seal, it's just like, ooh, here's a really interesting wall. There's probably something really cool behind it. And there.
Oh, fuck off.
Someone's still fighting Rellana.
I am proud that you have done that.
Yeah, no.
You're keeping up with it.
I really did want to have it finished before today, but I had social engagements yesterday that kept me busy and drunk.
Busy and drunk. I had drinks.
Well,
on
I mean, the
Friday.
busy part was EFAB, so then I wasn't drunk for that. There was a lot of House of the Dragon talk.
Nice.
I mean, being drunk didn't stop Metal from beating Orphan of Kos. So.
But Metal is better than me at Souls games. I keep on telling everybody this.
Well, Mauler beat Orphan. That wasn't me.
That's
Mauler's
just you know.
better than me.
Detail.
I'm the weakest player out of all
Semantics.
of us here.
Like we established, a player can't be better than another player. They can only be better at a given boss, you know?
Oh, fair enough.
I can't fight that stupid fight.
No.
What does it lead to? So maybe I can remember.
It's the like underground area with all the big coffin ships.
So Stinky Bill was it the
you get there from the Cerulean coast. So like Blue Flowers into underground stone coffin stuff. Coffin fissure, yeah.
I guess I just need to look for blue in the timeline.
It's blue.
That's I want blue. Blue what?
I have beaten Orphan of Kos. I wasn't drunk for it though.
You know who hasn't beaten Orphan of Kos? Fringy.
That's right.
What?
He never did.
He fought him and then he never went back.
What a loser.
Yeah, I am disappointed.
Hey, ultimately you're not having fun with the game. You're not having fun with the game, but
I don't know if he even wasn't having fun. He just never
likes
went
to
back,
drop games on stream.
Oh, really?
And then at some point he's like, "Yeah, I finished it offline or something."
And you'll talk to him about it. And he'll be like, "Yeah, I need to get to it," and he'll be like, "Yeah,
I need to
And then
get to
he'll
it.
agree.
Here's another Mario Kart stream.
Did any of you guys get the new? Did any of you guys get the new edgy katana? The Sword of Night.
Oh, a friend of mine picked that up. I didn't.
Oh.
Is it any good? What's the funny weapon art do?
It does the oh, come on. Dante's brother, Virgil. It does the Virgil like multi-slash thing, but with black energy instead of
Oh, that's pretty edgy.
It's pretty edgy.
I
yeah.
legit can't find that fight. Here's Mesmer instead.
Yay,
That's
that
fine.
fight.
Yeah, Mesmer again, because the fact that he kind of got relegated to being in this tiny room, but
He can
Wait,
handle the
Am I
small room,
mid
alright.
transition right now?
yeah, this is his transition.
Oh, there you go. Mongrel Intruder? That's not very nice.
Mongrel
Yeah, that was pretty
Intruder.
rude.
That's pretty brutal.
It is. Like, what if you were just one of his servants coming in to like bring him lunch or something, and he's just like,
With his schnecks.
I'd love to
Without
think about
tarnished.
Mesmer in terms of like how much does he know about what's happened in the main part of the lands between, or even here? Like, does he know Miquella is here?
Well, he talks about you being sanctioned to be the Elden Lord or whatever. So, like, I guess
Yeah.
he knows.
And like, since when? Since when was I even sanctioned? You know?
I don't. Who knows? Also, if you're sanctioned to be the Elden Lord by America, wouldn't that make you part of the Golden Order? Like,
I don't know, man. But
not fucking. He seems pretty angry with you for some reason. I don't know.
it's because you've been stripped of the grace of gold, I guess.
But I thought you got it back. I don't know. I'm actually just fucking around because I don't care.
Mommy issues the game.
I care insofar as I like having a bit of narrative context, but
No, I do. I do
Yeah.
want it. Yeah.
it's
Jesus
just
Christ, I got shafted.
It's not the most negative. Oh Jesus! It's not the most negative thing in the world that I don't know what's going on. It would
Yeah.
it would suck more if the combat was good, you know?
Like Theo is in that stream chat just says, "This is the one boss, by the way."
Yep, I really like Mesmer.
He's really cool.
Really
This
cool.
was
I had a lot of fun.
He was the only boss in DLC where I went after. I was like, yeah, this was really good. I really enjoyed fighting him. While after Rellana was like, fucking finally, thank shit, this is over. I think this is the words I said.
Mesmer's biggest like hurdle is you really have to get used to his delayed attacks because they're delayed attacks. Like most of them have a delay, and then you're like, okay, he delayed, but he still hasn't, and then you get hit, and you're like, oh yeah, okay.
No.
It's the delayed spin attack, because like he carries through the motion in a really quick way, and then stops, which like deprives the attack of all its momentum, which jars with your reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
But then I guess it's fine because it was made to roll catch you. And then there's the stab he does after that, which is annoying for similar reasons because he scrapes his spear along the ground in order to delay the swing. But his moveset is really complex and modular in that he has a lot of little things he can do from different points, and it's really cool. I like Mesmer a lot.
Yeah. His grab hitbox is a bit too long, though. I realized. While I was playing offline, I was out of reach, but you still got ported in there. It's like the standard Souls grab issue.
Hitbox for grabs.
I don't want to talk about the Golden Hippo, but the Golden Hippo has one of the most egregious grab hitboxes. Like you teleport from like half of his body length back into his mouth. Anyway, on to Mesmer. The only like Mesmer does have a lot of the issue that you were talking about, Theo, with memorizing stuff, because sometimes there just happens to be so many flames on the screen, and you're like, okay, well, I know he's doing stuff, and it's probably X and Y, so I better dodge. But yeah, your screen is just fire.
It can be pretty harmful to readability. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Like the one spin that he does, the like 360 fire, that one's brutal.
Good. Just like looking at this boss because I can see what's going on for the most part.
You can
for the most part,
he's doing, and like his moves are pretty fun to like roll your way through. This move, bit gratuitous, for me. I think I would have cut some parts, but that's okay. I'm willing to forgive.
Yeah,
that's like the thing to me is,
go ahead.
with the like spam stab bit in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So the last hit of that, like he will snap towards you from pretty much any range to hit you. Because my first instinct to try and dodge that was like, I know, I'll try and outspace the stabby bits, and that was working. Like if I just turned around and ran away, that was pretty successful. Except for the last stab, which he would always reach me with because he just snaps to you from any distance, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But
no,
it's really good.
It's not exactly great.
Yeah, that was the attack I never quite managed to learn. It was just I would always kind of get hit by it, or I'd happen to be far enough away or at a lucky dodge angle that I'd get it. I just couldn't get it consistent though.
As it turns out, you can just go under him and he misses everything, which is all right, I guess.
You roll into him a lot in the first phase. Yeah.
Well, his fire effects on a lot of his swings mean like they really want you rolling into him.
Yes, because they have lingering hitboxes like really badly.
And they will send out fire that chases you sometimes.
So so you have to stay close, which is fine because his moveset is really favorable to being close, which is good.
You even get some punishes that aren't just like an R1. You can land like charged R2s and weapon arts and stuff like that.
So when you see me do it, I dodge into the first one, do a quick L1 skill, and then can dodge the next attack. So if you time it. If you do good timing, you can do punishes in between, which is always super fucking satisfying to do.
Yeah, the Guts Greatsword with the like stomp uppercut weapon art, you can actually get that off in between some of his attacks, which is awesome because of fucking infinite poise damage that it does.
I think you saying that has like helped like I guess hone in on what I really like about more complex bosses is it's the bit when I get to start weaving in my attacks between parts of their string, not just when they've finished what they're doing. That shit's so satisfying, and it's a big part of why I like Morgott as much as I do, because that's basically the whole fight.
It's flat out the reason I absolutely love the Twin Dragons Katana and Liza P. It's wonderful for just slipping little hits in between dodges, because it sort of gives you an extra dodge too, because you can kind of sidestep between attacks, and pretty neat. Different game, but
yeah. And there's not huge gaps between the attacks where you can punish as well. Because there's attacks with Radahn where you can do a little poke here and there, but you have to be extremely precise and fast. And when you do it, there's like a lot of downtime when you get to do the next one, because a lot of times you're just not safe.
Yep.
Yeah, with Mesmer, surprisingly, the big snake attacks, they work pretty well.
I was about to mention the same thing. Yes, his second phase is very fair for as much as you might look at it and think, "Ooh, that looks a little
shit, yeah, this
Elden
is gonna be
Ringy."
fucked. That's sort of what I thought.
This looks like it'll be a little Elden Ringy, and it's not. It's actually pretty good.
I'm very surprised by the snakes because, like, despite their speed being jarring, they have a pretty consistent sense of motion to them.
Yes.
So, like, once you get in your head, snakes are quick. You're pretty much good. That move that just happened on your screen is a bit annoying to me because the way the snake just sort of flumes all around the arena and then does an uppercut meant that a lot of the time my roll, I couldn't even tell what was happening because I tried many different roll directions and I would still just end up in the snake and I'd get hit by a lingering hitbox.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell.
By the way, where were the snakes? This is the first time I'm at this phase, and I just dodged all of those snakes because I just was able to fucking react to what was happening. It's like, oh, bam, bam.
Bam.
There you go. It's just
good.
nice.
I actually like his second phase more than I like his first phase. I think
he adds some interesting extensions onto his combos, like the flippy dippy move. The stab thing that he can add on the end. It's like you can get your punish in, and then if you're quick, you can roll, like, following his path with that to land in range to hit him again.
Yep.
But
and you can punish all of his snake attacks, and that's super important.
And you get more damage out of it because the snake seems to take more damage, and sometimes you can double hit the snake and him, like at the start of the fight, especially.
I never paid enough attention to that, but
when he first lands from doing the big thingy, there's a period of time at which your attack will hit both him and the snake. And it does a shitload of damage. And it's pretty fun trying to, like, chase those instances, even though it probably shouldn't be designed that way from the perspective of his health bar, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But it is neat.
Yep.
Yeah, I do like Mesmer a lot.
Yeah,
he just does
cool.
He's got some of the Elden Ring rot, but he's doing everything I like my Souls boss to be doing. So I was very scared while I was playing this DLC that I wasn't going to get the expected one extremely good boss fight that every Souls DLC gets you. It's like, this is like about halfway through, maybe a bit more. And yeah, I was starting to get very fucking concerned because everything I'd thought was terrible, or I thought was terrible at that time. So fighting something that's actually just, like, fairly unambiguously good, man, what a refresher.
Yeah. I don't know who all watched you, Theo, but I know for a fact that Vooder watched you because he messaged me at some points like, "Hey, pretty bad, huh?"
yeah. He was in my server watching me play with a bunch of my friends.
Just funny when you randomly messaged me. It's like, okay, I know who he's been watching. Technically, he's the only boss you have to fight. Wait, really? Wait, this guy? For what? Oh yeah, because this is when you beat him, the Radahn thing gets unlocked, right?
I guess you actually can. Yeah, you could reach Radahn through only.
Oh, and Romina, cool. Yeah, and Romina.
And Romina, I was just saying, now you have
Romina,
because you need to get past her to get to this altar thingy.
Because you can skip the hippo.
You can skip the hippo.
You don't have to go into either of the first two legacy dungeons.
No, well, you can skip Rellana completely with the Spirit Well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mesmer, Romina, and then Radahn.
I don't know that.
By the way,
would ever do that, but that's neat.
By the way, it's so funny because it's so unimpressive of an ending. Like you beat Radahn, get like a 20-second cutscene or something, and then that's it.
The game just sort of sits there like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Go home now.
It really does.
There's nothing. There's like nothing that gets dropped. You don't get to walk up those stairs. Maybe like anything. Yeah. It's just like you're done.
You don't ascend into godhood. You don't. I don't know, man.
Go back to Elden Beast or something. It's like, but I beat Elden Beast already.
just quickly, yes, chatter. You can skip the hippo.
Wouldn't it be fun if the DLC would react to you having beaten like Elden Beast and everything already? You just get this like, "What's up, guys? I killed everyone in the other world. What's going on here?" Everyone just keeps running away.
Mesmer starts talking about Marika, and you're like, "Yeah, about that. I kind of killed her already."
Yeah, she's kind of dead.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah, that would be. I think there's some. In some ways, the game should be obliged to do that because you can pick your faction for your ending in many ways. Like maybe you're working with Rani or whatever, or you're a frenzy man. But all of the NPCs, regardless of what you do, talk as if you're just like working for Marika. Like you're just going to do the default ending.
Yeah,
which is.
I mean, we've seen the art of it. We've seen the art of everybody with like the tarnish with Rani hanging off their back. Like,
right.
Come on, how do you not do that in the game?
Like you're just there, like everyone's talking like fucking porn of Marika. What the hell, man? And you're like, I don't work for her. I killed her and made Rani the queen or whatever the hell. Or you're a frenzy man. You're like, I literally burned the world down. What do you mean?
Yeah. Look at my chest. There's like a fingerprint. What do you go away?
You do. I'm a frenzy boy.
You do wonder how frenzifying the world might affect the shadow realm, but I don't. What do I know?
Just don't think about it.
Just talk to one of the just talk to the NPCs very much like, so how's the capital? What's going on there? Oh, it's full of ash. It's just unusable.
Yeah, I set the Erdtree on fire. You did what?
The Erdtree on fire. I did that. It looks pretty sick, by the way. You should probably check it out.
Baby.
Yeah, I mean, for people who do the deals. Oh, that's actually something. As far as I know, Melina has no dialogue if you keep her alive and go into the DLC. Like she's just a non-entity.
Nothing in this shit, which is kind of annoying, especially
and
because
weird.
DLC makes a point of her relation to Mesmer. Through that one item description.
Oh, well, I'm glad you know about that one item description because I just wanted to talk to the waifu that I carried around, but that's fine.
Well, you think, the person you're on a journey with might want to like talk to you. Yeah, because she's a child of Marika.
She might have an opinion on you diverting your quest to go into the fucking shadow realm.
I don't know what you mean. This seems like a good use of my time.
Harness, we're supposed to be burning the tree, right? And you're like, shadow realm, baby.
Shadow realm.
You're just like, yeah. Give me a minute.
Hang on, I need to do like 3 invades so I can get there faster. Okay, 1 second. Which is basically what I did in my New Game Plus run that I've been doing offline. It's like, oh, I need to grab something. Man. Oh shit, I haven't been there already. I need to go to the snowfield now. God damn it.
Yep.
And then I need to start Googling. It's like, shit, how did I get there again? Then I went to the wrong part of the snowfields. The upper part is like, fuck.
Where the fuck was that place again?
Because it's like halfway through the Erdtree when you need to go to the big snowfield. And then I needed to do the thing where you need to kill a gremlin with another gremlin. And luckily the guide told me, it's like, yeah, you can use a magic dart to make them fight each other. It's like, right, yeah. Because otherwise I would have gotten the fucking ash for that too. And it was a night. It was so boring. It was boring and annoying on my own.
Oh, I was sitting there wondering what you were talking about. Yes, for the one spellcaster item.
Yeah, the one in the tower.
I didn't know about the workaround. Yeah, I always do the summon thing because it's a guy along your way. You just buy the summons.
Yeah. You can. There's like some enemies you can overcharge with magic or whatever, and then they just attack everything. It works on these cat statues or whatever as well.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm sure there's lots of lore that explains that because they're magic-ified or something.
I care less about the lore, more about the like, hey, maybe these are mechanics you could have implemented into the game and tell people about. And that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You have to hit them like a couple of times before it triggers as well. I think I like 3 times, and then they go like, and then they start attacking their friends.
Odd shit that people find.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw it again just then on the footage. The way the last snake just floops around.
It's a bit jarring.
Does. Yeah, Mesmer could have been on like a big open field, and his snake flooping would have been a little less silly, I think. He has a shadow castle. Who doesn't want a shadow castle?
I love how it's just called Shadow Keep.
It is.
Shadow Keep.
What I would have come up with when I was a child. Oh wow, you actually got that roll.
Ouch.
Right?
Oh, the camera was not having fun there. Uh-oh.
Yep, things in the sky, not good for the camera.
Well, like, the fact that you were positioned correctly to dodge the first spin, but then he just 360s or, well, like 520s in the air and hits you with the follow-up, and you're like, right.
Yep.
Is this a
Like,
time
that
where
was
I beat
almost cool.
I think this is the one where you beat him, because I think I was watching.
Ooh. The greed on that one.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay, it's not the attempt apparently.
Oh.
Guess not.
Damn, I was wrong.
Those dots work on the big golems in the furnace areas. Oh, okay. That's fun. Shall we talk about the music? I barely listen to the music. I know there's a couple of fun tracks in there.
There's a lot of it is, FromSoft continuing to do FromSoft music. So if you like that, you'll like a lot of the tracks. Well, if you're over that by now, maybe you'll not have such a good time. But
there's a YouTuber called Cthulhu Seeker, and he has remixes of a lot of the tracks, like a synthwave and some other slight variations on that. And I find them to just be a much better experience. So I'm just kind of like, he'll do his thing, and I'll get something much better out of it.
Yeah.
I like some of them at base. Like, they're okay.
I don't want to completely write it off, because I do like Mesmer's track. I keep listening to Mesmer's track because the fight is helping prop it up in my memory.
Mm-hmm.
I like some of what's going on in the Dancing Lions music. I think that's pretty cool, but it does a bit too much of normal FromSoft stuff for me personally. Rellana's track is ass. That track is fucking terrible. I've never really felt that way about a boss track before. Holy shit, I really hate Rellana's theme.
Not the dragon music? Come on.
I mean, yeah, I guess the dragon music is
dragon music.
Yeah,
that shit plays like 20 encounters in this DLC with the fucking dragon music. I know he mentioned it, but still.
Also, I think Mark has a good attempt in Radahn right now. He's been very quiet.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
He's having
Don't get greedy. Remember, you're never allowed to hit him.
Oh man, dude, when I was beating Radahn, and when at the end I was like, oh, I probably could have, like, the thoughts you have is like, oh, he's like so little health. It's like, no, I'm gonna heal again. He can just wombo combo me once, and then you realize, oh, I could have hit him here, but I'm safe now. And then you do it the next try. It's like, it's the hardest thing. That's the hardest greed to overcome when they're really close to dying.
Yep. That last attempt, you had the fucking patience of a saint. Never ever got greedy. It was pretty impressive.
I was impressed myself after the fact. Like, oh man, I did that.
It's pretty impressive to tilt that early into a fight and then still manage to go 5 hours into it and beat it.
Oh, the amount of patience I have with these fights is, I don't even know where I get those from. I mean, the very first time I fought Cause, it was like 9 hours or something until I beat him. It was nuts.
Man, Cost did not take me long. I think I beat him just a few hours. I don't remember my first Bloodborne very well, but like,
and then
it did not take me long.
And then first tried him on New Game Plus, which that went full circle. That felt so good.
My fun claim to fame for FromSoft stuff is that I beat Sword Stain Ishin first try.
Nice. That's
I guess
base department. Hello.
No, go ahead, Mark. But
No, go ahead.
Okay,
I thought that was your only point. I didn't know there was a follow-up.
No, it was kind of one of those things because if you guys remember his arena, he has like a rock formation in it, and there's just enough a gap in it where he got stuck in it, so he could only do a couple combos, and I was able to just parry those combos while he was stuck in the rock formation. Whoops. Sorry, FromSoft. Beat your hard boss first try. Oops.
My bad.
Yeah, great though. I love
regarding
that.
the music, I wanted to mention the one place, like, I think the ambient tracks aren't very good generally. I think the ambience would be better with no music, but that's especially the case in Abyssal Woods. That place has such like plain like creepy music that it would have been more effective if there just been no music as compared to the rest of the game having ambient zone tracks and just like the sounds of the Abyssal Wood or lack thereof. Like I think that would have been pretty neat because that area in terms of visual design, like sound and just atmosphere and stuff, I think it's again so close, but it's a little bit too much backseating, a little bit too little care for how the things are put together, and the whole thing is just sort of spoiled because they could have done something really cool with that, but it didn't end up pulling together, which is a shame.
So the really fun thing to do with the Abyssal Woods is to trigger the guys and then just run and avoid them. Because what they do is they teleport, and as long as you're running, they teleport behind you. They do the grab animation, but it just hits you and does damage, but it doesn't actually grab you. So you could just kind of keep going. And as long as you manage your stamina, you can just have like 3 of them following you and they'll just not grab you. It's not perfect, but I did manage to run through it.
Right.
I was just like, okay, that's weird, I guess.
It's really funny. Completely just spoil the set piece.
It was on my like 3rd attempt of it, so it's not like I did it right, but yeah, it's just a little tismy. It's kind of funny to watch them teleport and do the grab, and it just hits you, and they stand there going, "Blah."
I'll try to punish him there.
So it was neat that they put those like plants in amongst the stuff you're supposed to hide in. That if you touch them, like instantly alerts all of the nearby spooky men's to their location, like not to your location necessarily. It's like again, we've nearly done something here, guys. We're so close.
Did you get a chance to try the craftable thing that you can make that like mimics the noise of a person on them? Because I acknowledge that it was. I acknowledge that it probably works, but I just couldn't be bothered to test it. Oof. I'm not making videos or anything, okay?
I have crafted in all my time in Elden Ring. I think I crafted 1 pine resin, or the equivalent in this game, and 1 hefty furnace pot thingy to throw into the fireman to get him out of the way.
Yeah.
That's it, because the crafting is almost completely superfluous and serves to do nothing but dilute my fucking loot pool with thin beast bones and fucking blessed bone shards.
Oh, we didn't talk much about the open world loot in the DLC. It is a weird just spattering of different like tiers of rarity stuff. Like you can find ancient dragon somber smithing stones, walk 5 feet and pick up like, you know, level 1 iron, like a level 1 smithing stone. You're like, okay.
I think that's a mechanism to encourage people to try new weapons by reminding them that they have upgrade materials that they're using.
Is that what it is?
I think it's also legitimately just to support them in getting upgrade materials so they can upgrade up their new weapons.
Yeah.
Which, thumbs up.
It's such a rant, but there's no progression to it. Like it's just random shit all over the place. Like
you got to figure though, like if you've got, if you're here, you're pretty far into the game, like because you can't just like walk up to Moog and beat him, right? So I guess I see having a wide range of the different upgrade materials that you can get. It's at least, I don't know. This is gonna sound like I'm like condescending to the majority of the Elden Ring audience, but if the people that are playing your game like haven't played it in 2 years and kind of just don't care about the systems in Elden Ring or remember, getting those smithing stones will make them say like, okay, I now have this new weapon. I have a bunch of materials on hand. What do I do to upgrade them again? Okay, I go to the blacksmith, and then you've already got enough stuff to get your new weapon to like, I don't know, like 10 or something if it's a standard, or 8, or I guess like 3 or 4 if it's a legendary. And no, it's 25 and 10, right? Yeah. So okay. So you maybe get up to so maybe 10 if it's a regular sword, and maybe like I don't know, like 3 or something if you have a legendary weapon, as opposed to just not really having any of that stuff. And if you find something you really like because you've gotten the highest upgrade materials, even if you wasted them in the main game, it's like, okay, well, I can make this my new main weapon now. I don't have to do another playthrough of the game, you know?
No.
I don't know. It was just weird where it was like, oh, look, an item in a really hard to reach spot, or like, oh, I think I found the secret area. It's kind of off the beaten path. Let me see what's in here. And then it's like, oh, a somber smithing stone 4, and you're like, right, okay.
Yeah, I guess it's a little weird when it's like kind of a hidden one, because you're like, why did you hide this? Like,
yeah, like, why is this here? Oh, okay.
Because with the upgrade materials, for me it's like, oh, I got the bell bearings, I just go grab those really quick and then just spend my millions of runes or souls that I have and just buy them outright.
It's probably a, another symptom of them not knowing what people are going to have going into it. But
I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they also don't really give things in the quantities that you need to upgrade. Like, I think it was my strength build character. Like, I'd really rushed out my strength build character because I was like, I need to just have a strength build for the DLC because I didn't. So I was missing a couple of the bell bearings, and I really didn't pick up that many things from the mines because I just got the Guts Greatsword and then got exactly what I needed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was going around and picking up all the random smattering of upgrade materials, but I still found that, like, oh, if I want to use this weapon, I have to get things that I don't have. So it's just weird. I'm not sure what they could have done better with it, but yeah, it was strange. I just would like pick things up and be like, oh, really? I did all that for that. And
yeah, I mean that was a problem in the main game too. It's like, let me do this little cave thingy dungeon. It's like, oh, we'll never need this ever.
You're playing like a melee build and you get like a wand and not even like a great one. It's like, oh, awesome.
I would find it an important criticism if I were ever like designing a game or an expansion to a game. Like,
by the way, here's Mesma with a summon.
My stream broken? Oh no, you're doing things.
I don't know if this has any funny things in it. I need to check the other footage, because there's one specifically where he just switches aggro midair. I don't know if this happens here. It's just really funny. And I'm so squishy.
Yes.
It's so scary.
Look at the damage Tish puts out. Holy fuck.
Yeah, when he does this skill, I wish he would just spam that. That would be funny as shit.
Like he did at launch, because launch Tish was just silly.
Oh boy, I have comment at this point.
I thought it was a girl.
I don't. Girls aren't. Girls
aren't all the Black Knights or what are they called?
Black Knives, I think they are. Yeah.
Yeah, Black Knives.
Black Knives.
So yeah, Comet, 1,400 damage, no problem. I can probably get more.
Casually put 4,350 damage on the boss.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking.
God, he just melts.
Look at that burn! Holy,
it's so nuts, dude.
Fair and balanced.
Actually, took me quite a couple of attempts to get him. Actually, needed to go and grab some shit because my scaling was kind of whack. He was not dealing a lot of damage, and I also didn't remember his moveset very well, so I just got shafted. Yeah. Wow, Tish is not really doing anything right now. He's just standing there. Also, I'm taking all the aggro at the moment, obviously, because Tish is not hitting him at all, so... Oh, there you hit him. There you go.
We love summon AI.
Yeah, oh god.
Oh, that was gross.
Yeah, the camera... See, did you see that? Did you see the fucking twirly flame mid-air? He was going for me and was like, actually, I'm going for Tish now. Look at this. What? Wait, no, I think he switched before, shortly, actually. Never mind. It still didn't look like it, though.
Ah, that was a piss off. So, I learned a new thing about Radon. I used the Opaline Bubble Tier to just tank that first, like, gigantic AoE he does where he floats up into the air. And it tanked it. Like, I got a little bit of damage from it because it doesn't block everything, but it made it so that it was pretty much not a problem. He's floating down. I can't get any hits on him as he's on his way down, and the second he hits the ground, he's swinging his swords. I was like, man, like, I don't get anything for a punish from, like, tanking that and being super close to you as you're floating down gracefully.
No, absolutely not. These are the artificial things that they have to do because they know their players are good enough. Like, like obviously
That's
we're gonna
the one.
punish the super move, and we're gonna, you know, like, but
Well,
they just
especially
say
'cause it's
no,
like,
you
well,
just don't
he'll
get
hit
to.
by it if you're anywhere close. I'm like, it does like 2/3 of my damage, but it doesn't kill me. So even if I wanted to just take the damage, it's possible for me to be there. You've not
Yeah.
made it impossible for me to get this close to him. So you can't have him floating down that slowly unless you can give me an opportunity for damage. Like that.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
Yeah.
It is silly to just give bosses iframes and or make them, you know, not hitboxes like with the Gaius and, you know, whatever the other one was.
Yeah.
It's just Mesmer,
it,
yeah.
It has its place, but its place is not here, you know?
Yes, yeah.
By the way, I recorded some footage while I was just getting to play, because I had to beat Radahn to go to the DLC. So I recorded me fighting Radahn with summons, well, but I guess it's normal. It's a very exciting fight for big old Radahn boy from the main game. It's really funny. It takes like 2 minutes. Like from here, so...
Okay, well, I hit him when he was on his way up. Let's try this again and try to dodge him next time.
Oh,
Okay, I got one hit in on him when he hit the ground before he swung, but he used a slower attack.
People
so that
already here,
luck.
you know? Like... Way to make me feel like the center.
Look how little damage I get, by the way, with a mage build from Radahn.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually... It's a quarter with the big bow. That's actually not terrible.
No. It is really strange to go back from the DLC and be like, right.
Dude, when I fought the tree sentinels in the DLC, I was like, wow, I remember you guys being way more aggressive, but you're like babies compared to everything else I've fought.
I remember you guys
Especially-
having like a really annoying moveset, but they're just like normal guys compared to everything in the DLC.
It's just normal,
They
man.
really
Just
are.
no, man. Also, now they have the aggro, and now I'm just gonna start blasting shit at him.
Oh yeah.
Time for rock sling spam.
Much worse they made Radahn's design in the DLC boss fight with him, though. Like, he looks so much cooler here. Even though he doesn't have any feet and Leonard looks silly.
Bam, there's a stagger.
my wife thought his horse was his dick.
Jeez.
No,
She's
that
like, "Oh
would
my
have been a
God, that's
design.
horse."
That would have been a design choice. That would be fun. Oh, he's
He is trying his best.
yeah. He's going up and he's like, oh, there he is. He's not even going for me here, I think. He's actually aggroing the other ones, which is kind of funny.
The horse is fine. I do gravity magic. You can't feel a thing.
It's so funny. I like my horsey so much, I made it fly.
It's so awful.
My giant ass feels like a Kentucky Derby jockey to this kid.
And he's dead. So, yeah, there you go.
Intended experience.
Yeah.
Stand there shooting magic balls.
I'm pretty sure the YouTube channel Limit Breakers, it was, they killed him with only the summons here. Which took a while because there's a limited amount and they don't deal that much damage, but it seems to be possible in theory.
I remember learning it. Having the one lady who heals was helpful. Because I was like, okay, well, at least I get some free heals randomly every now and then.
No, imagine if you could fight him at his prime. Well, I got some good news for you.
I mean, I'd almost be okay with it if it was more like this first phase that I'm now like quite good at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
that's why I said they
the
just
second
need to
phase
add
is balls. It's not very
a
good.
little bit more to the first phase and just make it the whole fight.
By a little bit more, did you mean holy effects everywhere?
Yes, please.
No.
And a little bit more.
I think they keep the hair, right? They add the hair and then that's it.
And then they turn the hair
Super
white
Saiyan
because it's
Radahn.
Miquella's hair later.
Who
It
else
is
do I
Super
have
Saiyan
with
Radahn.
summons? Oh, I got the hippo here. Let's see. Oh, I actually tried Rellana's twin moons here. Let's check it out.
Oh.
It's very
I
sad.
bet that went well. Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, this
Okay,
hippo
yeah.
is quite big, so this should be a good target, right? Even, I'm using Luthel, the headless. He's very tanky.
And he teleports. He's cool.
Yeah. He's like, you're already dead. Nothing personal, kid. Let's see. It's quite disappointed. Oh, there it goes. It's already too
Big
far away, by the
hippo.
way, and not hitting anything.
Wow.
Oh my god, what a terrible fucking spell.
Okay.
You know,
Whoops!
it's
Got,
probably
got bashed out of it.
Oh,
Dude,
what? You don't become invincible?
Expensive. It's so expensive.
Yep. I think it takes 2
Wow.
or 3 magic slots as well, like the
Wait.
comet.
Oh. When you got stuck in those for a second, I was like, wait, is that an exploit? No, you can break them. That's such a shame.
Yeah, that.
I don't know
It's
if I
probably-
I don't know if I try it again. Let's see.
It's probably balanced because PvP exists. I almost wonder what it could be like if PvP didn't.
I wish PvP wouldn't exist.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of this stuff is actually being held back by PvP, which, if that is the reason for a lot of these decisions, like, I want to charitably infer that it's not just, we designed it this way because PvP. If it is because of PvP, that's fucking terrible. You can't be prioritizing PvP over the usability of, like, everything in the game against most of the fucking game. I'm sorry.
Are there that many people doing PvP Elden Ring?
Kinda.
Probably enough.
It's reasonably popular, but, like, not as many as people who are just playing Elden Ring.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, in
Yeah.
the grand scheme of it, I'm thinking, like, maybe there's 5% of players who might be playing PvP, and that's 5% of players who actively play, as opposed to people who played it 2 years ago and haven't touched it.
Like, maybe. Oh, I love Comet Shard. Comet Shard's so good. Like, maybe 10% tops play it reliably, but I don't know, man.
I feel like it's got to be lower than that. I've not heard a single person talk about it, including any of the people here. That, like, I mean, Metal, have you once said, "Hey, I was doing some Elden Ring PvP the other day"?
No, I
and
fucking
guess
hate
what?
Souls PvP. I always play offline. Fuck that shit. It's horrible.
I know. I've never heard Mulder talk about it. I don't really hear Theo talk about it much either. And who else am I talking about Souls games in depth with?
Every time I fucking have to do it or did it because I forgot to go offline. Like, I should be hitting the enemy and I don't because the netcode is just utterly fucked since forever.
The last time
know what-
PvP was
Go ahead.
engaging for me was in Dark Souls 2. It was in the lava
That's what
area
a
with
lot
the
of people seem
bridge.
to say.
And you just,
Eh.
I would come home from work and I'd be like, all right, I'm going to set up an arena. And so I put down all the little stones and then I would just summon people and they would fight for my entertainment. I would just do that for a couple evenings. That was the last time Souls PvP had any value.
Yeah.
Was making other people fight for my entertainment.
For my entertainment. That's funny.
Yes.
Like,
The bridge had a little cutout on it, and so you just walled off, like you just put the stones down to say, like, don't come into my little cutout, and I'll just sit here and organize the fights.
That's funny.
I just feel like pretty much everyone I've heard talk about Elden Ring multiplayer specifically, like not talking about the other Souls, not Dark Souls 2, because I know it had at least a pretty big PvP following, but big relative to FromSoft when Dark Souls 2 came out to now, and Elden Ring isn't really the same math, Like, it's probably like 30 times as many people own Elden Ring as have even heard of Dark Souls 2. And I think that in that case, how much of this game should be designed by the very small percentage of people who are actually playing PvP? Now, again, like Grump is saying that it's tons of players. That's not, I mean, I can't really quantify tons. That could mean like, 1,000 people is a lot of people if they're in a room with you, right? But
I mean, they've sold 25 million copies, so like, I'm sure there are some people.
Yeah,
there
but
is a
I think
simple
if you're
reality to this. There is a simple
yeah.
reality for any set of people that contains Souls like Elden Ring PvPers. Like, that set is contained within the set of Elden Ring players.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is always smaller.
Yes.
There are always more Elden Ring players than there are PvPers, unless everyone's PvPing, which they're not.
And my theory is that it's smaller to the point that as a guy who talks about video games and these video games specifically pretty frequently, almost no one's ever brought up Elden Ring PvP as something that I should try.
Yeah.
Right.
Like it's more like, hey, like we're doing some co-op here. Do you want to try to like summon in one of our buddies that has like a really broken build and see if all three of us can beat him? Like maybe things like that, but even then, it's more the co-op in that context.
Yeah. Dude, that comment still rips though when you get it in.
It does. Yeah. Fucking golden hippo.
And that's actually what was hurting Destiny for a long time too. That they would keep on rebalancing the game around PvP when a hell of a lot of the Destiny players are like, yeah, man, like all the people playing PvP multiplayer that would be playing Destiny are probably playing Call of Duty or something. And most of the guys playing PvP Destiny regularly are just trying to get rewards that they lock behind PvP activities.
Yes, they did.
It's like, oh, I need to get this gun, so therefore I need to play, 40 rounds where I get, I don't know, sniper headshots or whatever it ends up being. You have to get some material, or like Iron Banner was like the PvP event that would happen. But in general, it was a bunch of people who were like, yeah, we play single player games basically and like do co-op raiding and stuff, but we have to do the PvP because we have to get this thing.
And that's probably the biggest downfall of Elden Ring's PvP is that people just PvP for different reasons these days. It's not just you don't just PvP for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean some people do, but like there's nothing like Dark Souls 2, like you PvP'd because it was genuinely worth a lot of souls. Like you got a lot of levels out of PvPing if you wanted to, but they took that away. Like Elden Ring just doesn't have that, especially since when you invade an Elden Ring, you're always outnumbered, or you're in the arena, which you're just doing it for the arena. Yeah, so like I don't know. They have really disincentivized PvP as far as I understand it, and so like, take it out in the next iteration.
You're not likely to just run into it anymore, which was one of the only things that was cool about it, is the fact that I can just go into someone else's game and kill them there and get rewards for it. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, they caved pretty hard to the people who said, I don't like that. And like, oh well.
I wouldn't mind it if the netcode would be better, and when I fucking defend myself 100%. And I hit him 17 times and only one reacts to it.
100%.
I'm obviously a bit hyperbolic, but that's basically how it feels.
That's pretty accurate. Like straight up. Like,
okay.
Your attacks just don't connect with people. And the annoying thing is, there's still the function where like, if you hit someone who's mid-roll, you will still get like hit sound effects, and you will still apply status effects to them. They just won't take any damage.
They won't take damage. Yeah, you wonder how that works, but
weird.
That sounds like a bug.
Well, it's
totally
since,
Dark Souls 1.
Sure, something.
Yeah, you'd figure that would be the kind of thing they would fix. Like it doesn't sound like that's intentional because it's like, oh well, the poison radiates off your spear.
So. I don't think it's intentional that the camera gets pulled into fucking walls and they won't fix that. Yeah. I don't think it's intentional that lock-on will break when enemies perform like the most basic evasive maneuvers, and they won't fix that.
Oh well. Well, do we have anything else? I think we hit a lot of topics here. We're going for almost 5 hours as well, so.
I think I've said more or less my piece,
Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything on my list anymore. We've did a lot.
I got through all my stuff. I'm really glad we pointed out like some of the disappearing hitboxes, like the intentionally ones, because that was when I comprehended that was gonna happen. No,
Pearson Knight. I mean, he's fine. He's okay.
He's a guy.
He's off in a weird place. The weapon you get from him is like
the one thing that surprised me off of him is that his dual attack he does is actually very dodgeable. When he started doing that, it was like, oh, fuck off. That's going to be cringe. It was like, no, it actually works pretty well. So I was very surprised.
It's kind of weird how intuitive the response to it is.
Yes.
Considering how silly the attack is,
It is not worth the price point. I don't think the base game is worth it. I don't think the DLC is worth it because Grump asked. No, do not recommend.
I do not recommend if you're.
It depends.
Into
I think.
Ring.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're into Elden Ring and what Elden Ring offers, you'll get more of what Elden Ring offers out of this DLC. So.
Because the thing is,
but if you did not like Elden Ring, nothing here is gonna change your
mind. Yeah. The thing is, in terms of like sheer content you get, it's actually, I would actually say it's pretty good. From a price point, like there's lots to do, lots to see, lots of new items, ashes, bosses, whatever. But if someone of us would ask me, Metal, should I get this? would Mahler come to me and ask, should I get Elden Ring? I would say, no, you'll hate it, except 2 bosses, maybe.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I think I'd probably say pick it up cheap, like once it's on sale, maybe grab it if you like Elden Ring. But if you're not, like, unless you're chomping at the bit to play it, in which case you don't need us to tell you, right? And like, it's you've probably already bought it or are planning to buy it soon. But if it's like, well, I don't know, man, I don't really feel like playing Elden Ring right now. I'm out of practice. I've just, for me, it was almost, I wasn't very excited when this came out because I just finished both Liza P and Stellar Blade over the last few months.
Yes.
And I'm kind of like, well, Black Myth Wukong's coming out next month. And at this point, I feel like I'm kind of burned out on Souls for a little while. Like, so, I don't know.
I wanted to ask.
I really get burned out of the genre. I just get burned out when I see shit bosses like here.
Yeah. I wanted to ask if I could be on for the Stellar Blade stream. I really enjoyed that game. Oh well.
Well.
Good.
Too late now.
I know. That's fine. I needed this though. This was absolutely just good excellent.
Times. Oh, why am I starting to find? Oh, I think I wanted to see if they get more health in these areas, and they do, and then I just leave.
And then I just leave.
I had so many interactions like this in the DLC of like I'd walk into something, maybe have a few swings at it to see if I was interested, and then just be like, you know what? No, I'm leaving. And then just get on my horse and ride away.
Oh wait, did you fight the bear that has the boss health bar?
Yeah, I think there's 2 of them in the DLC as well.
Yeah.
I didn't fight no bears.
I fought them because I thought they might drop skibbities, but they don't. And then yeah.
No, they drop a cool bear hood, but yes.
They do. They do.
I feel like that might have been something. Yeah, I know, right? They're in a really obscure back area, which is fine. You know, if you're just gonna kill something with a boss health bar for a bear hood.
But I think there's a lot of cool builds you can do in theory. But as I said before, there's nothing I want to use it against.
That's probably the best conclusion is like, this is the only DLC they're going to make. So everything that you get out of this only has value for doing new game pluses of the base game. And the base game's not really good. I mean, like, if you like it, yeah, but it's going to be, it is incredibly overpowered too. Like, some of the stuff you can get out of the DLC is going to make New Game Plus 1 through 6 a joke. Like, it just...
The scaling is not very big anyway in New Game Plus. That's what I realized when I went back. It's like, oh wow, I'm just shredding everything super quickly. That's okay.
Yeah. So any value is almost like purely intrinsic. It's just going to be like, I want this to experience it. It's not really...
Jojo.
It's not really leading to anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, I think there are some like lore payoffs and things. A lot of things are recontextualized from the main game, like motivations for people like Moog and even Radon or Millennia for that matter. Because
I agree that it's recontextualized. I disagree that it's really paying anything off because, like, why did Millennia fight Radon? This big looming question that I keep asking people because there's no satisfying answers. Because she was in on it, and in order to get Miquella his date.
Basically, yeah. Like, I mean, that's the reason that they gave. So, I mean, like, that is a payoff. Whether it's one that you find satisfying, I guess, is kind of up to you. But I thought that it does make a hell of a lot more sense if Melania and Radon.
It deprives Melania of agency as a person. She's just an item that Miquella threw at Radon.
Well, I mean, I think to Miquella, everyone is items. Like they're all just toys that he's trying
America?
to like. No, Miquella.
Oh, Miquella. Oh, okay. I'm like, sorry, but it's.
But like, I mean, like I said, like I've not done a great job explaining the lore because, like I said, I've got maybe about an hour of research into what I was hoping to be a lot longer, but I had less free time over the last 24 hours than I thought I was going to. It's not an excuse. It is the explanation.
I've done my digging. Like, not to sound too stubborn, but yeah, I'm gonna sound stubborn. I don't think my mind's gonna be changed on this. Like, I've done my digging, and if I can like go into a place and not understand even the first principles of what the fuck is going on, the prospect of trying to dig in to find out like background information just doesn't enthuse me, and I don't really find much compelling about what Elden Ring has going on, like, thematically, because Dark Souls has a very neat thematic bow on it. Fire is very clear visual metaphor for transience and the fact that everything ends. Done. Easy. I can understand that at face value immediately.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like, and again, I guess I'll clarify. I wasn't trying to convince Theo. Like, I mean, I know I'm not going to. I'm just saying that if you like Elden Ring lore, it's okay. And there's some of it here that's like not altogether terrible. And like, I don't know. I think like if that's a reason that might sway you to buying it, I think it's worth bringing up that it's not like this thing has no story and they didn't try at all. You know, like they did attempt to do things at the very least. How successful they are.
I think it would be fair to say that to the average player, it has no story.
Damn it! Holy shit.
I mean, yes, yeah, no, that is fair, but I think that's also something that you could lay on Dark Souls, right? And maybe not Demon Souls. Demon Souls is a bit more setup.
I think Dark Souls is pretty simple.
I mean, you get it right off. You get the prophecy immediately, and you're told to go ring bells.
We do. Ask a normie who's played Dark Souls who Gwyn is, and they might be able to tell you. And they're probably just going to say it's the last boss.
I think they'll give you a pretty reasonable answer, actually. I've had normie friends be able to like understand this shit, so.
I don't know. I think
a lot of the time it's just that they're not interested, that's one of the advantages of this storytelling like format, is that if a player isn't interested in the narrative side of your game, they can completely ignore it. This is good.
I mean, we got one person there who says I've never met a Dark Souls player that knew the lore. So like, I think like that's just the impression I get from having talked to people about Dark Souls that I know have played it, and they're like, "How do you get anything with that from what you saw there?" I'm like, "Oh, item descriptions. There is an intro video. You know, there's plenty of things that give you little hints at the story, and it's not really that complicated once you kind of get the idea of what's going on."
The Dark Souls 1 story at least has an intro video that makes sense. Elden Ring is just, there's people.
There's a very simple like causal chain right through the middle of the game that adds up pretty easily, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm not getting my position clear. I'm not trying to compare them against each other. I'm just saying that like it's a very similar storytelling style, and I think
it's the same style, yeah, but I think it's worse executed here because
yes. For sure.
That's what I'm trying to get across. It's the same style, but I think it's lost a lot of what makes that style worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fair, and I think it's something that would come with scale, with like trying to do something as big as a world like this, as opposed to something that's a bit more fixed, like the original Dark Souls or even like Bloodborne. But I don't know. I feel like there might be people listening who might be interested in some of this stuff, and as like the only one who's kind of speaking nicely about this game, I just feel I should say, hey. It's not that there isn't story. There's just more of the Dark Souls type story, and I don't know. It fits well enough.
More
that
incomprehensible in Dark Souls. Like if you want to have like the first clue what's going on, you have some digging to do.
Brand him as a heretic and execute him.
Yeah, exactly. Tar and feather this.
That's the wrong universe.
Speaking positively about Elden Ring, not in my metal stream.
I'm in such a shit position with this game because I swear to God, I talk to all the people that are fans of this game, and I'm the one that fucking hates it to them because I'm saying it's not perfect. And I talk to you guys, it's like, well, I agree with a lot of your stuff, but there's things about it I like, and it seems like I don't know. I can't seem to make any kind of viable point. I feel like this hangover might be hitting me worse than I thought.
I don't think there's
I need a puppy.
Many individuals around that dislike this DLC more than I do.
You're even past what I managed to muster to dislike it with, which is fine.
Yeah. Oh, that was a very good graphic, actually.
Gross.
I'm gonna be clapping, doing a little clap over there.
Bravo, Miyazaki.
You just have to figure out that you need more fire and throw it into his furnace. Easy. Yeah, anyway, lore. It is a thing that happens. I have nothing to say about the lore. I never pay attention to it. So,
Haste, just play the video game.
That's what I do with these games. But yeah, there you go. We eldered the ring. We still don't know who the elderly ring is, but he's out there somewhere and he's looking at us.
he's
judging us.
Something.
He's like,
I
this
didn't even
fucking
consider that
tarnished.
side of it.
He killed everyone I created, and you know what? I'm fine with this. I'm just gonna chill up here, down there, wherever I am. But with that said, I guess I think we got it. I think we did the thing. Very cool. Before we get out of here, let's read some super chatteroonies.
Oh, good.
If I can find the thing. If anyone needs to leave, now would be a good drop-off point. Because it's been 5 hours. I don't know.
I'll do a bathroom break, but then I'll be back.
Absolutely. Let's see. Beep, 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 beep. But yeah, I'm not gonna go back to this game voluntarily. Be like, I wanna go play some Elden Rings. Like, no, I'm gonna play something else. Made a meme for you. See when you get the chance. Oh yeah, actually now would be a good chance to do that. Got a meme-age from Odin. That's nice. 'Tis all in jest. Of course it is. Been a while since I made one of these, so forgive the roughness. That's okay. Also, Metal said I could draw Mark as a brain in a vat. Hope you like it. Oh, that sounds great, actually.
I mean, wouldn't that just look like any other brain in a vat?
Maybe. Let's see here. That's not the right Huento. There we go.
It's okay, puppy.
Bloop. There we go. Okay, we got Theo here on the left side. No, I meant that what I said on that EFAB. You see those idiots in chat? Look, I've done things in FromSoftware games they never could. I'll give you Sekiro Shadow Die Twice as an example. Sure. Frightening to animals. Animals. The ball! Robert's firecrackers. Frightening to animals. Good memes. I think Mark makes a good brain in the vat. I think you're doing great.
Isn't that... Oh, I guess, yeah, there's me.
I mean,
I just looked up at the screen and saw it. I was like, isn't that Theo in there? But then
no.
Well, it's Theo on the left.
Little beanie.
But yeah, good meme-age, good memes. Always like a good meme.
Good stuff. I mean, I don't know. Is that our first piece of show art?
I'm not sure actually. I'm bad at tracking these things. I'll be honest.
We don't get much of that, but thank you very much.
Yeah, Odin makes good meme-age. All right, let's read some super chatteroonies. 21 months of membership by Sonia. Thank you very much. Well, hello Theo. Why is this metal guy who is this metal guy you invited to your stream? And why do you let him be negative about the Skibidi DLC that you love so much? That's a good question. And Theo is completely muted right now. Great.
Yeah, he might be.
There he is.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you just missed something.
Sorry, just got back.
Yeah.
Was this the meme on Twitter?
Oh, I just did that, and now I read a super chat. It was directed at you.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Well, hello, Theo. Who's this metal guy you invited to your stream, and why do you let him be negative about the Skibidi DLC that you love so much?
This is Metal's stream, okay?
You can't prove that.
And this stream's pretty cool. I should come around here more often.
You should. You've been dodging me like a couple of times.
Because I just never end up picking up the games.
Yeah.
Bad times.
That's okay. 20 months by Mr. Grump. Thank you very much. Mesma versus Malenia versus Morgoth versus Malekith. Best boss.
From best to worst, for me, it would be Morgoth, Malekith, Malenia, Mesma? Maybe?
So my problem is my memories are so far away from the other three that that's kind of hard for me to put them in a good row. But I do really liking Malekith. It might be just going for memory, Malekith, Mesma, Malenia, Morgoth, possibly. But then again, if I would do a fresh try of all these bosses, that it's very possible that's going to change. Very likely, actually.
Yeah.
I've got groaning puppies, but I think Theo's order sounds good.
Huh? Wait, what do you mean read at least all of the meme? Wait, what did I miss? Was there a second one that I...
There's another couple parts, yeah.
Oh, shit, my B. Oh, okay.
There's a couple more pages.
I'm retard. The bull. Okay. Let's see. The bull is an animal. Therefore, perhaps, mayhap, perchance, possibly, wherefore, ipso facto, firecrackers done! Innovation, thy name is Theo. You son of a bitch, you've done it again. The shirt #1 Souls player. See what I mean? Out of the box and audacious tactics that chat would never think of. Granted, I didn't stream that or record it, and I was the only person who saw it happen, but it did. It's true. It's all true. It did happen. I saw it in my visions.
You gotta believe me.
Source, do trust me. It just works. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I'm obviously retard because I didn't press the buttons correctly. Some might call it a skill issue, if you will.
Quick, everyone laugh at him.
No, don't do it. Not again. Alright, but yeah, that's the rankings there for those bosses. And then we got $5 by Odin. Thank you very much. Kind of sounds like most, if not all of the bosses are not as cool as Miquella. True? I mean, Miquella is the 10 out of 10 mega boss that everyone wants to fight every time.
It's a Miquella sweep, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peak fire, if you will. Peak fire. God, Miquella sucks ass. I always like when I have a build where I can just cheese him. If you're like range stuff, before he drops down, you can just throw shit at him until he dies. It's pretty cool. Then we got $5 by Captain Falco. Thank you very much. Hashtag Theo is right. Bed of Chaos is no longer the worst boss. Well, there you go. You're converting them one by one. Theo.
I don't know.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna get there. I'll pill people on this position.
Then we got $5 by Rolando Ramirez. Thank you very much. Guys, have you all seen Synthetics? No, I haven't. I don't watch that idiot.
Yeah.
Woke Elden Ring review where he thinks everyone is gay. I mean, he might have something on that, to be honest.
Well, this DLC is literally like gay incest. That is what's happening at the end.
Oh my god, I don't want to say the word synthetic man's not wrong. I mean, because, I want to preface that because I know whatever he said in the video was more than there's gay stuff in it.
The thing is,
I don't want to sound like I'm agreeing with him.
It's probably
he's not wrong. There is gay stuff, I suppose.
He's probably going to phrase it differently, though.
Yeah, probably a lot more
in the
harshly
worst
than
possible way. Yeah,
and I mean, even framed as far as like, hey, like, what is this doing to culture? You know, like I kind of don't care. It's a George R.R. Martin thing, okay? It might have some incest. I've accepted this.
I have accepted this. Oh man. $5 by Hyperbolic Ninja, thank you very much. Did anyone on the panel fight a Death Knight boss in Fog Rift Catacombs? Oh, I forgot to actually check that out. No.
Fucking Death Knight. Did. Death Knights are hilarious.
It's my favorite boss in the DLC and shows what they could have done. How is the Death Knight?
The Death Knights are really funny because he's the most over-the-top, edgy motherfucker you'll ever find. And he's got this. He's got an actually like kind of okay moveset. It's just a bit gratuitous in places. He's such an edgy boy, and then it turns out he's backstabbable.
Yep. Damn it.
He sets himself up to be backstabbed like after everything he does. So you just end up chain backstabbing him to death. He's so funny. I love him.
That's funny. Let's see. The Force data with the $2. Thank you very much. My opinion, but why does every boss have magic? That's every boss has like some kind of magic flammery going on.
God, even the hippo's magic.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Shadow Realm.
I guess because it lets them apply like radial effects to their attacks that makes them harder to roll.
AoEs are the name of the game in like most of these boss designs, which I'm not crazy about. I guess that you could argue that's the thing that accounts for summons, but it's like, yeah, but what accounts for you not using summons and wanting to have a more like well-designed fight? Because I mean, like this Radon fight, I'm just constantly getting nuked by AoEs that I'm not seeing properly because I was avoiding other attacks that he's also doing. And I'm like, man.
Yeah. Actually, hang on.
I think I'm giving up for today, though.
I can quickly pull up that fight because Ninja sent me the fight. Give me a second. Just need to grab it from the disk Schlorm. Copy link. Wait, I can just click on the link. Why did I copy it? Am I like stupid or something? Don't answer that question, but please. Oh, so many windows open. Okay, here and then click there. Wasting time. Clicking here. What is that?
You have anything to say, Jojo? Oh, I guess not. Actually.
Wow. Okay.
We haven't talked about
so much. Now she's quiet.
What was the first thing that she growled about today? It was perfectly timed too. Damn it.
Oh, there we got golden. Oh, based golden vow and inner strength enjoyer. That's a lot of damage. I think it's called differently here. It's not inner strength, but I think it does the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he has like a dark cape as well. My god, he has like normal axe attacks. Oh, there's the backstab. This looks like a normal enemy that you can fight with your eyes.
He's relatively normal.
I remember those boss fights. Those are fun.
Look at him, he just loves getting backstabbed. You just position right around his stuff.
Oh, well, there's some
big
lightning.
Flowy cape, god.
I'm the Death Knight.
He's called the Death Knight.
Capes aren't very practical in combat, but man, they do look pretty cool in Helldivers too. When you dive and stuff.
Oh, got him again.
Where did the Discord? Oh, there you go.
Hey, Rocky. Jojo.
It's a little bit. It's just a little bit of lightning. That's you can still see stuff. That's just. Isn't it weird that you have to point that out? It's like pointing out in movies that it's like in movies when you point out they had a normal conversation with each other. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. it's the thing I keep mentioning about like Dark Souls 3. Remember when it was notable that Pontiff Sullivan had like infinite stamina and such long combos, and he was like unrelenting in this huge wall in the mid game, and he'd be a basic enemy. He'd be a fairly simple basic enemy in Elden Ring.
Yep. That double jump slash looks really useful. It's pretty cool.
Jojo.
Oh god, guess not.
Don't try to kill Rocky.
Yeah, this looks like a decent fight. Why is that one in a random catacomb?
The Death Knight and
oh well. Taking the small
all those buffs just to chug through the fight.
Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, thanks for the clip, Ninja. Appreciate it. We got the magic thing. We got 5 by Dr. Diddler. Thank you very much. If every BS delayed attack had Romina's light up warning, I think they'd be 50% less frustrating. Feel like Mungo fought Midra poorly as well.
Light up? If you've just been like some indication as to when the animation is going to go from like telegraph to follow through, sure, I agree.
Yeah, just having things telegraphed is just nice.
It is.
I mean, again, they did that in the game previous. So.
10 buckaroonies by Artemis. Thank you very much. I was surprised with how much more prevalent NPCs were in the DLC than the main game. Felt like a shame that they all die at the end of the DLC. I didn't talk to any of them, I think. I just ignored them all.
I spoke to one of them like 3 times, and like I said, the 3rd time I ever spoke to them, they were like, hey, should I kill this other guy? Or maybe this other guy? And I was like, I had no way to really engage with that. So
just go
I
like,
said,
sure, go
kill
for
anyone.
it. $5 by Mr. Potato, thank you. Just got here, so I might have missed it, but have you all spoke about the lore of the DLC yet? Well, we did in between some of the places, so if you're still here, I let those guys talk about it because I know fuck all about the lore.
There's not much to find, don't you worry.
Oh, yeah. I have no intention of finding out. One day, I'm gonna be like, I need something to watch. Oh, VatiVidya has a 2-hour video on lore. Let me just put that on. And then I will still not remember it because I'm a bad person. Another 5 by Artemis. Thank you very much. Curse you, Bale! Egon is probably my favorite NPC so far. He's pretty cool. He's probably the only one I talk. He's the one I talk to the most because people told me to, and he's just so. I refuse to die until we kill Bale. Fuck this dragon.
With a hail of harpoons.
Yeah.
You just come across him in the wild, and he's just a guy laying on the road screaming.
He's
and you're
like,
like,
oh,
My favorite part of it is the fact that he like goes quiet after he's done, you know, like he's done like screaming his ass off, and then you talking to him sets him off again.
That reminds me of a random club story when I was out with friends in a club like years ago, and a friend was like drinking super heavily and was already gone when we got there, and he just went to the stalls immediately to puke. At some point we checked and was like, are you okay? And then he just said, I was okay until you started talking to me, and just puked again. Fucking hilarious. It was great. 3 months of membership by Rio Planeswalker. Thank you very much. We miss you too, Metal, because we can't bully you. I mean, you can bully me in the Discord, which is linked in the description if you want to hang out there.
In these times, I don't know.
Yeah, no bullying.
We got 2 Canadian by Delta Gene Cream Vader, which I still think is a really funny name. His 6-hit combo is absurd. I hated this boss. I don't know which one we were talking about at the time.
Came up. I think that was Gaius at the time, if I'm remembering right. Which that's more than 6 hits.
No.
Should have been Gaius. Yeah, when he does a sword attack, and then his boar does an attack, and then he alternate.
Hit,
Yeah.
hit. If I'm remembering right.
It's so much.
If you don't bully, I will ban you. That's how it works. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Thanks for watching the fight. I wish that boss had been where Dancing Lion boss was instead of Shitty Catacombs. That would be nice. Yeah. Yeah, it was Gaius, according to the chat. Fair enough. Very good. We got $5 by Slumpy. Thank you very much. Did anyone use the new weapons types much? I never saw anyone using the curved blades or the hands. I only checked out the what's its face? The perfumes, and I think I used the dragon katana thingy you find before you go to Bale. I think that's what I beat him with? I don't remember.
I extensively used the Great Katana, I used the Dry Leaf Arts quite a lot, and I also used the Light Greatsword quite a lot. I used that to kill Radahn the first time around.
Nice.
The NPC that has the Great Katana, the one that you find in the mausoleum, that one is insane. The weapon art on it is Rakshasa. That weapon you just press L2 over and over, and you just like mowing the lawn.
Apparently that set, and I think that weapon is just like the speedrunner stuff because it makes you deal more damage but take more damage.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Well, I guess I used Milady a lot. I forgot that that's a DLC weapon. So yeah, I used that quite a bit. It's a cool moveset. I like it. €5 by Trebacious Tea. Thank you very much. Lore good. Discovery and adventure are huge parts of the game. Adventure needs purpose. Yes, that good purpose. ER gets confused about that far too often. Yeah, from what I've heard, Elden Ring gets quite confused with everything.
I do quite like to know what I'm doing, or at least have some idea of why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's quite fun.
Just a little bit.
And for the record, I did prefer Lies of P's both storytelling and quest system. Nice. And I don't think it was all that different from like the FromSoft style for the most part. Like there's a few more sequences that I think are more explicitly narrative, but I think it's more just that the NPCs you encounter tell you more things that give you more information. Like they don't just say 3 lines of dialogue and then you have to keep trying to talk to them again until they can progress a quest that you may or may not be doing for them.
No. Alright, and we got $5 by James. Thank you very much. Just play Better Souls clone, Big Brain. The Surge 2, Liza P, another Crab's Treasure. Oh, maybe Ashen? Have to replay that one to be sure.
I mean,
Liza P is awesome.
I do like Liza P more.
Not for me, thanks. Like, I'm good without Souls likes.
Yeah, I'm in that same boat of like, nah, I'm good.
I'm gonna go back to.
I couldn't get into Liza P.
My next stream is gonna be back to Wind Waker. That's gonna be nice and chill.
Ooh.
I have to finish that, and then I will finally play Prey 2018. But Wind Waker just won't end. It's just way longer than I remembered. Just getting all those Triforce shards is just. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, I'll tell you that. It's a lot of busy work. But we'll get there, and it'll be fine. And I think that's all the super chats for today. Thank you very much. Let me check the emails if there was any Streamlab thingies, but I don't think I've seen anything. No, I just had to pay something via PayPal, so that's the opposite. Okay, cool.
Prey 2017 is pretty good. Or at least I remember it being.
Oh, it's been
engaging.
Recommended to me loads and loads of times.
For sure.
And I
played a fair chunk of it. I kind of fell off it after a while. I don't like Prey either.
I did play the original Prey all the way back though. I don't remember anything about it.
It's a totally different.
But it did big shooty thing and lots of gore, if I remember correctly. So that was kind of
all they share is a name. Like the original Prey, like the Xbox 360 Prey. That one's more like a straight up shooter, whereas this is like an immersive sim. It's trying to be BioShock in space, basically. Yeah. But I mean, like it's not that there's nothing to it. It just. I think it honestly might be the enemy designs in that game that just make me not really care all that much because they're just sort of all shadow, like goop. They're black goop and various shapes, and I was like,
Well, I don't know.
I don't know if fighting these things is all that interesting.
I haven't played it. Maybe you're just a skill issue. Get good. Yeah,
very possible. How do I fall off a 20-hour game? I mean, I could tell you, I suppose. Well, and I played it for
21.
It's pretty far.
I think it's easy to bounce off
I
of
fell off.
I
didn't mean like I couldn't beat it, so I stopped. It's just I kind of got bored of it and decided to play other things.
I was going to say, it doesn't matter how long a game is. If you start and it's like, this hurts my eyes, I don't want to play this.
9.3 hours I put in. So
if you get halfway through a game, I think it's totally fine to play half of a game and say, that's not for me. Like that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I got to the point that I had other weapons. I was finding enough ammo to actually be engaging in combat, so it's not like I was wandering around when I don't really have any resources. It was like, oh, this game sucks. I want to play Doom. Like, I knew what kind of game I was playing. I was just like, and I wasn't really grabbed by the story or the lore or anything like that, which, I mean, if you guys want to like talk me into why I should like praise lore more than Elden Rings, feel free. But I mean, ultimately, it's just I wasn't that interested in it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know a lot of people love it, and a lot of people whose opinions I trust. So I'm not trying to argue it's a bad game. It kind of wasn't for me. Whereas like BioShock, I was like glued to the entire time until I finished it.
Yeah.
You know, where and they're sort of similar type of games.
No. Did Mark beat Radon? I think Mark is still on it.
No. I'm taking a break for the rest of the day. I've been fighting him too much, not really paying attention. And honestly, every single one of my attempts that got reasonably close, like into the word Miquella, at least, there'd just be some random bullshit that would kill me in like 2 hits, even if it was at full health. And
now you're having the full Radon experience.
Yeah. It's just like, well, I mean, this, like, it's just, at a certain point, it's like, well, I feel like there are patterns to learn because there should be, not because anything that's happening here seems to, like, have any kind of logical, I don't know, moveset design. Like, it just seems like he's kind of doing whatever he wants at any time, and any move he does might have an after effect that has a bunch of AoEs like pop out of the ground. And not only that, in a beam, and then they'll like blow up. So I'm like, well, I mean, like, I can roll, but then I'm either rolling further away and maybe getting hit by ones that were out of my field of view that I couldn't see, or I could roll towards them and into his sword that he's also like swinging right after this. So it's like, man, it's like I don't find this phase 2 very fun, and I think I just need to take a break and give it a shot tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a reason why I call my second stream just pain. I legitimately, when I got closer to starting the stream, I was like, I really don't want to fight this guy. Like, I had so little fun with phase 2. It's like, I just don't want to do it, but I am committed. I need to do this.
You just got to use the tools at your disposal, bro.
Oh, during the stream, I did a post like, should we do should we change weapons, or should we start summoning? Like, should we do something else? And then someone
did, and people chose the correct option.
Well, someone in chat was like, "Hey, did you try bleed again?" I was like, "Actually, I haven't." And then that was much more viable and brought me to the end of the fight closer more and more. So I was like, you know what?
I mean,
this is getting grabbable. This is feasible now. So I'm gonna try this. But yeah. Anyway, that's your Elden Ring stream that you all been waiting for. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Before we get out of here, let's see what people are up to. Mr. Khorne, what are you up to? Streaming like a little nerd, playing video games?
Sometimes.
Oh, nice.
That's it.
No.
Space Marine 2 is the next big one. Like, there'll be a smattering of streams here and there, but it's mostly just to pass the time. Space Marine 2 is the one I'm more excited about.
Nice.
There'll be good stuff for that.
Gonna do that multiplayer, Mark, right? That's still a thing we're doing?
For Space Marine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
Cool. But yeah, link is down below the Twitch stream. It's he's only over on Twitch. But yeah, thank you for joining us. It was very fun, very good.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Theo, what are you doing? Probably not having fun, as always.
That's right, that's me. I'm cooking up a video on this here DLC. I wish for it to die, so I'm going to try and do that myself. Call me Captain Ahab, and this DLC my white whale, and that'll happen at some point. You know, that's
Hell
it.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Obviously, all the links are down below to click on and find people where they are. I can talk. Mark,
I'm just chipping away at a video on Hades that I was hoping to get more work done on than I have, because I really wanted to be finished Radahn by this point. And I feel like if I decide to put Elden Ring aside and just play Hades, I will have ended up finishing this DLC and finishing with this DLC and not wanting to go back and kill the last boss. So I think I kind of need to kill Radahn before I do before I like go into full blown edit mode. I was like,
closure.
Yeah, I need to finish this at some point, but I'm hoping to not have to end up doing anything like summon. I use bleed because I don't accept the fact that if you do damage, it's like it's OP. I'm just like, what? But like, I want to be able to do a ton of damage. Like, I don't have spells, man. I need my swords to do work. Okay,
yeah,
because they're the only thing I'm hitting anybody with. But yeah, I don't want to end up summoning for it. Although, honestly, that phase 2, I'm not even sure a summon would help. It would just get nuked like right away.
No, it helps. The mimic still works.
Yeah, probably if you have a mimic tier and you have like some effects going on, you can just nuke them down.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, but like, I kind of don't want to do that at this point. I feel like I've gotten too close, but I don't know.
I was pretty close. Oh no, remember the the poll I did was between should I go pokey strats with a shield, or should I get a summon? And I think people said pokey shield first, and then I just didn't do any of those because I hate democracy.
Hell yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I'm glad to not play more Elden Ring for now. But you will see more of it in a couple of weeks when Theo's back, because I said I'm going to play some Seamless Co with him, and that's just going to be fun anyway, so I don't mind booting her for that. That should be just funny, because I think we're going to use the New Game Plus characters and just, I don't know, do shenanigans, I guess. It'll be fun. But yeah, all the links down below. As for me, I don't know. I'm just gonna do things wherever I have time, and someday the video I talked about is gonna come out when I am better at time management, I guess. I don't know. This fucking DLC took me so long to complete. I didn't expect this to take 8 streams to actually get it done.
Yeah,
I hadn't even realized.
It's a big one, if only due to difficulty, but not just because of difficulty.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Should be good memes, but yeah. Yeah, that's that. Also, just gaming streams. Probably like 2 in a week or something. We'll see. Back to Wind Waker, finishing that up, and then some Prey. And I'm sure I'll be popping up at random places as I do sometimes. And if not, I'll just be here or in my Discord, which is, again, linked below. Come hang out. It's not even $1 because I don't know. My brain was going somewhere with a joke, but it just stopped mid-sentence. So I'm just going to end the stream now. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.